I'm late. Like I always am, okay? But what's up, people? How y'all doing? Welcome back, Chipringo. I saw you. Or someone else. Hulkflyer. Welcome back as well. Hope y'all are doing well. Thanks for the oh my god. The sub. Spooderman, I appreciate it. I'm assuming they probably subbed while I was not streaming, but I thank them regardless, okay? That's how appreciative I am. Thanks, James Vagabond, for the sub. I feel like it's definitely subbed before. You better yell at these leftists or I'll be disappointed. Oh no, oh no. I don't know who these people, I don't know who these people are. I like, the only thing I did is I just like looked at their video they had with like counterpoints. I didn't really watch any of it. I just like looked at it to see broadly what kind of vibe it was. Hot rolled stainless steel bars. Well, probably China. Probably Japan. China's number 5. Which Chipringo option did you take, LMAO? I don't know what I don't know what that's referring to. I don't know what that's referring to. So I don't know. I'm just joining the VC. Okay. Feel like probably maybe not South Korea. USA. I don't think that we would be up there, but we could. Mexico is probably on there. I bet it's South Korea. Okay, South Korea is number 9. I bet Mexico is up there. I bet maybe Canada and Germany. Okay, Mexico's not a good guess. Never mind, I'm lying. Okay. Germany and maybe the US. Maybe I should have gone with the US. Fuck. France, I wouldn't have guessed. Oh, Chinese Taipei. Of course. Italy and Chinese Taipei, I wouldn't have guessed. What's up, Momentum? Welcome back. $305 billion, palm oil, coal, ferroalloys. Oh man, 300 billion is a lot for what looks like a not very high income country based on what they're exporting. Palm oil is like, that can only be, you can only get that from like places on like the fucking equator, right? I feel like it's some Southeast Asian country, but I don't really know. Indonesia? I feel like Indonesia would have way more oil. But I agree with the general place. I know it's not Malaysia. How do you spell Malaysia? But I'm gonna see if it's close to it. Yeah, okay. Maybe it is Indonesia? There's no shot it's Indonesia. Indonesia would have way more oil, I thought. Apparently not. Goddamn. Ferroalloys throwing me off. Yeah, it just looks like, it's just like a lot of exports for, but they're, like, this is all like agriculture, like mineral extraction stuff. I thought Indonesia testing PP. space. I thought Indonesia would have way more oil. But apparently not. I thought they were like one of the biggest exporters of oil. Needs to be quite a large resource-rich economy in the equator. Can't be in the Americas or Europe. Well, that much I figured out. Yeah, damn, I guess Indonesia doesn't do as much as I thought. I mean, they're dark yellow on here. What is this? Is this imports or exports? I think it's both. Hello, show me Indonesia. We should be getting started here in a second. I don't want to start anything because we'll be getting like started soon. You guys like my EC? I'm wearing the double shrimp welfare outfit today. I got my shrimp welfare shirt and my shrimp welfare jacket. I got the fucking double. A double header on today. Let's go. Let's go. I wore this to math class, and then in math class I didn't do any math. I just read this about the balance of payments from Friedman. If you had to give odds, socialism is the most desirable way to have a society. Where do you place it? Like, what's your credence? It would obviously be dependent on what you mean by socialism, but assuming a Connor Boy style socialism, I'll say, which math on math class is like very easy math. It's literally, we were doing like basic algebra today. There's a reason I don't have to pay attention in that class. But a Connor Boy style socialism, I'll get a matching fried shrimp shirt. Oh no, no. I think there's like a not totally, like it's above 10%. Take a real math class. You need Lynette. I will take a real math class, but I just have to take this math class first, because it's a prerequisite for all the other math classes. Even though it's just like not. It's just all stuff that you learn in high school, or sooner than high school. I feel like we learned how to do a lot of this shit in middle school, but maybe that's because I was in move up math, okay? Because I was a cool kid. What about my kind of socialism where you abolish money? Am I assuming like AGI exists in that context? Am I assuming the post-scarcity world? Okay. Because in that case, I mean, that probably would be ideal. I don't know for sure about the full-on abolishing money type, but maybe we'll just have the, what was Chile's the socialist Chile, Allende? I think it was Allende who made it, but it might have been another socialist in Chile who made the fucking computer shit for the economy. We'll just have that, but unironically, okay? We'll have the AGI that's able to calculate exactly how many utils that everyone gets from exactly one unit of consumption, and it'll just allocate all cybers, and yeah, it'll just allocate all the resources where they need to go, find a need for money. Now my regime takes power tomorrow. Oh no. Then probably pretty low. Then that might be below 10%. feel like Sweden can't export that much electricity. Oh, well, shit. I guess I don't get to know. I feel like Empodia makes a decent amount of trucks, but 2 billion? Oh, it was really close. You'll probably need to take an applied calculus class. Yeah, I will. I will take... I don't know what the next math class I will take is, but it will be like either calculus or... there might be more prerequisites to the... Like, I don't know. I don't think they have like the pre-calc classes. I don't think I have to take those at least, but I might. But yeah, I'll have to take more math classes. I delayed doing some of the math classes because the math classes are all in person. When we start mentioning derivatives instead of rates, I'll be proud. Okay. Man, I thought I was late. Low-key, people like CyberZen more because of the aesthetics. The aesthetics were good, which they were. Then the actual desirability to model, not really novel stuff beyond some cool new network technology. But the chairs were really cool. Well, that's what matters. We just need the perception of a good system. Oh shit, what's up?
Oh, hey there.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How's it going, neighbor?
Going good, going good. Nice to see y'all.
Yeah, you as well.
See ya.
Thank you for
Yeah.
joining us.
Of course. I gotta set up my thing here.
Sure. Yeah, we're in the process of getting things set up as well.
We're in the process of learning how to stream.
Yeah.
I don't know. It says I'm live. But it hasn't showed up in on the channel. I've got it streaming a blank screen. Maybe that's it.
I've refreshed the stream page, and it still says that they're waiting. It still says that it's waiting on us.
Oh, here it goes. I had to click it a 5th time in a 7th place. Should be going up. Muted. So we're just gonna once we're sure that we're actually live and not streaming to nowhere, we're going to play our intro song, do a little, intro news, and then chat
Sure.
you up about current events, ask you about who you are, your politics, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then we were gonna talk about like tariffs and probably democratic strategy and the media environment.
Sure, sounds good.
Those are the things we thought up on short notice.
I mean, that's
Why
all.
isn't
That's
this
all good with
going
me. Yeah.
live? Yeah.
I'm on. I think you probably noticed, but I am already live on my side. So.
Oh yeah, we expected as much. Hello, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us, and thanks for checking out the Marketplace of Ideas. We will get the show started proper, hopefully within the next few minutes.
Probably same day.
Ideally.
And that's something that Amazon can't always offer. Please start streaming.
What do you use to
We've
stream?
never
Are you
had
just
this problem
using?
before. I'm just doing OBS. The go live is blue.
Well, then
Says
you got to be
X1.
streaming it somewhere.
Here we
'Cause
go.
if you-
Okay, it was just that I didn't have a source. Okay. All right, so we are visually live, but
We are indeed.
auditorily unheard except on your side. Here we go. I'm gonna play us the intro, which I will stream to the Discord, and then we'll get going.
Our forefathers fought
Messing
for
up my OBS green
individual
screen. This is unacceptable.
self-expression and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person from any background can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the Marketplace of Ideas.
Hey, thank you for joining everybody, and welcome to the Marketplace of Ideas, the only show that truly cares about your well-being now that PBS is being defunded. I'm James Vagabond, and tonight we'll answer the question, how many fawns would a non-fawn fawn if a non-fawn could fawn fawns? Non-fawn, your thoughts?
At least 4, probably.
Probably at least 4. And with me, as always, we have Kyle. How you doing,
Indeed.
Kyle?
My name's Kyle Smith. I will also be hosting you through this event tonight. Thank you so much for joining the Marketplace of Ideas. If you are watching through non-fawn stream, and chances are that you are indeed doing so, please consider dropping into our Discord and checking us out. We are a brand new show, as you can see, very professional, still working out the kinks, but dedicated to a goal of cultivating good faith and good fun conversation about the current events. If we might, non-fawn, could we hand you a Discord link to drop into the chat?
Of course, yeah.
Wonderful.
And later we will be doing a call-in section, so that's important for that. Get into the Discord, and you can join the call line if you want to ask some questions later. And if you want to jump to the head of the call-in line, you can spend our fake currency Grift coin that you can get by joining the Discord. And we use that to... we're trying to build sort of a gamified debate space to some degree where you can use that Grift coin that you earn to affect the debates, like with power-ups, like the Pisco power-up, which forces your opponent to answer only in yes or no questions for a limited time. But you
Nice.
can also use that Grift coin to get ahead of the call line, whoever has donated the most Grift coin to come on. And if you do come on, if our lovely guest here likes your call-in, then he can award you Grift coin. I think the most Grift coin that's ever been awarded was 1,500 Grift coin.
No, we've
And
handed
we-
out more than that. We handed out more than that.
Well, to,
Is
to
there a
one
limit?
individual.
Can I just like totally inflate
we
the
kept
currency?
saying
Can I
there
make
was a
it
limit.
worthless?
We were like, we've had that discussion over and over. We've got a lot of mechanisms that we can balance the system with, but so far, the limiting principles have been slowly eroded every time.
Well,
every
we-
time somebody does something amazing. So.
We did give 10K to Dylan Burns, so I'm
Well, but that's Dylan. That's a bribe, man. That's not
Sure,
the rules.
fair enough.
We're breaking the. That's a bribe.
Indeed. So it's entirely possible that if you've got enough clout behind your name, we'll throw all sorts of fake money at you in order to buy your loyalty. Speaking of buying your loyalty, though, just a quick trip over to our YouTube channel and giving this video a like and maybe a subscribe if you're feeling like it to our channel would help us out greatly. If you could do those things before heading back to non-fawn stream, we would greatly appreciate it. And we greatly appreciate non-fawn for joining us at the last minute. We had Ryan Mullally scheduled.
He
We're
had a
going to reschedule with
conflicting
him.
event.
Indeed.
Yeah, we're set for 2 weeks from now to have Ryan Mullally on.
Okay,
we're
very
looking
good.
forward to that. Yeah.
But for now, I'm looking forward to talking with non-fawn. Non-fawn, I don't want to precede your politics too much, but I understand that you are of the liberal persuasion. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I think I'm broadly center-left liberal, fall within sort of the broad scope of neoliberalism, not quite the narrow scope of like the full-on Reagan type neoliberalism stuff that we used to have.
I was
But
going to say
broadly-
that's a big word to unpack is neoliberal. You don't often
Yeah.
hear people self-identifying. That's usually something used to
I'm reclaiming
paint
it.
somebody in a negative. I've thought about trying before, but I've given up the cause long ago. What
course, yeah.
exactly would you say you mean by neoliberal? Let's
I mean,
dig down a little on that.
Yeah, essentially, I'm more kind of free market oriented than I think a lot of people maybe in a similar place to me, even on the Democratic Party, kind of are. So, you know, I think generally things like free trade are very good. You know, not necessarily low taxation, but you know, efficient taxes, not doing things like wealth taxes or unrealized gains taxes, having a tax code that's simple and efficient as opposed to one that, you know, really just strives for maximum progressivity, and really like having a sort of general presumption, I guess, in favor of markets kind of working, you know, absent good evidence of a market failure. My presumption is kind of going to be that it's going to lead to a pretty efficient outcome, and then some skepticism about how well, even in cases where there is some identifiable market failure, how well the government can intervene to actually make things better. That's usually what I mean by neoliberal.
Excellent. Well, how did you get into politics in the first place? What made you? Oh, Kyle.
I've gotten some reports, James, that unfortunately your voice is not audible on the stream. We should probably solve that before we halt too much momentum as we go into the conversation.
Test. Oh my God. God. Okay, well, I will steal the audio from your stream and recut it. Oh my God. How did that happen? We were having such a lovely conversation. Okay, everybody, we'll just do the whole thing over again. Same exact answers, same exact delivery, because this has been going great so far, other than our deep incompetence, rivaling perhaps even our own federal government at this point. But we're not as evil, so, you know.
We've got that going for us.
We've got that going for us. You can hear me in here. Why is
Oh,
that
yeah,
not-
we can hear you just great.
Yeah, well, obviously. Why is this not working? Oh, probably because Windows decided at some point to change my default audio device. There we go. People can hear my lovely voice on our stream now. Okay. Okay, so now we've dealt with that. When did you first become politically activated? What got you interested in the modern political landscape, affecting it, talking about it, thinking about it?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to know what actually made me interested, because I got at least somewhat interested in politics relatively young. When I was in like 8th grade, when I was like 14 years old, I remember like watching like the Democratic candidates' primary debates. I was like I was basically like a Bernie bro back then, and I don't even know exactly what set that off, you know, what made me do some of those initial things, but that's the first memory of like engaging in politics I have, is kind of watching the Democratic primary debates in the like 2020 cycle. And then, you know, sort of I continued to read more stuff that was not about necessarily like modern day politics. I didn't follow the news super closely, but I would read like a lot more lefty books, like Noam Chomsky stuff, and I read even like some straight up just like Marx and Lenin back then, and then, you know, people who broadly like leftist popular books throughout my high school years. And in a sense, that was me being interested in politics, but during that period, like I very rarely actually like kept up with the news back then. Like I don't think I could tell you. I could tell you, you know, how many members of Congress there were, but I don't think I could tell you like who most of the important Congress people back then were. I just had sort of much broader interest in the optimal way to organize society and stuff like that. But throughout my high school years, I started it was, you know, through just continuing to read more. It was through, I think, seeing the left, like the pretty far left people, I think, make some kind of crazy statements about like the Ukraine war when that happened, the Iranian protests, which happened a little bit after that, I think, as well. You know, that kind of made me start questioning things a little, as well as just conversations I had with other people, including like I remember like my high school economics teacher, and also just learning economics, as much as that is a meme. You know, it sort of made me start moving more. I say to the right, but obviously, you know, it was from
Yeah, from
like,
the far
socialist,
left to the pretty
right.
far left. Yeah.
It was from a socialist to like, yeah, you know, like maybe I'm like a kind of a market socialist type person to like eventually like, oh, maybe I'm, just more of a capitalist and broadly neoliberal. And I think, the economics, learning about that is sort of solidified a lot of the neoliberal economic views that I hold, obviously. And I think I started streaming about politics a little bit after I graduated high school in 2023, and I had been streaming like gaming content for forever, since I was like 6 years old on my PS4, just using the native built like live streaming thing. But I started consistently streaming, and relatively consistently, and streaming about politics in like 2023, and it just kind of eventually you get invited on panels, and I started following the news more closely and having opinions on more narrow things, I guess. So, that's kind of how I've ended up here.
So
I can imagine that. Oh, go for
You've
it,
been
Kevin.
developing your streaming chops since you were 6 years old. How do you say how old you are, or can you give us a ballpark?
Yeah, I'm 20 years old.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
you've got 14 years experience streaming already.
kind of technically. I mean, 6 is probably an overestimate of how young I was.
Sure, but either way,
I-
single digits, yeah.
Yeah, it was single digits for sure, I think, yeah. But yeah, like I remember, like my oldest video is like me playing Happy Wheels and just like trying to rip
Sure.
off like fucking PewDiePie.
Trying to go in the
back
steps
then.
of the great PewDiePie.
Of course, yeah.
Yes.
Because that's who I was watching when I was that young.
Hey,
and
he
I-
started off trying to do Call of Duty videos like any 14-year-old would,
Of course, yeah. And I wasn't at all consistent about it. There's like I
Who
have
would
like
have known
5
it was
different.
the path to empire was
Apparently, yeah, I
Happy
know,
Wheels
was-
streaming.
I could have been
what a
way bigger
world.
if I continued the Happy Wheel stream, but unfortunately got bogged down in this.
Got pulled into the weeds of politics, and now you're stuck
You
in
know
the
what?
doldrums with the rest of us.
Yeah, good. No, good on you for sticking to, what I call vegetable politics. Like that you could come on here and just, be ridiculous, lie like both sides often do to get clicks, and be salacious. And that's something we plan to do here on this stream.
Most
But,
definitely, we
pro-
really need the clout.
Big props to you for being honorable and good faith, and really working on doing the groundwork of learning and economics
yeah.
and political theory.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah.
yeah.
I
Now,
think yeah.
now I need you to fix everything. Now I need you to fix everything because I am so tired of everything and just waking up every day and wondering like which member of our international government is a pedophile today, and how are they going to sue me for $10 billion?
Or better yet, how are they going to take all that tariff money that they've been collecting and rather than refund it to the people who paid the money, give it to Howard Lutnick's son's company instead?
Well, yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
no.
the unfortunate thing with that is obviously like, for the tariff refunds legally, it's always the statutory incidents, like just whose money or whose bank account the money came out of that gets
Yeah.
refunded, and not necessarily the
Okay, so you don't think that's
final
as much
incidents.
of an open question. You think it's pretty cut and dry that the companies that these came out of are going to just receive it in time.
I don't know if anyone receives a refund. It'll be the people whose the statutory incidence is on, as opposed to like the economic incidents. It'd just be way too complicated, way too crazy, way too impractical to like give a tariff refund to consumers, I think. And my understanding is that the president has always been based on again whose money or whose bank account the money came out of, and not whether or not that cost was eventually pushed on to consumers.
Right, who can actually provide a paper trail to look at and examine, as opposed to extrapolating on data Pritzker did. Which, as I think that Pritzker's statement and as a gesture can be appreciated for what it is, but I don't expect that to come to fruition anytime soon. Do you?
What
You know
do
what
I
I'm
not
referring
expect
to?
to? I'm not sure.
So JB Pritzker wrote an open letter to the government.
The invoice
in
for the
response- Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one. Yeah, and he like divided an amount of money by the number of families in Illinois, and said therefore every family in Illinois is due like I think what he came up with like $1,500 or $1,700
Yeah,
per.
it was I think 1,700. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think anything like that is going to happen. I think more likely than not, companies will be able to get a refund. There's a chance the court will say the government doesn't have to do that. But from my understanding, in most cases in history, the ruling has been that the government has to issue a refund for taxes later deemed to not be legal. So
Yeah,
I would
so there's
say
a good
more
chance-
likely than not.
So there's a good chance that FedEx, who sued today for the very reason we're discussing, will eventually see some sort of compensation, but probably shouldn't hold out hope for those $1,700 checks that we've been promised.
Yeah.
Well, then
probably
you've got
not.
the chance for, I think, companies like Costco who are smart are going to find a way, if once they get their due, kind of slide it on to the customers and say, look, we did the right thing. And they could win a little bit of good favor with their customers.
I mean, I think that's one reason you didn't see prices go as high people predicted, and just the pass through of whatever price effect there was in firms go all the way through to consumers, at least not in every industry. Was because a lot of these companies did expect the tariffs to be temporary, and it seems like they were right about that. Obviously, we'll see how far the new tariffs get, but and there's a
My understanding is the new tariffs last. They start tomorrow and they last for 150 days. At which point Congress would have to codify them to continue them. Of course, that's assuming things work as expected. Which, who knows?
Yeah, there's a lot of different. Well, I think he's done like 3 different. There's like 3 different sections of the whatever trade act that he's invoked. I don't believe the 122 tariffs have to be approved by Congress at the end of the time period, or I might be thinking of a different section of the act. But those are probably unconstitutional for different reasons. Yeah, but there is a reputational cost to raising prices. And that's why firms have things like loss leaders. That's why even when egg prices were skyrocketing, a lot of times grocery stores were selling eggs at a loss still, because those were that's what gets people in the store. Then you make up your money and other things. So it's possible that companies try to pass on some money as savings to consumers if they get the tariff refunds. But I would expect the companies most willing to do that, it just kind of didn't pass through the cost in the first place, because they were betting on it being temporary and didn't want to raise prices because of the reputational cost of doing so.
Yeah, and they were very on again, off again. So a lot of companies were able to stock up during the periods where they could make the purchases at without tariffs, and then as we talkoed back and forth, they would start running out and not have to buy quite as much through the tariffs, and then they could weather that a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and the effective tariff rate was always much lower than the announced rate, because there were so many exemptions granted to either specific companies or specific goods. Like there's a big exemption still for goods that are USMCA certified from Mexico and Canada, and that's like 60% of our trade with Mexico and Canada. It's like USMCA certified goods. So a lot of reasons. I think the effective average tariff rate right now is I think it's below 10% right now, because some of the new tariffs I don't think are in effect yet. There are different estimates. It's hard to even know, but it's something like that.
Now, you said that the new tariffs are probably unconstitutional for reasons. Do you have the ability to go into that anymore at this time? Have you looked into it?
Yeah, so the main thing that he invoked, the Section 122, to do another 10% universal tariff. I think he's raised it to 15% by now, supposedly at least. Those come from an act back when we were on a fixed exchange rate regime. So just to clarify, countries have different currencies, whatever those currencies, how much of whatever one currency can buy another currency, that's the exchange rate. When you hear the US dollar is being devalued overseas or whatever, what that means is our exchange rate is falling. Other currencies can buy more of our currency with less of theirs. And essentially back then we would central banks and the Treasury would ensure that exchange rate stayed within a certain range. And when essentially when we had to draw down on our own reserves, we had to use our own money essentially to buy other currencies to keep it within that certain range, we refer to that as like a balance of payment deficit. And the language used in that bill is, you can invoke these if we, to prevent like a balance of payment deficit. Essentially, the point of the tariffs in that case would be people to buy less goods from overseas to try to make sure exchange rates stay within that certain range, because when you buy an overseas good, that dollar goes into the pool of foreign exchange money available, and that'll affect the value of the dollar. Part of the reason the dollar is going down now is because a lot of people are selling U.S. assets, and when they do that, the available dollars in the foreign exchange pool goes up, and that devalues the dollar relative to other currencies. So, but now we have a floating exchange rate regime, so we don't have the balance of payment deficit in the same sense. Technically, in the strict accounting sense, the balance of payments is always equal to zero. Any transaction that happens is recorded in one account as a positive and then another account as a equally offsetting negative, right? So, typically if I buy a good from overseas, that might be a negative in our current account. That's what includes stuff regarding goods and trade, but it's going to be positive in the capital account because now someone has US dollars, and eventually those US dollars will probably be used to buy a US bond or some other US investment thing, and that'll be counted as a positive in the capital account. Technically, just owning the dollars will also be counted as a positive in the capital account, but in the real world, most of the time they use they don't just hold on to US dollars for no reason unless they are criminals. They go buy US assets, US investments with it. So, but when we were on the fixed exchange rate regimes, we used to refer to a balance of payments deficit as meaning the drawdown in our own reserves when we had to essentially use our reserves of our currency and other countries' currencies that we have to maintain the price of the dollar in overseas markets. But we don't do that anymore. So that's just not relevant at all to what happens now. And Trump's own lawyers in the tariff case that the Supreme Court just ruled on even said the concept of a balance of payments deficit is distinct from the trade deficit we have, and that's why we're using IEEPA and not Section 122 to invoke these tariffs. So those are almost certainly illegal as well. But we'll see how long it takes to overturn these ones.
Right. I mean, it might take all the way up until the expiration date in, what would that be, July, August, when we'll be gearing up for some midterms where a lot of Republicans are expecting to get their lunch eaten by the Democrats. I'm understanding that a lot of the Republicans are privately very nervous / frustrated by this whole tariff thing. I saw Representative Bacon disparaging this tariff move and saying that it's going to screw over the Republicans. I'm really curious to see how the Republicans are going to try to pivot around this, and try and balance appeasing Trump's tariff policy and trying not to make that seem like an awful thing, while also trying to stick to messaging that's actually going to be effective to get them as many electoral wins as possible. What do you think they're going to go? Which way do you think they're going to go?
It's really hard to know. My sort of presumption is always that they're going to try to do essentially as little as possible, and usually that ends up being in Trump's favor because a lot of the previous tariffs didn't expire. The only action they took was to make sure the emergency tariffs on Canada didn't go into effect. To my knowledge, it's the only thing that they've done. So I would imagine if they can let them expire and not create there's not a ton of media surrounding it or whatever, they're going to try to do that. I doubt Congress will take any meaningful action to get rid of them, at least not if obviously if Democrats win more seats in the midterms, the House could do something, but usually it has to be approved by the Senate as well. And I don't know. I think a lot of senators would be unwilling to do anything as well. So,
Yeah, I saw that Mike Johnson said that it's unlikely that they'll reach a consensus. I'm kind of curious to see if there will be some sort of well-timed distraction in order to keep the news attention elsewhere during that time. Oh, hey, Azihaya, thanks for jumping into the chat there. So it seems like it might be more incumbent on the Democratic messaging in order to navigate that situation properly to make sure people understand the uh, the tariff situation. And I think that takes us to our next big topic of the day,
Well, we can
which is
segue through it to and ask, how would you drive this tariff situation home to the American people if you were in charge of the democratic messaging system?
Oh man, I don't know for certain what's the best messaging, but the two things that I think are going to be most salient to voters are just price increases that they're going to see and the corruption involved. So, obviously, I mean, Kamala Harris on a campaign trail even talked about obviously tariffs are going to be, she used the word inflationary. A lot of people have issues with that because inflation has a kind of more technical definition that would not necessarily mean tariffs are inflationary. But talking about just how much it's going to raise prices for people, especially grocery bills or whatever that people seem to care about the most. And then talking about the corruption involved as well. I don't know how salient some of those things are to people, but I think there's you can play into sort of the general populist anti-establishment sort of ideas people have, the populist has, right, the voters feel, by talking about, Trump is selling his meme coin, and he meets with these people and then they get an exemption to the tariffs all of a sudden. It's like NVIDIA brings him some golden plaque and they get their ability to export their chips to China. Isn't that a little weird? This is the most corrupt, evil administration. Everyone in his cabinet is billionaires. I think that messaging will work well as well.
It feels like you could create sort of a Rocky montage of corrupt moments in the Republican, specifically just with Trump, and then paint everyone in the Republican Party with that brush. Like it boggles the mind just how many scandals there are per day.
Yeah.
There's just millions of, billions, tens of billions of dollars in monies that are getting transferred to Trump, and seemingly no interest in looking for accountability in that. And like we're still, it's Donald Trump who is what, like the first president in 80 plus years or something like that to not release his taxes. We still don't have them since before he ran the first time, while he was president the first time, between when he was president the first and second time, and through this. And it's just like the financial crimes must be stacking up so high that it like
I mean, even before he was president, he had the whole like Trump University scandal. But
yeah,
that
and a million other, yeah,
but that's not even, that doesn't like pales in comparison now to some of the other stuff he's done. So people no one even knows anything about it. I mean, I don't even know a ton of the details about it, but no one cares, right?
yeah. How is that the case? How is it that we're imagining that all of these things that have been going on for years, and the Bitcoin thing, which has been going on since the day he was elected, I think the day before he was elected or something, or inaugurated or something
I
like
believe
that.
it was, the day before the inauguration.
Yeah, and so this has been going on the whole time, and then you've got the jet, the $400 million jet that we've all been talking about. We've got, the Bitcoin. We've got just so many, the peace, what's it called? Is Peace Council
Oh,
that he's
Board of
got
Peace.
paid 10 billion. The Board of Peace. How it seems like if you were there, if you weren't swayed for voting for Republicans for one of these things, I guess hopefully I think there will be a cumulative effect where every 2 weeks I've got like a coworker that comes in and out, and every 2 weeks it's like, hey, what'd you think about the $400 million plane? Hey, what do you think about the fact that they're covering up the Epstein files again? Hey, what do you think about the fact that, this, that, and the other? And there's always a reason, but I'm hoping, and I think I can sense and feel that he is being worn down. Like, you can only make excuses for Jeffrey Epstein's best friend making $10 billion on the Board of Peace, for so long before hopefully they break.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it was part of their strategy, like intentionally, to just like create. I think was it Steve Bannon called it muscle velocity or whatever.
Flood the zone.
Just create so much news that people like couldn't keep up with it or anything. But obviously, I think.
There's an upper limit to that eventually, right?
Yeah, I think there's an upper limit to that, and part of me just thinks also that like voters will almost always just be angry at whoever is in power, especially with social media. And now it seems like incumbents, like I don't even know if incumbent, or for the president, I don't know if incumbent advantage is even a thing anymore. I think people are just going to be very upset about how things are going. Essentially no matter who is in charge, and punish them because of it. But yeah, obviously, Americans can only tolerate so many headlines that are some wacky shit that they just didn't really see under Biden for whatever they think Biden's flaws are. You just did not see nearly this much crazy wacky shit under him that was just like totally unprecedented.
And they act like he's exactly guilty of everything that Trump is. Like there's not only is there the accusations of the financial crimes, but even like the insinuations that he's inappropriate with children. Like
but all of that even
so
like
reverse.
There were a lot of Republicans who cared about Hunter Biden, obviously, and like there were obviously on social media it became a big thing too. But I don't think how many like headlines were there about the Hunter Biden scandal? Like it was a big story for Biden, obviously, but I'm not sure it was this many. I don't know if and it was the same story every time. Like people probably get tired of it eventually. This you don't hear about the same.
They love it. I guess we've moved on to more modern problems, but. Yeah, we had the summer of racism for the election. They've pivoted to just immigration and basic economics away from Democrats are so corrupt. But if there was any new information, I'm sure they'd just lick it right up. Just every morsel of any drama they can paint the left with.
Well, yeah, it's not like the investigations that Congress did into Hunter Biden didn't exactly find very much. So, you're not going to hear. I could be wrong. I don't know how you would test this, but I would imagine, there were not as many headlines about some new wacky shit that we found about Hunter Biden as there are about just like new crazy things that Trump is doing with Qatari jets or. Whatever deals Jared Kushner gets, whatever weird commitments Trump gets to his for his ballroom or for his presidential library. Hunter Biden, I think, voters probably also got tired of way faster, but I could be wrong about that. There are obviously a lot of people who cared about Hunter Biden quite a bit. So,
maybe that's just more the wing nuts, the people that are a little bit more engaged, the very online.
I don't know how
the more informed (uninformed).
Yeah, I think I'm going to be, there's going to be like a sample bias with regards to like who I interact with, because they're going to be mostly like online people who are going to like care about these things a lot. And then I don't know how much to adjust for like, okay, if I see this many people on Twitter and all they tweet about is Hunter Biden but I know people in the real world aren't like that. Like I don't know how much to adjust the percentage of people I think care about Hunter Biden based on that. But my intuition would be most people probably do not care that much about it by the time of the election, unless they're big Rob Noor fans or something. But
alrighty, well let's look at the agenda here. What else do we have to talk about? Alrighty, how about this? When you look at today's political landscape and the way it's represented in media, kind of bounces off what we were just talking about. In the way that the political landscape is represented in media, online, even in legacy media, and in our politicians and government, you'd think that we are more divided than in any other time since perhaps the civil rights era, or some have even spoken about it. Like if you're a Tim Pool wingnut, even as divided as we were going up to the Civil War. But when you talk to normal Americans, I just don't think that's the case. It seems like there's a lot more common ground about, major issues of, oh great, major issues of like freedom of speech, economic issues. There's certainly a difference in ground on uh like immigration issues, but I think there's just such a tough time for both sides seeing each other, and I wanted to hear what you think is causing that. Is it the media environment? Is it the fact that to create national coalitions, people have to appeal to that lowest common denominator, and that's why we're getting these populist politics? What do you think?
Yeah, I think these both play well with each other. So I think it's the media environment combined with a lot of times what people are fighting about now is just like basic descriptions of the world rather than like actual, policy or whatever. Because now people debate whether or not the 2020 election was stolen. Now people debate how many illegal immigrants there are, whether or not there's like 5 or 50 million in the country, as opposed to like just talking about, what the optimal immigration policy is. People very, very rarely have those discussions now. And that's all enhanced and to some extent maybe caused by, I think, social media, the fact that anyone can be a podcaster, anyone can be someone big on the internet.
It's terrible.
Yeah, and kind
No
of
one should
legacy.
be a podcaster.
That's true. In legacy media, there were, you had to have some standards in order to, actually be a journalist that people, that
Now
people could
just
listen
any
to.
a-hole with a hat and sunglasses can just boot up his stream and fail to get his audio going and tell the world what to think.
Yeah.
Which
See, this
is why we ended
need-
up with Tim Pool and Candace Owens and gosh, there's plenty you could point to on the left too. I'm just not as good at doing that because I'm a hypocrite.
I think the left is, there's a lot of populist personalities on the left that are pretty big that I don't like. I think they're better about like not just like outright lying. I don't like. I remember if you look at like the top like 50 or something growing like Substack people or whatever, it's like I think most of them were, or might be the top 50 YouTubers. Most of them are like almost all of them are right wing except for like More Perfect Union, who is like a left-wing like populist organization, and they sometimes outright lie, but they have very incredibly low standards. Like for example, like the video they made about, they do this thing a lot where they like interview people about certain things and they insinuate certain facts, but they don't technically ever state these facts. So they always have the defense of, well, we're just asking people how they feel. They did this with like AI data centers and water use, where like they went to a town and like interviewed people about the sediment that was in their water and stuff and how they had to ration water. And never did they mention this was all issues from the construction of the data center. The data center has not even been turned on yet. But they nevertheless insinuate certain things about, what is the data center causing like the water shortage, even though, to my knowledge, that has not happened anywhere. The only issues have been with construction, which in principle, the same construction of any building can have the same effect on water if it's not properly dealt with. And they kind of did it with like some of their videos on like egg prices and stuff, where like they do very little actual analysis, but they just go and ask people about if they think corporate greed is responsible, but they never make like that affirmative claims about it. But
Yeah,
they
they're-
don't
they're
like.
doing they're doing whatever they can to get views, it would seem, right, with their
Mhm.
with their tactics. And that's I mean, one of the things that causes a lot of friction on the left is how to what degree does the more measured, quote unquote, center left lib side of things try to reach out and communicate with the more populist side of the left wing. You see this in discussions like Pisco and Hutch. I don't know how much you pay attention to their back and forth, but lately they've had quite a few on this topic in an increasingly heated manner. Also, more recently, and more notably, perhaps, there was Adam Mockler streamed with Hassan and had a relatively contentious conversation. Have you checked out either of those particular scenes? I don't know how much time you spend
Yeah.
analyzing other people's debates.
Yeah, I don't keep up with every single Pisco Hutch debate because there are so many of them. Okay,
There's a few.
no offense.
I've done it a couple times.
No
Keep
offense to
beating
Live
that
and Learn
dead horse.
people. Okay, I love all of them, and
Sure.
I've talked to all of them. I've been on Live and Learn. So, but you know, I stopped watching Live and Learn after Econoboy left. Okay, but I've watched some of them. I was there for one of them, and then I watched like the most recent conversation Pisco had with both Destiny and Hutch, and then I watched most of the Adam Mockler Hassan thing, but I did not find it particularly interesting. That's like I find that area of politics to be not particularly interesting to me. I think it's important, and I'm glad people talk about it. That's not my calling, but I think it definitely there needs to be some test that like you're actually a liberal if you want to have significant influence on elected politics. Now I think unfortunately the voters are just in a relatively populist like mindset. That rhetoric is very appealing to them, so I don't have huge issues with like working with more progressive people, right, that use those populist messaging. I think that's probably pretty decent electorally, and then it's just a matter of how much exactly do I want to compromise on policy in order to have a better chance of winning, and it's how much can liberals, like center-left people, play into populist messaging without the need to like make the same type of policy concessions to the progressive people or whatever. I don't have very strong feelings on where those lines are or whatever, but generally I want the coalition to be...
What kind of values are you focused on when you ask yourself that question? What do the lines look like, even if you haven't drawn them distinctly? Like, what kind of issues?
Yeah, I mean, technically...
Is it about supporting candidates, or is it about, being for liberalism generally, pro-markets even, or mainly just pro-democracy, or what?
I mean,
where
yeah,
are your lines?
To some extent, like, technically, there are a number of things that I could find sufficient on their own if they went far enough. Like, if someone just had like a truly, truly terrible, I don't know, healthcare policy, then maybe it wouldn't matter if they're like a liberal. But like, if a communist dude was like some incrementalist that like just had decently progressive policy that wasn't that bad, then I might be fine working, or at least making some concessions with them. If I thought they were going to be electorally beneficial, it's all going to come down to
the coalition.
Yeah, exactly. It's all going to come down at the end of the day to like just the expected value of like how much better will the world be if Democrats win versus how much worse will it be if we make these concessions to the left or whatever with regards to policy, and how much do we need them essentially. So there's not going to be any strict lines, but it's all going to come down to that calculation of weighing those three factors.
Have you paid much attention to the Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett race in Texas?
No.
It's that's an interesting dichotomy. Tallarico, if you're not familiar, is presenting a populist view that is informed by Christianity. Yeah,
I've seen him on I've seen some of his stuff. I've seen like clips of him on Twitter, and I've seen him on Jubilee.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, he's apparently raised a lot more money than Crockett has, although I think Crockett's probably more well known considering all the viral moments she's had in Congress. Do you have much of an opinion about who you'd rather win? I think I personally would just like to see a Democrat win, regardless of whether they're more populist or more traditional liberal, personally.
Yeah, I don't have strong opinions because I'd have to know more about the dynamics of the race. Like, who do I think is like significantly more likely to win, and then who? I'm familiar broadly with Tallarico's policies, but I don't know how. I don't know necessarily how far his ideas and stuff would get. I don't think most of them would get particularly far. Ultimately, I don't think either of them are bad enough that I would rather risk Republican winning. So probably just whichever one is more appealing. If there's not a significant, is that a competitive district? I don't know how competitive it is.
I mean, well, they're
The fact that
It's
it's
an-
in Texas kind
yeah,
of
that's the thing.
Yeah,
intuitively
it's-
tells me that if they push the envelope too far left, it's not going to end well for them.
And it's for the Senate, so it's I guess it's not restricted to
Oh
district.
wait, it's for the
in this
Senate. I
case.
thought it was
Yeah. They're both running
Oh,
for the
shit.
Senate.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I thought it was for a House seat. Oh,
yeah.
that
So
will.
big
Yeah.
stakes there.
Yeah.
That'll. I don't know.
Yeah.
Then it's difficult to say.
Might even be all for
It
nothing.
would-
Although I think that their likely Republican opponent is embroiled in some sort of scandal. I believe it's the either current or former Texas Attorney General who had some sort of big situation
Mhm.
potentially hindering his campaign. Not that that'll do too much to stop him in Texas, but one can only hope if you're on the left, I suppose.
Yeah. I guess it, so.
All right.
It's what the Crockett person. How much how like center left are they? Are they like are they like very moderate? Or are they like relatively even if they're not like populist progressive type, are they at least like a semi open to progressive ideas person? Do you know?
My understanding is that they're more center left and more traditionally liberal than they are populist. James, does that comport with your understanding?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know that their messaging often appeals in a very, conflagratory, get eyes on way, in a way that originally suggested to me that they might be a little bit more progressive, but I couldn't tell you exactly. I haven't looked into it as
Yeah.
much as well. I'm a big
It's
fan
hard.
of her performative politics, even though I imagine it alienates some huge amount of the center right base that was probably ungettable anyways, so I'm not that worried about it. But once you start bringing it, especially in a place like Texas, you're going to get all of those biases that just make running as a minority, a woman and a person of color just
Yeah.
really difficult. And okay, so let's
Some
play
things are.
devil's
I would say
advocate.
some things are hard too, because although I lean more center left, a lot of the reason that is because I have like more maybe wonky is the right term idea on like what optimal tax policy looks like, and that that'll
Like policy wonk, you
that'll-
mean? Not wonky
Yeah.
and like weird, but policy wank.
well.
sort of.
Both, kind of.
Both? Okay.
I think a lot of people would consider a DVCFT weird because it
No
is
idea what that means.
yeah, exactly. It's a type destination-based cash flow tax. It's a type of it's a tax that I kind of particularly like, and it's a weird idea in the sense that it's although there was a plan that Republicans had once to like introduce it, it didn't even like get to committee. They thought it was never gonna pass or anything, so they didn't do it. It's not something that many people know about. It's a idea popular in the econ kind of wonk space that's not gonna have political viability probably anywhere in the near future at the very least, as much as I might try. But the same principles that will make me kind of not like the unrealized gains tax that a lot of the progressive people want to do, or the wealth taxes they want to do, the high corporate taxes, also leave me somewhat frustrated with the still a suboptimal policy of a lot of the center left people. It's like
because
I
they're
don't,
not going to give you an answer to all of our problems, and so
Yeah.
we're just going to continue having this war between the populist left and right because the center can't quite come together to make a cohesive enough that it solves enough of our problems for people to not feel like they maybe desperately need those populist promises of
well, I'm not even sure the issue is
grandeur and
I
riches.
don't think even the more moderate centrist Democrat people know about or would support many of the more kind of wonky ideas I have, the destination-based cash flow tax, or even just a progressive consumption tax. A lot of them are still broadly in favor of things that I find suboptimal. Even when it comes to healthcare, a lot of them, almost all of them, support pharmaceutical price negotiations, which I think is probably bad. Stuff like that still will leave me frustrated with how silly some of the things that we're going to be stuck with are.
All right, so I'm gonna try and devil's advocate just a little, and we'll test maybe where your limits are a little bit. So you originally started as, or you got activated in the Bernie era. Were you supportive of his concepts and economics generally
Yeah.
at the time?
Yeah, I
And
was a
then
Bernie bro.
in retrospect, are you much more critical of that? Like, was $15 a minimum wage too big of a promise in 2016? Because that's actually what
Mhm.
made me break with the Bernie thing, where I was like, that sounds lovely. It's great to tell everybody that, but like in reality, unless you really fine tune that to mean something it's not, you're not going to get a $15 minimum wage in Nebraska and whatnot. It's just
Right.
not. That's going to rip small businesses, restaurants, etc. apart.
Yeah, it would depend a
Um,
bit on how much I'm considering like the politics of it versus the just the policy itself. $15 minimum wage in 2016, I don't think would have been like the end of the world. I think the U.S. economy would have gone on mostly fine, but it probably would have been net bad, on the national level. My
it could have
criticism
been
that would be,
cataclysmic to small businesses, and then I feel like people
yeah,
would
we don't need
hear about
those.
how that. We don't need though. Is
It's
that a
called-
real
it's called-
economic opinion coming
It's
from
called
you?
creative destruction.
Creative.
I think we need. I think
You're
we
gonna
need
be
small
creating a lot with all that destruction. That's
Exactly.
that's a
That's
for.
correct. I
Gonna
think we
create a
need
whole new system out of that destruction.
I think we need small businesses. I think like, well, part of the populist messaging is like relating to or like is appealing to small businesses, and sometimes it isn't even like popular stuff. It's just people like have a general intuition that like small businesses are good and the big evil corporations are evil and bad. And I don't really like that view. I think oftentimes the reason big corporations are very big is because they are efficient at what they do. There's a reason Walmart outcompetes the local small businesses or whatever. It's because usually Walmart, for whatever issues you have with them, are able to offer at the end of the day a better deal to consumers because they experience gains from economies of scale, because they maybe are maybe just some nefarious deals that they strike. People have that opinion, at least. And it's probably with Pepsi, I think there might be some evidence of that. But
Well, what do you think about the business practice that places like Walmart and Amazon have done, where they have had artificially low costs over a long period of time until they wrung out the competition from being able to exist, and then once they become they have an undue and or maybe not undue, but a burdenous position now as something of a monopoly. Like Amazon,
yeah, I'm just not really sure how much that happens. I think there's like specific instances where like there might be some there probably is some behavior that's bad. So like with Walmart, I mentioned Pepsi. I think it does seem to be true that Walmart has slash had, I don't know for sure if they still have it, because there was a lawsuit about it, but it got dismissed under Trump. A certain deal with Pepsi where like Pepsi would kind of get or have artificially low prices within Walmart, but a lot of times these companies have lower prices not because they're doing any nefarious practice, but just because they are pretty efficient and will benefit from economies of scale. And I haven't seen much evidence of them like jacking up prices after the mom and pop shop closes. It seems like usually they keep prices at the same level, and continue to offer consumers a better deal. Ultimately, although you could say maybe Walmart would just engage in competitive pricing again, if Walmart was charging significantly more than their cost, then someone else would probably start a grocery store that would start outcompeting with Walmart. And now maybe if Walmart truly was doing a large amount of predatory pricing, they would just start doing the predatory pricing again. But I don't know. I don't think it would happen that often. I haven't seen evidence of it at the very least. Oh, and I think with Amazon, there's been some allegations, I don't know for sure how true these are, that like Amazon has intentionally used the like Amazon Basics. I don't know if Amazon Basics, I don't know what to call it. It's not a company, obviously, but it's their brand of sort of basic
generic
materials.
goods.
Yeah. They have used those to intentionally like undercut people and essentially be the only seller on Amazon selling some of those things, or at least that's clearly the best deal. I think there's some evidence of that, but I think the scope of it is relatively narrow compared to what many people allege.
And you think perhaps even if that is a problem, then we don't deal with it by preventing that growth that could be good in the first place, and then maybe try and solve those on the back end if possible through other
Yeah, I
means.
mean, it was just I don't necessarily know the optimal way to deal with it, but some type of antitrust regulation is probably better than some type of sort of I don't, pre-crime cannot be the right word, but pre
Send the precogs for Bill Gates.
exactly. Then regulation that prevents the scale from happening in the first place, essentially. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what do you think about the general landscape of how big business and big interests have been treated over, say, the last 80 years? There's a certain amount of regulation that many people believe is important in preventing the sort of financial disasters that have been cropping up. But at the same time, it sounds like you also want to leave us a good amount of room open for businesses to develop and flourish. Where do you think
Yeah.
that line lies?
Well, I do think the financial sector is kind of, in my opinion, more important to regulate and have some type of interventions for, because the credit market is very important to the rest of the economy, right? Like, at the end of the day, if Walmart went bankrupt, it'd be bad, but eventually most of the people who work for Walmart would find about a good job still. There would be a pretty swift recovery from that. The CEOs would probably make out, the managers probably make out perfectly fine, make it out. It'd be funny if they made out though. And then some of the Walmart stores would be sold to other businesses. If the credit market fails, right, there is no, I think this is a Bernanke quote, there is no sustained economic recovery while there's a financial crisis, right? So having some types of regulation and interventions to the credit market and financial market is going to be more important generally than other markets, in my opinion. And also because it's probably just more sort of noise and or like irrational or overly risky trades that happen there. But I think there's obviously going to be room for antitrust legislation. It's not going to be, I don't like that currently it seems like because Trump has a pretty crazy level of corruptness, it seems like, people who have antitrust suits against them can probably, get them dismissed based on like if they buy enough of Trump's crypto coin or whatever. I do think Lina Khan, though, and like the Biden policy was probably too far in the antitrust respect, not allowing airlines to merge, even though that would probably enhance competition in the airline industry overall, because letting small airlines merge would let them probably better compete against the big airlines, right? That stuff is, in my opinion, bad. I think Lina Khan's antitrust framework a lot of times was just the wrong way to view things, but it's I don't know if the optimal policy is necessarily what we had during like Obama's time or before we saw the sort of big swings that we see now between the Lina Khan FCC and the I don't know who the FCC commissioner is right now, but Trump's FCC. I think that the important things are that concentration alone, in my opinion, is not ever going to be sufficient to show that a market is not competitive or not working well for consumers, and that markups alone are not going to be sufficient to show that either. There has to be some further readings into that data when we have it.
I got another question. Just a general economics question. One critique that I've felt of the system as it stands, the way capitalism tends over time to, it's like coming into a game of Monopoly that people have been playing for hundreds of years at this point. What do you think about the problem where, as capital and money and power gets accumulated into certain areas, that they become able to grab more and more sectors of our economy and financially just gain from that without really producing anything else, not giving value through their financialization of their existing wealth.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scale at which that happens is also greatly exaggerated. So,
well, what
when it
about
comes to
90% of wealth or whatever being in the hands of 10% of people? Whatever those statistics we've all heard 1,000 times.
Yeah,
Are those?
I mean, so I
are
think
those
that's exaggerated.
abuses
So
of numbers, or
yeah, basically, there's a few different things that we're talking about here. So one, you can look at wealth and income inequality. I do think the scale of those things are often exaggerated. Typically, what people say, for like the crazy headline numbers, like some of those things you just said, either they're citing some like weird EPI thing, which is not like a published statistic or anything, or like paper or anything. They're just citing some kind of slop stuff on the internet. At best, they're citing, and a lot of people do cite this, the work of Piketty, Saez, and Zuckman, who are, to be fair, actual economists. They write actual papers about wealth and income inequality. I think typically when people cite those works, those numbers are exaggerated because it depends on what exact number you're talking about and what exact paper you use, because they have a lot of them. But like they'll do things like, for example, not counting a lot of benefits that the bottom 20-40% of the population gets, like Medicaid benefits and food stamps benefits, right? But then they will count unrealized gains of the top 1% as income. It's very weird, counting the unrealized gains of the rich but not counting the realized benefits of the poor. I think inflates that number. There are a number of other weird things they do, like counting health insurance premiums as a tax that people pay, which might be more defendable, but still a little, that's not conventional. If you look at, there's economists who have like done work for the CBO, Congressional Budget Office and stuff. David Splinter and Gerald Auten, like they have papers on income inequality, and they show, hey, it actually seems like income inequality just has not gone up that much once you account for a lot of these benefits that Piketty, Saez, and Zuckman don't. There's other assumptions that differ too that I think are more reasonable to differ on, like how evenly distributed sort of unreported income is, or like income that the IRS can't necessarily keep track of. David Splinter assumes that is relatively evenly distributed, and he's written, I think, 2 papers to essentially back that assumption up. And Piketty, Saez, Zuckman assume that it is not particularly evenly split, and I don't know exactly what their evidence for that claim is, but it's certainly intuitively that would seem to be the case. When it comes to wealth inequality, Piketty, Saez, Zuckman have papers on that too. I think they make a lot of similar mistakes, and importantly, once you include Social Security and wealth inequality, then it has only gone up like 1 percentage point since, I think, 1.3 percentage points since like the 1960s, because Social Security that's a big fund of treasury bills that every American like has some future claim on, right? Essentially every American has a future claim on the labor market earnings of the next generation. Ordinarily that would be counted as kind of wealth, but because it's a pay-go system, we don't traditionally count it as wealth. But once you do include it as wealth, then it is, wealth inequality has not gone up that much. In fairness, it's obviously, poor people can't really utilize the wealth held in Social Security the same way rich people can utilize their wealth held in, whatever assets they have. But I think those things are exaggerated. The scale, or the amount to which like companies have consolidated or like there's just been increasing concentration in the economy, I think that's also exaggerated. It depends on what measure you're using. There's a number of different ways to try to measure it, but like, we have the HAI index, and there's one called the I forget what it stands for, CR, and then the number of firms you're looking at, it'll look at like the 50. So CR50 would be looking at like the largest 50 firms, like what percent of the market do they control. That number like has gone up slightly, but that that's not a particularly meaningful number just looking at the entire national economy, because the regional differences are going to matter for a lot of the effects we care about, like how much a markup's gone up, which is also very complicated to measure how much markups have gone up across the economy, but the answer is probably not that much. And then we have to talk about what is this being driven by. So, is the rise in markups attributable to companies being able to charge consumers more because they have more market power, or is it attributable to just that, you know, there's been a shift from or more of the economy nowadays is dedicated towards high markup firms as opposed to lower markup firms. Like maybe manufacturing companies have relatively low markups. They probably did have low markups, but nowadays a lot of these service sector firms have higher markups, and we've just seen a reallocation. That's not necessarily meaning consumers are getting like particularly screwed or anything. And unfortunately, on that note, with the manufacturing going down, imports also matter, and imports are typically not included in those measures of concentration or anything. Maybe we're observing an increase in concentration because consumers are able to buy imports cheaper from other countries, and there's just less of that market domestically. So all the things I think are greatly exaggerated and don't necessarily, there has to be a lot more analysis before you realize, or to estimate sort of how bad the effects are or what it's being driven by and stuff.
Well, I can see that we've got somebody in our waiting room looking to jump into the call. By the way, if you are listening and you want to jump into the call, hit up our Discord and jump into where it says the waiting room underneath the live show, and we will call on you as well. But for now, we've got Black Widow coming onto the show. Black Widow, you are on the air. Repeat caller. I remember you from a couple episodes ago. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, we got some background noise.
Yeah.
Sounds like Black. Can you hear us, Black Widow? Sounds like you're listening to the stream.
Probably.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
Hey, there we go.
What's up?
Hey there, you got some
Hi.
background noise. Can you get the background noise down a little bit?
Oh yeah, we can get the background noise a little down
Excellent.
a little bit. Can you turn that down? It's not.
Well, it's good to hear from you again. How are you
Welcome,
doing tonight,
Black.
Black Widow?
Hold on.
Okay, no
Getting
worries.
Getting
Take your
arranged here. The YouTube is not syncing with our.
Well, I mean, you're on the line. So, would you like to just talk to us? How you doing? What'd you like to talk about?
Well, I'm trying to
I think that's just the
gather my
lighting.
bearings.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
You betcha.
Sure, very well. We're very patient here on the Marketplace of Ideas. We're not trying to put anybody on the spot. If anything, it should be evident that I can't speak for non-fun, but James and I are certainly unqualified to be talking about any of these issues, so don't feel any pressure.
Well, I kind of feel like we're skipping all over the board, and we're not
Okay.
really focused on an issue.
Well, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I mean,
Now, if you're going to accuse us of being unfocused and you come in without an issue to talk about, I think that that invites an accusation of
Ooh.
hypocrisy, if I'm going to be honest.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding.
Is there anything you'd like to ask non-fawn?
well, non-fun. Seems like he was talking about financing a lot.
I mean, I want to say
Yes,
I talked a little
yes,
bit about
yeah.
finance.
That did happen.
Financing is a verb.
Finance was-
I wasn't
yeah.
talking about that.
But either way, fiduciary issues were indeed discussed.
Yeah.
Do you
And
need
it
some
seems like
money?
there's a
Is that
lot
what this is
going on
about?
today? What I mean, non-fun. What do you feel like is going on in Mexico today?
I'm not. I don't know. What is there something I missed going on in Mexico?
Yeah, well, I don't know what
yeah.
Black Widow is referring to, but there was a recent
A
killing of
Chipotle
a
burned
cartel.
down.
James, you're off
What?
the show. There was a cartel leader who was killed, and Puerto Vallarta is under siege. There's a bunch of U.S. tourists there who cannot leave because of the
Oh.
situation. Things are indeed getting pretty nuts in Mexico.
man.
That wasn't our planned topic for the day, but did you have anything to inform us about there, Black Widow?
I don't. I just wondered what y'all thought about it. I mean, it's crazy.
It's
How can
it's
it be
not.
a
Sounds
planned
bad.
That is
topic?
crazy.
Yeah, not good. Thumbs down. Well, actually, I'll take that back. Cartel leader dead. Thumbs up. City under siege. Thumbs down. Not good. Bad. People should be
Right,
able
but
to go home.
It couldn't have been a planned topic.
sub
It
yet.
happened spontaneously. None of us were expecting it.
I mean, it
Now
happened
we-
spontaneously several
Especially
days
that guy.
ago. We yeah.
Definitely didn't see it coming.
If he did, he didn't seem to do much about it, or at least it didn't work.
Maybe he
'cause-
Obi-Wan and he's going to become blue glowy drug dealer guy.
I think that cartel members are exempt from being one with the Force, though. I don't think that you can do that if you illegally traffic drugs around the world and make lots of money doing it. That's more of a
Han
Sith
Solo
thing.
was
and
a,
they're not-
or I don't think Han Solo the Force at all, but he was a drug
He was a
smuggler,
smuggler.
right?
Yeah, but that's
yeah.
J.J. Abrams, and J.J. Abrams has no respect for the lore of Star Wars, as evident by the movies that he made within that
He was
franchise.
literally Han
But
Solo was he was trading the spice or whatever in the first movie, wasn't he? In the
he,
episode
he,
4.
he was indeed a spice trader, and yet at the end of episode 8, he ended up with his very own undeserved force. Oh, 9, episode 9. That's what you get for talking about the sequels. But you didn't bring up the sequels. You brought up Mexico. Well, yeah. We have our reactions. Mix of good and bad, depending on the particular granular details you're discussing. Have you read anything about it today? Has there been any new updates?
Yeah. Are you on the scene?
There's a lot of Americans stuck there, and they're stuck in their hotel rooms with no food, no water. They can't leave. I watched some videos where they, I guess the cartel members are pulling into gas stations, pulling out the pumps and spraying gas all over the place, and then lighting them on fire.
Just destruction, eh? So
That
things
sounds-
really breaking down. That's
That sounds pretty chaotic.
Luckily, we have a president that is really intelligent and will know how to help assist our neighbor from devolving into chaos and destruction. I'm sure he's got a plan on how to
Did Obama
invade
come back?
Mexico.
I was
that
going to
would
say
be
the
cool.
U.S. has threatened to send the military into Mexico a couple of times. It seems like
Yeah.
I wonder if they were just trying to beat us to the punch so that we couldn't keep leaning on that excuse for invading their country. As like, oh, it's the cartel. Oh, you killed the cartel leaders. Oh, we'll have to think of something else. Have you got any oil by chance? Well,
They do have
we'll
some.
have to
Well,
think
that's
of
what the
another
cartels,
good
they're making
excuse.
sure to get rid of their oil in their gas stations because
Yeah, maybe that's
Trump
what
will
it
come
is.
for every penny. Okay?
That's what it is. That's why they're getting rid of all the fossil fuels, because then we'll have nothing to
Hey,
invade the
yep,
country.
nothing to
for.
invade for. All right, perfect.
Well, Black Widow, have you got anything else for us?
I'm sorry, I don't. You can get back to your.
That's all right.
you
We
were fun
appreciate you calling
anyways.
in.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for being
well,
a good sport with us.
Non-fun.
Am I
how
going to
much-
get some grift coin?
Yeah.
I figured that's what it was really about. You just
That's
wanted
what
some
this
free
was
fake
about.
money.
You had nothing. You had nothing interesting, and you just wanted the payment. No,
All right.
that is an interesting subject. It's just we weren't prepared to
James
talk about it.
Vagabond.
I'm sorry. It's not that it's not
Are you
interesting.
saying
It's just
that
we
I
weren't
had
ready.
nothing interesting to say?
I'm sorry.
Are you saying that I'm over 60 and I can't think for myself?
I don't think it has anything to do with you
That's
being
exactly
over
what I
60.
said. Non-fun. How much would you like to award this lady?
I'll give her. She gets 3 coins.
100?
That's
300? 3 or
3?
300? Just 3.
I thought. Didn't you say? You said like 1,500 was
We've-
the most, right?
We've been
So-
running with a minimum of 500.
No, well,
Uh,
that's not the minimum. No, we gave one poor soul 250 and 150 for the first two, or like
Excellent,
500 and
Ron.
250.
All right, we'll give you 300.
I'll give her 503 then. Okay.
503. Okay, you have non-fun to thank for that extra fake scratch, because we were just gonna short you with a pittance.
But we really
either
do
way,
appreciate you calling in again.
absolutely,
Thank you.
yes. Thank you so much, Black Widow.
But if there's anyone else that wants to come in,
All right, Black Widow, we'll see you next time, all right?
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
thank
Good
you.
night.
As the marketplace of
Let's
ideas,
go.
anything can happen here. That's crazy things happening in Mexico. If only we knew more about. Oh, Black Widow's jumped back into the waiting room. I don't think she's quite. She did say she's over 60, so I think we can cut her a little bit of slack when it comes to
Yep.
navigating Discord. That's really more of a young person's. If I could be so generous to myself and James and call ourselves young people.
Oh God,
Relatively.
not as much anymore. How
No,
are
not
you
so
on the
much.
age front, non-fun? Are you feeling old yet? Jesus,
I want to
big
say I'm feeling
2-0.
old now, but
we are. I'm feeling
Are you-
old.
Are your bones
I mean, I think
creaking yet?
there's. No, not quite. You know, I think there's a little bit of a fall off in the number of like compliments you get as like, oh, you're so smart for your age once you hit 20, once you're not in the teens anymore. But that's it. That's the only thing I've noticed. I think maybe I just got
Maybe
dumber.
so.
That's possible.
I don't know about that. I mean, I will say also, with the emergence of some younger streamers, maybe it's changing a little bit. But also getting into the streaming space at a younger age probably get you a little more clout for your political knowledge, wouldn't it?
Somewhat, probably. Yeah.
Somewhat, yeah. All right. Well, either way, yeah. So as we've mentioned, the waiting room is open for anybody else who'd like to call in. The topics we're discussing today are the tariffs. We're discussing democratic messaging. We're discussing all the implied issues therein. Of course, we're also down to talk about anything you'd like to bring up, such as Mexico. Anyway, with that caller gone and with no callers left on the docket, I'll leave it to you, gentlemen, to get back to what you were originally discussing.
Where were we at?
we were at, like some stuff with she was right. We did kind of jump around a lot.
We got kind of out there.
Well, such
Yeah,
is the
because
nature of all these issues being interrelated. It's kind of easy to hop from one to the other.
Well, I think it's more of a. It's gonna sound mean. I'm not trying to be mean. It's more of a. It's frustrating when like the ideas are so or like the memes kind of, I call them memes, are so broad. The populist thought memes are so broad about things like wealth inequality and like concentration of companies and stuff. You know, when people just say like, oh, don't you think like everything's getting like more expensive and everything's getting worse and everything's getting more unequal or whatever. It's frustrating when the idea is so broad. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but like, you know, I know more about
You've
like
got a very granular knowledge yourself of the ins
right.
and outs.
It's like I know more about like analyzing like the specifics of it. So it's like we take a question of like, is everything getting more like unequal or whatever? Then it's like, okay, well, do you mean wealth inequality or income inequality?
Dislike rich people a little bit? Should we?
Here, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that rich people don't donate more than money to charity. Like, I think people go way too far, in my opinion, with like, oh, the billionaires are all like immoral or whatever. Like, you can't be a moral billionaire. Usually, I don't agree in the sense that they're saying that because they're talking about like exploitation and stuff. I agree in the sense that I think if you're a billionaire, you should donate all your money to effective charities, and you're somewhat evil for not doing so. But in fairness, I do also think that regular people in America should donate more of their money to charity, and most of them fail to do so as well. But billionaires would still live a very good life if they lived on $100 million instead of $1 billion. So they have more blame in that sense, and they would also save a lot more people.
It seems easy from my perspective, not having nearly that much money, but who knows? Maybe once you get to that point, you realize all these hidden costs that start popping up when you have to like keep your yachts maintained and things like that. I'm sure it's
Yacht
I'm sure
insurance
Sell the
is
yacht. You
something
gotta
else these
sell the
days.
yacht and give it to
can't sell the yacht.
some kids in
How-
Africa.
how-
Who's
Where are
going to
you
buy a yacht in
Where
this
are you gonna show up to
economy?
You want to go to a beach party in a canoe? Come on.
You can get a
Can't be
small boat.
that. Well, I mean, listen.
No.
As someone with no boat, I'll take a small boat, but I can understand being frustrated by downgrading. Non-fun.
Yeah.
What?
They could at the very least just commit to giving it like all away on their death. I think that's good. So
Yeah, maybe some sort of post-mortem agreement there.
yeah, some of like Bill Gates has done that. So some
Has
of
he?
them are.
Okay, maybe that'll make up for any revelations that'll be coming out about him in the near future. Really appreciate your time today, Non-Fun. Did you have a hard out, or do you want to hang out for a bit longer?
I don't have a hard out or anything. So we can, if there's somebody you want to go over, I can hang out. But I do have there is another conversation I want to get to eventually with someone. So
Sure. Yeah. Well, if you've got other obligations, we don't want to take advantage of your time, but we do absolutely appreciate hanging out with us. And I just want to mention again to anybody who's listening, hit up our Discord and maybe jump over to our YouTube channel. Give us a like and subscribe before you head back to Non-Fun Stream. We really appreciate any of that you can give us. So we're glad to have you with us here.
Yes, even though we've got tons of tech failures, we have at least the charisma that we've been reaching out to some very, very interesting people and having great conversations with them. Like we said, we've got counterpoints on regularly. We had Dylan Burns on twice now, or at least he called in for an hour on, and we've got Ryan Mullally later. So definitely please subscribe and stay tuned. We're gonna keep working on things.
What are you going to talk to Ryan about?
Actually, what did we have on the docket for that one again?
We were
Kyle?
going to chat with him a little bit about natural law. We'd also planned on
course.
talking with him about the First Amendment as it pertains to things like the Tallarico getting censored off of Colbert, that situation. With him
It'll
being
be a little
few weeks,
spicier than economics, but
maybe a little
but
bit.
still respectful.
That said, I mean, who knows what could develop in the next couple of weeks? We might find something new to discuss. What with all the upcoming developments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
And,
you'll find areas of disagreement with his. I don't know what your views on natural law are, but on any of the current event stuff, you're probably gonna disagree with quite a bit of stuff he says.
It'll
I
be
imagine.
it'll be a little bit less of a liberal circle jerk with Ryan, I would imagine. We kind of
Yeah,
sometimes
probably.
it's easy to fall into that with you and with Dylan. We also it turned into a just kind of bouncing similar opinions back and forth. Not a lot of contention, which makes for maybe a little bit less of an inviting call-in situation. That's one of the things that I've noticed with whenever we have a more liberal guest, someone who's similar to our own views, it seems to be less inviting for call-ins. But
Yeah.
but
I
such
mean,
is
I'll
way.
give- I don't have unlimited time, okay, but here's my if there are people, my most anti-liberal hot takes, okay.
Okay.
Well, taxes are bad. Okay, pharmaceutical price negotiations is bad. So is single payer healthcare. Worker co-ops are semi bad. I don't think we should ban them or anything, but I don't think we should encourage them really. I'm trying to think of more anti-liberal takes. Income tax is bad, but acceptable given where we are. I can't think of anything else.
No, that's good. We appreciate you rattling off a couple hot takes there for us. Hopefully, somebody listening is going to bite on those. I was kind of wondering if North would jump in. I know that you like to stream with North from time to time, don't you?
Yeah. He's a famed non-fun orbiter, of course.
Of
course,
yeah.
You've got your own
here's
orbit.
another.
Lovely.
This partially reminded me of it. This is kind of a anti-liberal take, but I don't really think it is. I would save 5 zygotes in a burning hospital rather than one baby. Okay, not because I think zygotes have any intrinsic moral worth, but just because I think generally future sentience also matters, and 5 future people, assuming they're going to live good lives, are probably going to be more important than saving one currently existing person. I don't think the fact that the person that's currently existing grants them infinite right to be prioritized over future people. Certainly, I would think most people would grant it'd be better to save, assuming they were going to be happy and everything, 1 million future people who will live great lives rather than one currently existing person. And I think that scales down. I don't know exactly where I draw the line, but certainly 5 is probably worth it.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of your shrimp hypothetical. I haven't heard it. I've only heard it through Chipingro. But why don't you run us through it?
I got my shrimp
let's go through
welfare.
the shrimp dialogue.
It's not a hypothetical, but it's a real.
Oh, it's not
existing-
hypothetical. Absolutely, there are real shrimp today in danger of suffering.
Yeah, exactly.
And I haven't figured out yet to what degree you're being truly empathetic to the suffering of animals and how much you're memeing. And I don't know if I want the answer.
I mean, the thing that makes the Shrimp Welfare Project good is that not only is it genuinely, in my opinion, a highly effective charity that actually does really good things, and that I actually donate a lot of money to, and I have raised $600 for through my
Rad.
subathons.
Rad.
But it's also something that is funny to meme about because it's a silly idea. I got my shrimp costume behind me. I got my shrimp welfare merch on. It sounds very funny, but for those who don't know, the 1 minute pitch essentially is that roughly like 400 to 700 billion farm shrimp are killed every year. They typically live in pretty bad conditions on the farm, and when they are killed, they are usually killed in what's called like ice slurries, where they will essentially be buried alive under layers of ice and be left to suffocate and or freeze to death over the course of 20 minutes. Probably a pretty painful, stressful way for them to die. The Shrimp Welfare Project offers these stunning machines that essentially presumably painlessly stun the shrimp before they are put in this ice slurry, so they're killed immediately and probably painlessly before they experience that. And they work to improve some of the conditions on the farm. So, for example, they also make sure farms don't do what's called eye stalk ablation, where female shrimp will have their eyes crushed or removed while they're alive, which makes them like artificially more fertile. And that obviously is probably pretty painful, stressful for the female shrimp, but probably has negative effects on their children as well, it seems like. So, I know what everyone's thinking. I don't give a fuck about shrimp. Okay. The best evidence we have suggests that shrimp, probably do suffer to some degree, to a non-trivial sense. So we observe in not necessarily the shrimp we eat, but decapods that are similar, things that we colloquially call shrimp, although shrimp is not like a scientific term. They will do things like respond to painkillers. They typically will like rub their wounds, but if we give them painkillers, they don't do the same thing. If we, they have the ability to make some trade-off between some amount of risk and reward or whatever, and some amount of pain for a reward, whether it be food or like a more entertaining environment that they have in their little tanks. And essentially all the evidence we have points to them having some non-trivial degree of like ability to suffer and stuff. And most of the stuff that we don't have evidence on, it's we don't have evidence on it, rather than like we did the experiment and it turned out shrimp didn't exhibit this behavior. It's just that we haven't like really done it yet. Certainly your credence that shrimp suffer should be above like 60%. And the nice thing about the Shrimp Welfare Project is that because of the scale of shrimp farming, it is very, very efficient. So a single dollar will save about 1,400 shrimp from experiencing a painful death per year over roughly the next 10 years. Stunning machines only last so long or whatever. But in expectation, the sort of median marginal dollar right now will save about 14,000 shrimp. And there's a think tank called, or think tank might not be the right word, but organization called Rethink Priorities. They try to do their best estimates based on the data we have about how much animals suffer relative to each other and like relative to humans. Don't take this as like gospel or anything. This is not a precise science, but their median estimate is shrimp suffer like 3.1% as intensely as humans do. And their mean estimate is like 19% based on all the data we have. So non-trivial degree of sentience there.
They suffer 19% as much.
So
on their,
the way to
do
like the max that shrimp can conceivably suffer is like 19% as intense in sort of the moment as like a human could. Obviously there's other like concerns we would have as humans, like mental anguish. Shrimp are not going to get PTSD in the same way a human would if you tortured a human, but just the maximum intensity of pain is the mean estimate is 19% for a shrimp compared to the maximum intensity a human could experience.
And so the logic would be that if you harm a shrimp who's at 3% or maybe even 19% as capable of suffering, then the suffering of 33 or even 5 shrimp would equal 1 human suffering. And so if you care about human suffering, then you should care about the shrimp suffering to a somewhat similar degree. Is that sort of the argument that comes out of this?
Somewhat. I essentially agree with that argument. I think that's a more controversial claim than you have to make to agree with shrimp welfare. Now, maybe shrimp suffering just for whatever reason like doesn't matter as much as human suffering, even if the sort of units are equivalent, right? But the important thing is the baseline argument is just simply like it is good to prevent lots of suffering at very low cost, and the Shrimp Welfare Project does that, and that doesn't really rely on like the exact claim of like how much suffering exactly it prevents, like whether it is 3.1% or 19% or 1% or whatever. Because of the scale of it, regardless of what estimate you use, it's going to be a pretty effective charity. And then you know, maybe shrimp suffering doesn't matter as much as human suffering, so you should discount it. Like, even if it's the same amount of pain, if it's in a shrimp, it's like not as bad as it is if it's in a human. Discounting again all the long run issues with human mental stuff that shrimp probably are not going to have. But even if you apply a discount to that as well, it's still going to be a pretty good charity that prevents quite a bit of, you know, quite a lot of suffering. That's very good to donate to.
Yeah, it's an efficient use of money to solve the problem. And I gotta say also, I just admire anybody who is going to have a utilitarian outlook and actually make a utility calculation, as opposed to just saying that they're a rules utilitarian and all of the rules exist so they don't have to make utility calculations. So I appreciate just the level of granular effort to crunch those numbers and figure out what you think the actual moral stance should be.
I mean, I do think, like, for one, you don't have to be a utilitarian to agree with the Shrimp Welfare Project or anything. That's right. Like, me and Ryan Malay talked about that. I mean, ultimately, he just claimed that any animal suffering, like, it just fundamentally doesn't matter at all. So that's his position. But, you know,
where do you think that intuition comes from, and where do you think your intuition that it does matter comes from?
I don't think he has the intuition that animal suffering doesn't matter at all. I think if you showed him a video of someone kicking a puppy, or, you know, showed him, and obviously, you know, like with anything, we're going to control for whether or not it's someone else's puppy that you're, like, harming, or, you know, whether it's going to cause him harm to humans, which it does matter, whatever. You know, we're controlling for that. Like, if you showed him a video of someone kicking a puppy, or if he saw someone kicking a puppy, he would have the intuition that is wrong. But he is discounting that intuition, which every philosophy is going to have some cases where there's going to be a unintuitive case that you discount for whatever other reasons. Certainly utilitarian has those. And he's discounting that based on other intuitions about what common sense morality is, based on you know, the natural law that we can, I forget his phrasing, but discover, that's written on our hearts and that we have to discover. Okay, we used to think, we might have thought, you know, slavery was wrong, but because of the moral law written on our hearts, we eventually discover that actually slavery was indeed wrong. But, you know, that's my understanding.
Well,
so maybe not full Descartes, considering that he doesn't think that animals are just automatons, but you think that he's got some other motivation for having that view.
I think and like I said, every philosophy is going to do this, but I think he's discounting that intuition based on other facts about that he believes with regards to where morality comes from and such.
Yeah.
But like, to be clear, like, I'm going to do that too. Like, I'm trying to think of a example off the top of my head, but there are going to be cases where, like, utilitarianism is going to lead to, and it depends what type of utilitarianism you're talking about, obviously, but, you know, some type of reductio that you're going to discount based on, like, a more fundamental intuition. Like, most people don't have the intuition that, you know, you should push someone in front of a train to slow it down, to stop 5 people from getting run over. But, you know, I think that intuition is easily discounted by the fact that, like, we've literally done experiments where, like, we will test a bunch of different people, we'll give them, like, blind quizzes, and they'll answer sort of, like, morally what should be identical cases with regards to, like, pushing someone in front of a train versus, like, pulling a lever to divert the train, right? And it seems like what drives their intuition a lot of time is just kind of the emotional feeling of, like, physically pushing someone rather than doing, like, the actual moral calculus there. And it seems like we have evidence as well that the more people reflect on things, the more people think about it, and the more utilitarian they get with regards to those examples. And very funny example, people who have a certain type of brain damage that makes them less emotional, so they can't really, like, feel emotions anymore, but they still have, like, their reasoning skills tend to be a lot more utilitarian. So, you know, you can view that different ways, okay, but I think that is a reason to discount some of the intuitions we have in certain cases. Every philosophy is going to do that, but yeah.
In other words, if you are utilitarian, you might be brain damaged, is what I'm taking away from that.
Basically,
yeah.
Yeah.
There you have it.
All right, yeah, I do have to.
Perfect takeaway.
Yeah, that is exactly what you should take away. I do have to my soft out to go yell at someone else, but I do appreciate coming on. I'll let you You should
Yeah.
shout yourself out again to my audience. So
Hey,
Yeah.
thank y'all for listening in. Thanks, NonFon, for coming on. We are the marketplace of ideas. We're working on a lot of interesting systems. We didn't even get into the actual market where you can invest your Grift coin into ideologies, and then we're working on a lot of cool, interesting systems to try and build up the sort of something of a spiritual inherited to maybe like Hippy Dippy podcast where people come on, debate, and have a good time. And we're also trying to do that with ideally some better faith and maybe some more hands-on moderation so that things don't veer off into 4-hour debates about the definition of fascism, etc.
right.
Kyle, anything you want to say?
Yeah, just thank you so much for checking us out. If you haven't yet, hit up our Discord, check out our YouTube, give us a like and subscribe there. We really appreciate you checking us out. We're working on, like James said, lots of gamified ways to interact with our space. We have gamified debates where you can interact with other members of the community that way. You can bid to call in and get a little bit ahead in the call-in list using our fake currency.
And we're
we'll
always
be-
working on more.
Yes, indeed, we will. So, yeah, I just want to again say to NonFon, thank you so much for jumping in last minute. We really appreciated the conversation, and we hope to hang out soon again at some point in the future,
course.
if you're willing.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Of course. Yeah, I appreciate coming on.
Hey,
Excellent.
thank you, neighbor.
Thanks, man. Have a good night.
You too. Yep. See you guys later.
Oh, anything you want to say before we go?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm non-fun. I mean, you should see my social on screen. Stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and Twitter at nonfun420. Or YouTube is just nonfun. And on YouTube, you can also find a bunch of my old debates that I have with a bunch of different people about primarily economics, capitalism, and tariff stuff. And I'm gonna go yell at someone about tariffs. Hopefully right after I hop off this.
I think I might watch that. Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Well,
Excellent.
thank you so much, NonFon. Wonderful meeting you. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, you guys as well. I appreciate it.
Cheers,
All right.
y'all.
Whoa. Post recycling BV talking point. There weren't many. I learned about the brain damage example from BB. I know. I don't think there were many other BB talking points I used, or like ones that are like specific to BB or anything. Bethan's Bulldog is my goat. He's goated. I need to invite this dude. What's the value prop of voting for Trump? He's not doing remigration. There's no, I mean, I don't think voters are, I don't think most voters were like doing that type of like rational value prop or anything. So he's not doing remigration. There's no immigration moratorium. He has stopped processing asylum claims, basically. He's canceled mass deportations. He's going to war with Iran. The Greenland invasion got canceled. I don't even think most of his base actually wanted the Greenland invasion. And a midterm defeat is guaranteed. There's no point anymore. True. I don't think most voters were like upset about prices. Honestly. Well, I'm fucking with my audio shit. I might buy a, like, physical audio, or physical, I mean, it is physical, but like an analog audio compressor, because it'd be useful for, Discord and, like, Zoom and shit that I can't apply the same effects to without going through a virtual audio thing, and that's annoying and adds latency and is annoying. But they're like $100 basically. Okay, we're about to talk to this dude. What up, brother?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I gotta mute the or not the Discord, the YouTube stream, so it's not all weird. All right, what's
Sure.
up, dude? You invited me on here. You kind of pulled me out of retirement. I wasn't really planning to do a debate or anything like that ever again, but I don't know. Felt interesting. Felt compelled.
Yeah, okay. Well, nice to know, I guess. The two things that are weird to me that I saw you say on Twitter. For one, it seems like you think there's some contradiction between saying that or like arguing for or advocating like companies get a refund for tariffs, or just saying descriptively like companies are likely going to get a refund for the tariffs they paid, and the fact that consumers also bear the incidence of tariffs. And you seem to also think there's a contradiction between being against tariffs but being for foreign aid, and I don't see how either of those things are contradictory.
No, they 100% are. If we just examine the way that the Democratic Party has talked about President Trump's tariff policies, it's wildly inconsistent. We were told by the Democratic Party that these were like an unfair tax, and that guys like me are paying for them, and that we're suckers, and we're getting hoodwinked. And now all of a sudden, after the Supreme Court decision, it's these mega corporations, these super rich oligarchs. They're the ones that are allegedly entitled to these so-called refunds. So the talking points have certainly shifted. I feel that the Democratic Party was not very consistent in their messaging. So that is kind of contradictory. It's certainly confusing. At worst, it's shape shifting. They're definitely shopping around with what narrative works best to combat President Trump's policy and his embarrassing defeat in the Supreme Court. And in regards to the USAID thing, it's like, I don't know if maybe not wildly contradictory, but it just doesn't make sense that you would lambast the president of the United States for going down this path of the harsh tariff policies, which is what the American people voted for. But somehow that doesn't contradict the government by force taking money out of the American taxpayer and giving it to, I don't know, Muslims or Africans or whatever via USAID. That does seem a little bit wonky, don't you think? I mean, have you thought about this?
No, I don't think there's anything contradictory between those two things. So on the first point,
Okay.
I think you're just conflating between the statutory incidence of attacks and the economic incidence of attacks. So the example I gave it to you on Twitter, and I think hopefully it gets you to recognize the difference there, is a employer side payroll tax. So the amount that it like in this country, the employer side payroll tax, the amount employers contribute to Social Security and Medicaid. That is the company using their bank account to send money to the Treasury, right? So that is a ultimately that is a the statutory incidence is on the companies in that case. If those taxes were ruled to be illegal, the companies would likely get paid that back, because when it comes to legality, typically we're dealing with the statutory incidence. But the economic incidence is on the workers in that case, because companies just care about the total cost of hiring someone. And there seems to be good evidence and good theory for believing that the employer side payroll taxes, the economic incidences on the workers, that money would otherwise be going to workers' wages. Do you see the distinction there?
Yeah, maybe. I didn't really dive too much into the minutia on that aspect of the tariffs. I just generally support high tariffs. I think it is insane to oppose them by any means. Again, this is what the people voted for. This is what the people asked for. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to subvert that, especially when other presidents have utilized the EPA the exact same way that President Trump did. It's obvious that the courts have been subverted in some meaningful way, and they are subverting the will of the people. They are subverting President Trump's agenda.
So just on the just before we get to all that stuff, do you recognize that I just want you to recognize there's no contradiction between saying that companies are likely to get a refund or that you think companies should get a refund, and believing that some of the cost of the tariff is, or some of the incidence of the tariff at least, is borne by consumers as opposed to companies.
If well, see, here's a problem. Like, if the consumer is bearing some, some portion of the. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I gotta do something really quick. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Ask that question one more time. I apologize.
So I just want first, do you recognize that there's there's no contradiction between either advocating for companies to get a refund or just descriptively saying that companies are likely to get a refund, and the position that at least some of the cost of the tariff is borne by consumers, because there's a difference between the statutory incidents and the economic incidents?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it a little bit.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I mean, so just in the employer side payroll tax example, do you recognize the distinction between the statutory incidents and the economic incidents there?
Sure. Why not?
What do you mean, why not? I'm asking, do you understand, like, the distinction I drew between those things?
Oh man. Yeah, I should have thought a little bit harder about that. I was hoping, like, first I want to understand really quick. Give me 1 second. Should I start my camera up? I apologize.
If you want to, yeah. You don't have to or anything, but yeah.
Okay, here we go. I don't know if it I know it's a little bit better
It's fine.
for
It's good. Yeah.
for YouTube and whatnot. Okay, so you're not just talking to like a robot or anything like that. Okay. I'd have to think about it, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd have to think about it. I'm
just, you'd have to
my
think
support
about
of the
it
tariff.
to understand what I was talking about there.
I just don't know if I generally agree with the framing of that. If you know what I mean, like.
I don't. I don't know what it would mean to disagree with the framing of the statutory versus economic incidence of a tax.
I think it's irrelevant, to be honest.
Well, it's not irrelevant if you made a claim about it. You might say it's relevant to your overall support of tariffs, but it's not irrelevant to if you're making a claim about there being some contradiction between saying that companies either will or should get a refund and that consumers also pay the tariffs.
Well, I think we're going to be paying for it now. It's very likely, or I don't know about likely, but it's very possible that these oligarchs, the billionaires and millionaires, end up receiving some form of refund, and the taxpayers are going to be paying for that 100%. But tariffs in general can be easily avoided if you don't want to be on the hook as a consumer for said tariffs. You don't have to consume cheap Chinese junk. It's really that simple.
Okay,
I don't know what all the hubbub is about that.
we can get to that, but you made a claim, or at least heavily implied, that there's some actual like contradiction between I think you were replying to Peace Co at first, between Peace Co saying something about tariff refunds being given to corporations and the Democratic narrative or whatever that consumers pay the tariff. But you recognize, at least for whatever issues you have with the framing, that I'll just say most economists make a distinction between the statutory incidents of like whose money's leaving the bank account and then the economic incidents as to like who actually ends up bearing the ultimate cost. That is a commonly made distinction.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think that's totally fair.
Okay. So then I should have written down some of the other things you said. But for one, I don't think any other president has used IEEPA in the way Trump is using it, right? He used it to declare a 10% baseline like tariff, right? That is something that presidents have never done under the authority of IEEPA, and Trump's own justices rejected his arguments for that being constitutional. So I think it's very hard to make the case that the court has been like corrupted in some way when a lot of those justices were picked by Trump.
Yeah, he initially had the story correct as to why he was doing this. And that story did change, and he absolutely undermined his own credibility in front of the courts. He undermined his own argument for instituting these tariffs. I don't know why he did it. He obviously made a grave mistake because he was
Okay,
embarrassed beyond
first, can we
belief.
acknowledge
So-
that this is not something that presidents have done with IEPA? They've never done a universal tariff of this scale. I'm not even sure that any president has done any tariffs with IEPA. They've done tariffs with other authorities, but not, to my knowledge, not with IEPA.
Well, generally speaking, tariffs have been used in the past to fund the government entirely. Again,
But that wasn't. That was like, first of all, that was when government spending was like 2% of GDP, and when income tax was not even constitutional. So, and regardless of what historically funded the U.S. government in a very different time where we didn't need that much.
It's still not constitutional. Certainly not enshrined in the U.S. government constitution. Taxation of that sort is bad.
Isn't the 16th Amendment literally income tax, bro? What am I making that up?
Yes.
So then it probably is constitutional.
No, it's not constitutional.
Why is it not constitutional?
Well, they didn't have our consent for one. And it was
It's
supposed
an
to be
amendment.
temporary.
What do you mean they didn't have your consent?
Wait, hold up. It was supposed to be temporary for the sake of World War One. Is that correct?
I'm familiar. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
supposed
it was
to be,
supposed
but
to
it
be
wasn't.
temporary, and we're about over 100 years from that moment in time, and they are still overly taxing us to fund
But
useless things like USAID, which is
the
poor.
amendment does not say it has to be temporary, right?
Let's look at. I don't know by memory. I'd be more than happy to go through it. More than happy to go through it if you'd like, but no. Generally, I am against.
The Congress
Really
shall
quick,
have the
let's
power
just-
to lay and collect taxes and incomes from whatever sources derived without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. So there's nothing in the actual amendment about it being temporary. I'm familiar with that. It was income tax was initially intended to be temporary, but nothing in the
thank you.
Constitution. It is literally enshrined in the Constitution that we can do income tax. Nothing about it says it has to be temporary.
Okay, well, they don't have to do it, and it was meant to be.
I agree they
temporary.
don't. I agree they don't have to do it, but you said it was still unconstitutional. You said.
Well, yeah,
That's
I'm
just
of
not
the
true.
opinion that it's unconstitutional.
How are you of that
the
opinion when I just read you the 16th Amendment, which literally says we can do it?
I don't believe that that's in regards to taking money out of the wallets of regular working class Americans.
You don't think
I
the Congress
don't
shall have
believe
the
that's
power
correct.
to lay and collect taxes and income from whatever sources, from whatever source derived, means that Congress can make income taxes?
I'm pulling it up because I don't believe you're interpreting it correctly.
I'm reading the text to you. I'm on
I know, but I need to see it.
Constitution.congress.gov right now.
Give me one moment, sir. Mm. 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 Mm.
Is Grok thinking for you? Or am I waiting for
No, I
Grok
don't use
Pro to-
Grok. I do pay for it, but I don't like to use it because it'll probably spew out some Nazi shit that I don't really want to see.
Wow.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Income tax now constitutes over 50% of the national government's total revenue?
Mhm.
Yeah, dude, this is theft, bro.
That was a different claim than what you made. I think that, I think that's very, that gets into a much deeper conversation about entitlement philosophy that we can get into later. But I just want, I forget how we even went down this train. So I just want an acknowledgement that no president has used IEPA in this way to do this scale of tariffs. In fact, to my knowledge, IEPA has not been used to invoke tariffs at all before. It's only been other sections of law that presidents have used to invoke some tariffs, and that preferably you would grant now that income tax is constitutional, but maybe you're just never going to grant that.
No, I disagree with it. I disagree with this 100%. Yeah, especially since I want to read what the thoughts were of the individuals.
I
who
know it
put
was
this
meant to be
up.
temporary. I know it was meant to be temporary. The intention is not like relevant to the whether or not the text itself forbids it being permanent.
Yeah, no, this is insane. Yeah, I need to look into this a little bit more. Yeah, because sustainable source of federal revenue. Yeah, nothing about the federal government is sustainable at this point. My goodness. Yeah, like it funds useless things like USAID, and
True.
the ATF,
Wow.
which is something that you wanted to discuss as well. But I don't
Yeah,
know if
we'll
we'll
get to the foreign aid thing, but I just want do we at least agree if you're not going to concede on this on income tax being constitutional? Apparently, that's just not something that you're willing to do.
Yeah, I don't agree
Do-
with
do you-
the
do you agree
I
that,
don't agree with the
um,
framing.
What
I
do
don't
you
agree
mean
with
the
the framing at all.
framing?
It was supposed to be look, it's kind of like the birthright citizenship argument. The way that it has been bastardized by the Supreme Court and the judiciary, it's abundantly clear that it wasn't designed to allow for an illegal alien to come into the United States and squirt out a baby and then it become a citizen automatically. That wasn't the intent of the framers. This income tax shit, it's pretty much the same thing. I wasn't super prepared to discuss that, to be honest with you, but yeah,
Okay.
I just again, it's I'm are you so I'm gonna assume really quick you're like a Democrat, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm like a center left Democrat, but
A center left Democrat. And I see on your page it says you're pro globalism, is that correct?
yeah.
Okay. And
Wait, I just
Do you-
want. Okay, wait, do we acknowledge that no president has used IEPA this broadly before? I don't even believe. I can look it up. I don't even believe any president has used IEPA to revoke any tariffs before. I think there have been other uses of IEPA, but never for tariffs. I mean, this is I'm just reading. This is Council on Foreign Relations.org. That no president has ever used IEPA to impose tariffs.
where did you read that from really quick?
I just looked up has any president used IEPA to do this before, and this is just a Council on Foreign Relations article that says they haven't. I can send you the link. This is congress.gov. Although IEPA has never previously been used to impose tariffs, in 1971, former President Richard M. Nixon used the similarly worded Trading with the Enemies Act, upon which IEPA was based on, to impose a 10% tariff on all imports to the United States in response to a monetary crisis. So Nixon did something kind of analogous to it, but no president has even used IEPA to use any tariffs before.
I don't know. I'll concede that point. Sure, why not?
Okay.
Oh,
Great.
wait. Hold up. Yes,
Mhm.
President Joe Biden used the International Emergencies Economic Powers Act.
For tariffs?
Executive Order 14046 imposed sanctions on certain persons related to the humanitarian
That's
human
not
rights
tariffs.
crisis
You
in
recognize that.
Ethiopia.
That's sanctions.
Okay, let me see. Address U.S. investments in certain national security technologies, declaring
That's
national
not. I'm
emergency.
not hearing the word tariff.
Let me see. How about what about terror? Let's see. Okay, apparently not, but he still used it. I don't see what the
But you
difference
said
would be.
you said the court had been corrupted, or I forget the word you used.
Yeah.
It wasn't corrupted, because
Subverted.
subverted because other presidents have used IEPA in the same way and they didn't get ruled against. But that's just not true. No president has used IEPA to impose any tariff, let alone a 10% tariff on everything.
Yeah, well, it seems like I mentioned earlier. I don't believe that President Trump ended up using this IEPA rule.
What do you
the
mean?
way
It
that
just
was
got
intended to.
it just got struck down. He did.
Yeah, I
use
know it did. Yeah, no, I agree why it was struck down. He obviously was using this he was obviously using this legislation, or he was using this regulation, I mean, incorrectly, somewhat recently, and he did abandon the initial intent as to why he was utilizing these emergency tariffs the way that he did. I was in full support of it the way that he did, and I was still in full support of it now. Obviously, the legal philosophy was just not in his favor because of the way he went about things, largely due to the advice given to him by people like Howard Lutnick, which was a
True.
grave mistake.
Yep. Okay. I just want. Can we disagree? Okay. Probably a little extreme to say the court has been subverted because of the decision they made about Trump's tariffs, and then also we agree they were implemented, right? Like that. He did use IEEPA to impose tariffs that people actually paid.
Well, somebody paid for it. Depending on
People or
what
firms.
liberal commentator you ask, it was
God.
the billionaire oligarchs, or it was guys like me. You know what I mean? Like the narrative is not consistent. Can you see that the narrative was not consistent regarding the tariffs or the tariff policies? Because it certainly wasn't.
No. I don't think there's any narrative about corporations paying the tariffs. Really, there's no narrative about that. There's like people talking about corporations
Well, there
potentially
is
getting a
now.
refund for tariffs, but
There is now, yeah.
but I also don't think that's I don't think that's the commentators I've seen have not suggested that the economic incidence was all on the firms or anything. They're talking about the statutory incidents. Like I think liberal creators or whatever, where most of them were pretty clear that like oftentimes it is the businesses passing through the cost to consumers rather than the consumer themselves like directly sending money to the treasury. There were many liberal commentators who said that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're not sending money to the treasury to buy cheap Chinese junk. That's certainly true. But the point still stands that.
Well, I'm saying, but many liberal commentators said as much, right? Like, they might not have gone into detail in every single interview, but so many, like, liberals were saying when companies' costs goes up because of tariffs, they are going to pass that cost through to the consumer, not that the consumer themselves is necessarily directly paying. Although it is possible to directly pay a tariff if you import something. So.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, so I'm familiar with that. But
Okay.
I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
That's not how. Okay.
I don't. Yeah, I look at what they say, what Democrat or liberal commentators say, and what they do, and I see the narratives changing in real time. I mean, it's a very common tactic with. I don't know how long you've been doing or talking about politics or interested in it. You seem very young. I'm not making a slight at your age, but the Democratic Party, and I used to work for the Democratic Party, by the way. I worked for the DNC, and I worked for the former state majority leader here in Nevada, and I know politics a little better than most people, and I understand how sneaky they can be in regards to regime-approved narratives, if you will.
Okay.
For example, here's a really simple one, like the Nathan Phillips incident with the Covington Catholic boys. You know, it went from. I'm just stating, why I think the way I do. Okay, fair enough. Like I said, we agree to disagree on this point.
I don't think that's how you can't like just be proven like totally and utterly wrong and not respond and just say agree to disagree. That's wild. That's crazy.
You don't want to see it though. That's the problem. Like you don't want to see the inconsistencies in what. Because
I don't think there's no I gave you an example of how they're not inconsistent. I gave you multiple reasons why I don't think it's inconsistent. I said that you're conflating the legal and statutory incidents versus the economic incidents, and that the messaging from many Democrats and Democratic commentators was not consumers directly pay the tariffs, but that companies pass through the cost that they pay onto consumers.
Yeah, that's a lie by omission or a lie by structure, man. They definitely insisted that we were paying directly for the tariffs. I mean, that was the whole that's like the core of the argument against the tariffs, is that we are being unjustly taxed. We are paying for the tariffs directly, and that is just not true. That wasn't true. And now that the Supreme Court decision made the decision that it made.
I don't think the
You know,
messaging
that-
ever was about the statutory incident being on the consumers. Although, again, technically, like, that is possible. Like, you can't directly import something and have to pay a tariff. That is possible, but most people don't do that. Usually the firms are importing. But, like,
Okay.
you don't think Kamala Harris, like, talked about, like, if I look up, like, Kamala Harris tariff pass-through, that I'm going to find, like, quotes of her, like, saying businesses are going to pass through the cost to consumers?
Yeah. What about that?
That would be correct messaging, that it's not insisting that we directly pay it, that it's talking about pass-through.
Well, I don't really pay attention to Kamala Harris since she's kind of an irrelevant political figure now. So she may or may not have said that. I don't know.
Right. Trying to find a
However,
direct
now
quote
you have
from her.
me.
But this is, like, obvious that much of the messaging on that was with regards to pass-through as
Yeah,
opposed to
it's-
statutory incidents.
Yeah.
But okay, so with regards to the other many other things you mentioned, well, okay, first I want to ask, like, do you think that, like, regardless of your concerns about the incidents between U.S. firms and consumers and the framing of that, do you think that largely the burden has raised prices for some mix of businesses and consumers?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, obviously, prices went up
What do you
somewhere
mean by
for someone.
what do you mean by possible? Like, I'm asking you, do you think it happened? If I need you to like
Do I believe
give me
what
some-
happened? Be specific.
that tariffs have raised prices for some mix of consumers and firms.
Depends on what the product is.
So
But sure.
it is heterogeneous across sectors. There are differences across sectors. That much is true. Do you think, in general, that most of the incidents has been on U.S. firms and consumers as opposed to foreign countries?
It probably fell mostly on foreign countries, since a lot
Okay.
of the the consumers are here in the United States or in
What's
the West
your-
in general.
So what's your evidence for it falling mostly on foreign countries?
The fact that foreign countries lobby against the tariffs reliably, and it's very likely they subverted and weighed in on the Supreme Court. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. I have a suspicion that that is likely the case.
Okay, so number one, do we recognize, even if the tariff is fully passed through to consumers, that what do you think generally happens to the quantity demanded of something when the price goes up? How do people buy more or less or something when the price goes up?
Well, it depends what it is. If something is in demand,
Generally,
the price will go up regardless. In general, it depends, bro. That's a depends thing, dude.
that's a depends thing, really.
Yeah.
What do you think happens
somebody-
to what do you think people buy more or less bananas when the price of bananas goes up, generally speaking?
I'm not sure. You tell
Really,
me,
bro?
You tell me. Yeah, no, I mean, look, dude.
Generally,
This
the
all
quantity
depends.
the
This-
quantity demanded of something falls as price goes up. Now, you're correct in stating it depends somewhat what it is, because there are goods that are what's called inelastic goods, right? If the price of insulin goes up, people are still going to buy insulin because they need insulin, right? Gas as well, people are still going to buy gas. Obviously, we have measures for how elastic, what the price elasticity of demand of products are. Gas is more elastic than insulin, which is less elastic than bananas. And consumer goods are probably relatively elastic, many of them, considering they have a lot of substitutes and they're not necessities. So generally, when the price goes up something, the quantity demanded falls. That's a general thing that happens. And even so, if the cost is fully passed through to consumers, right? Let's assume that happens, regardless of it is hypothetical, regardless of whether or not you do think that happened. Countries that export stuff are still going to be hurt because of the reduced quantity, even if they don't lower their prices at all.
Okay, that's fine. I'm totally fine with all of that.
So do you recognize
I
to the
support all
extent that companies didn't want tariffs on them, that it's not particularly good evidence that the cost wasn't borne by U.S. consumers, because they are of course going to be hurt by the tariffs, but if it's not affected through the price channel, it's probably mostly affected through the quantity channel. And the quantity being reduced still hurts them. Quantity demand being reduced.
Perhaps.
Is
To
that
me,
like
it's
is that like a 50% perhaps, or is that like a 90% perhaps, or 10% perhaps? Like, what's your credence in that being true?
I just generally want higher tariffs to bring
Okay,
back
that's not at all an
manufacturing
answer
and to bring back
to my
jobs.
question.
And I don't really care how it comes about or what the consequences of those are. Obviously,
Yeah,
the
thanks
tariffs
for-
are very disruptive, and obviously, like as you mentioned earlier, somebody is bearing the costs. But for at least on the consumer level, it's voluntary, and whether or not something goes up or down, it depends.
Just real quick,
Well,
so I want to focus that we can talk about that stuff. I want to talk about that stuff, but I just want to be like, what credence level do you put? And based on, I have evidence that there are a few different studies by now with regards to this particular round of tariffs we've seen, but we also have a lot of historical evidence with regards to the effects of tariffs from the 2018-2019 trade war, and evidence from other countries. So I'll just cite like one piece of evidence from a study by Alberto Cavallo. He's a price economist, very well known in this area. He has a few different studies on tariff incidents, and he also just generally is known for his work on on price stuff. Like he made a inflation metric to track inflation in Argentina, when we suspected they were lying about their inflation statistics, right? So this is areas of specialty, right? So he has a paper along with a few other economists, and I'll just cite one point of data in it because I think it's interesting. They have data from Indian exporters, from ships in India before they even leave to go to the U.S. or wherever they're going. So that's a good measure of pre-tariff prices, right? The export price. So we can measure how much Indian ships with goods going to the U.S., whether or not the unit prices for goods that they have differ from those of the unit prices of goods going to other destinations that don't impose any tariffs on it. And you do not see any significant change there, which is evidence that exporters were not lowering their prices because the U.S. imposed tariffs on them. That is just one piece of evidence, and we have a whole lot. Do you think that evidence is at all should make you think that the incidence is mostly on the U.S. or?
No, not really. I don't put a lot of stock in what these egghead economists think. They've been reliably incorrect about pretty much everything. A lot of these, I don't put stock in any of the experts. Most of them are just full of shit, and they
to be clear,
lie and they trick and they steal.
I did.
And the economist, the economists were lying reliably about the economy, the U.S. economy, during Joe Biden's presidency. There's just nothing that they can say that would convince me.
So I didn't. I cited to you not just the economist who said it or whatever, but a very specific piece of evidence, right? It'd be different if I said, by the way, I cited the wrong paper. Sorry. The paper I'm citing is from the German economist. The Alberto Cavallo paper he uses similar methods to estimate the incidence on U.S. consumers, but this is referring to the incidence on just U.S. in general, and it's by some fucking German economist.
Okay.
But I'm not just citing to you the study that says importers in the U.S. bear 96% of the burden, right? Now, I think, that is good evidence, or at least decent evidence that economists who are knowledgeable and specialize in the field, wrote a paper, they used evidence to find that. But I'm citing you very specifically a piece of evidence in that paper that finds a very specific thing, regardless of what you think about economists, which I'm interested in talking about as well. You don't think that is evidence at all of tariffs being borne by consumers? Or importers more generally, not necessarily consumers.
It's possible.
Possible. What do you mean by possible? Put a level on it. Put I am 50% confident this happens, or 10% confident it happens.
I don't know, man. Maybe 50-50 is probably fair. I'd have to think a little bit more about it. But I mean, for me personally, tariffs don't impact me because I don't really go about
That's
buying
not
the
relevant
cheap
to.
Chinese junk.
Okay. True. Okay.
And a lot of people
So-
feel that way too. You know, the consumer is becoming a lot smarter.
True.
And I think
Um,
also people are begging for a lot of these items to be made here in the U.S., where there's proper
Wow.
oversight and there's proper manufacturing of these things.
All right. So let's talk about real quick just the economists were horribly, terribly wrong point, and then we'll get to the manufacturing point or whatever, and it doesn't affect you point. What were the economists like all super wrong about with regards to Trump or Biden and their economy?
Oh, they lied about the nature of pricing, for example. They lied about inflation. They lied about the
So how do they-
the economy being in a recession. They changed the definition of recession.
That's totally
During
false.
his
Totally false. Totally
presidency.
false. Totally false. Totally false. The NBR
Are you
never
sure?
changed the
Are you sure?
definition. Yes, I'm 100% sure. You can find the definition of recession that does not include the 2 quarters of negative GDP growth from NBER papers all the way. Yeah, type it in the grok, buddy. From NBER papers all the way back in like 2000 and 2008 and 2002. They never used the definition of recession that you're implying they used with regards to 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. That is, some economists have used that definition before, but it's never been the official position of the NBER that alone is what constitutes a recession. We also had very low unemployment during that period. We had like 3% unemployment. And guess fucking what?
That's bullshit.
They made.
That's bullshit.
You don't think we had roughly 3% unemployment during that time period? We had like
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. The everything about his presidency was a lie. Dude, you don't need to be a fucking dork at a university or in a lab coat to realize that everything during that
Wait,
presidency
so
and
to
even
be
at the
clear,
end
you
of-
agree we had 3.6% unemployment roughly during that time?
No, I don't agree. I think
And-
that unemployment was
Wait,
significantly higher.
that's the report. That was the reported number. You just disagree that reported number is
Yeah,
accurate.
dude. And if you look at all the employment numbers during Joe Biden's presidency, they all had to be revised.
This is after
because
the
they were
this is
all
after the
prolific.
this is after the revisions. After the revisions. But secondly, if you want to talk about the revisions,
well, even the
I was
revisions are
about to
probably
I was about to
lies,
say
too. Dude,
I was about true.
you can go
Hold
out
on,
into the
but
real
real quick.
world.
If you want to talk about the revisions, guess fucking what? When they revised GDP was not even negative for quarter 2 of 2022. So there, even if you use the definition of recession that you're saying they changed, which again is a total lie, that you probably saw from some Twitter dipshit. We didn't even have a recession. So, you know.
Yeah, we didn't have a recession. We just saw the total annihilation of working class Americans. We saw the total annihilation of small businesses shuttering. Like during Joe Biden's presidency,
This is
you can
just
drive
a
around anywhere in the
total
valley.
Goalpost
Well,
shift,
no.
Matt. Like,
You can go anywhere and you can see strip malls completely empty, which were once full of small
that's
businesses.
not what a
and they're
recession is
completely gone.
defined as. A recession is not defined as a strip mall being empty. It's defined as like I think that I don't know the exact phrasing to use, but like a widespread decline in income, like across sectors, and like real economic activity and incomes across sectors. We just like did not really see that in 2022.
Yes, the wages were stagnant and economic
2022?
productivity was incredibly low. Yeah,
In
man.
2020, you're just making shit up. What do you think
Nope.
productivity? The issue is, I'm going to cite numbers at you, and you're going to say the numbers are fake again. But like, you can look at the productivity growth in
Because
2022.
they made him
it's been-
up, dude. They completely made it up.
No.
Joe Biden is one of the most lied about political figures in human history.
True.
He
Wait,
really,
who made
really
what up?
is.
Wait, hold on. First of all,
the angles
before
that
we
you
get
cite,
into
dude,
that,
the
actually,
fake
before we
news,
get
dude.
into that, can we just agree that like there's nothing I could show you with regards to numbers that would change your position on the state of the economy in 2022 because you're just gonna
Dude,
say they're
this
all
is how
fake,
you know
think
the
they're all
economy was
lies.
dog shit. Here's how you know the economy was dog shit in 2022.
Wait, why are you?
President Trump was a
I just want
convicted
to
felon
know,
and he won the
there's
election.
there's no number I could cite you from the BLS or from the BEA from any of these agencies that you would trust. Just to be clear, there's no point in me
No, I
trying
don't
to
trust
cite those.
governments. I don't
Okay.
trust governments. I don't trust federal governments, and I don't
Wait,
trust
what
Joe
about we
Biden's
have
former
estimates of like
government.
private sector employment? Could I cite you estimates of unemployment from the private sector? Would you trust? Like
Yeah,
the
they totally
ADP?
fudged it. They totally fudged it when the
Who is they?
the state governors decided to reopen their states again, reopen the workforce. They use those numbers to pump up Joe Biden's bullshit economy.
I have
So
no clue what the fuck
people
you're
who are,
talking about.
like,
What I
regular
asked you,
W2
what I
employees
asked
come back to
you,
work.
what I asked you is that
So
there
you're gonna
are.
cite me something that shows Joe Biden's presidency or his employment figures in a positive light, and on paper, based on some egghead, analysis study,
True.
it's gonna look good. But everyone knows that it wasn't, dude. Look at any
I didn't
public
consider
polling
that.
done on the economy. Nobody believes it.
True.
People who work in the real world, like I do, know that it is not true. Like
Mhm.
you just believe things that you read. That's a
Yep,
problem.
that's true. So what I'm asking you is, so you don't trust any of the government statistics? Okay, great, wonderful. There are private
Do
sector
you trust
companies.
President Trump's government? Do you trust his federal government?
I don't trust the federal government. I still think the BLS statistics and the statistics that independent agencies put out are accurate. I think Trump would like them not to be accurate. That's why he fired the BLS commissioner. But they are still accurate. And I'm not just I don't think you have to have like blind trust or anything. I think you should have a presumption of trust for agencies like those. But like I know roughly the methodology the BLS and BEA use to get like GDP numbers and unemployment numbers and such. I don't even think you know those. So
No, I don't know the figures off the top of my head. I don't put a lot of stock.
I'm saying you
in
don't even
anything the
know
federal
their
government-
you don't even like know their methodology. So like if I like asked you like how do they get the unemployment number, like do you know what they use to get that? Or
No, not at the top of my head. No.
yeah, exactly. Like they
don't
use
feel
survey
those
data.
agencies have a-
But you have this like
Survey data.
you have this like major presumption against the data. Like you just don't trust any of it, even though you don't know that they're using the same methodology they've always used. They're using the same methodology even for revisions that they've always used. And that they're, collecting the data from surveys.
Yeah, but obviously it's bullshit, dude. Like, dude, it's
Was
obvious.
it-
It
how
obviously
long has
doesn't
it
work
been- how
because
long
they
has
have
it
to
been-
reliably revise it. They have to reliably revise it. So that's how you know it's
what do you
bullshit.
mean? The revisions
So
make
there
it
weren't
more.
countless revisions to employment
I'm
figures
aware.
under Joe Biden.
I'm aware.
Okay, so
So
why would I
wait,
believe
let-
it if they keep getting it wrong?
Because
mean-
okay, why do they do? Do you think? Why do they do revisions? Do you even know?
Probably because they got caught lying.
No, totally inaccurate. The revisions are all released on a regular schedule. They've been doing it since 1973. So the way it works is the BLS collects survey data from establishments in the current establishment survey. Now, this is just a general trade-off that exists in this case. Is there's a trade-off between accuracy and timeliness. So they put out employment statistics for how many jobs were created last month, like midway through like the next month or whatever. Is like I think it's like the second fucking Friday of the month or something.
Okay.
So the reason they put out the first number based on the surveys that they get back from businesses. Then for the next 2 months, they make revisions to that number because they get more responses. Not every business responds in time. There are a lot of different reasons businesses don't respond in time for the initial calculation. And as they get more data, they improve the number based on the survey data they get. Those are the first, 2 revisions that they make. Then, those are made 2 months after. The big headlines that you guys hear about and freak out about is what's called the benchmark revisions. There's 2 of those. There's the preliminary benchmark revision, which is the one everyone freaked the fuck out about. The preliminary benchmark revision is made, I think, like roughly a year after the initial month, right? So like if we get job data for this month, February in 2026, I don't think we're going to get the benchmark revision until like next year in 2027. I don't even think February. I think it's I forget the date they released it. I think like October or whatever they released revisions. That is using tax data. They don't have all the tax returns by then, but they can't use that data initially because it's not available. And then later on, they make the final benchmark revision once they get more tax returns to make a final estimate to employment. So do you understand now? Can you just tell me that you understand that there is a trade-off between timeliness and accuracy in the ways I just described?
Yeah, even then, they're still lying.
How's that like?
I understand that there's a timing issue. I get it, dude. But I
Hold on,
come
it's
from
not
a
like,
place
what do you mean
of
by
skepticism.
timing issue? They're striking the way they strike a balance between accuracy and timeliness because it is by releasing the initial data once they get it and then making revisions to it later on when better and more data comes in. There's nothing that's
Yeah, but
lying
but
about
the
that. And just to be
the
clear, they're very
disparities were very,
transparent. They're
very
very
great, though.
transparent about this methodology. They're very transparent about the methodology. You can go to their website and read
Well, they
all about
like
the
to think
methodology.
so, but I'm not convinced that they're transparent or as transparent.
How are you
as
not? How? What do you
put it.
mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
Do you agree?
it's
Do you
simple,
agree
man.
that you can go to the BLS website and look at the dictionary terms and like look at the methodology and like you can do the fucking calculations yourself, brother? They give you the
and
formulas
it-
that they
well,
use.
anyways, so just I'm of the opinion that they're making up those numbers. It's pretty obvious
Based
that
on
they're
what?
making them up.
Based on it's pretty
Um,
obvious.
Yeah, well, it's self-evident. At least during Joe Biden's
Self-evident.
presidency, it was self-evident that they were making it up. They were
Wait,
lying
what
about the
numbers?
economy.
What were they
lying
making?
about?
What was the BLS making up under Joe Biden?
His record high employment figures for one. Like they were totally making it up, man.
Just based
Like,
based on what's that based on? Just it being self-evident
Um,
or the revision
being-
stuff I just
Well,
debunked?
well, that and just like going out and touching grass and living in the real world and seeing the economy
Right,
in complete
true.
and total shambles. Again, like I don't know if you work, but I do. I'm an
Do
electrician.
you think that there might be stuff happening in other parts of the country that like you don't see?
Like what? Yeah, no, certainly, but
So, like, Why would you?
but my
how are you
well, my
ever
state is
gonna-
kind of like it's kind of like the canary in the coal mine. It's a very
Yeah,
interesting
I bet.
place.
Okay, I didn't consider that one.
And yeah, it's just it basically tells you can foretell what's going to happen in the future, based on the economic activity out here. And what I saw
True.
was a complete erosion of small businesses, and during Joe Biden's presidency, and we were told that wasn't a problem, and that we're seeing all this insane improvement in the economy, and none of it was real, none of it was true. There was hiring freezes. There was,
During
shuttered
the
businesses
hiring rate
everywhere.
was like pretty fucking high during 2022. Dude, there
No,
was
no,
there was a
no,
labor
brother,
shortage
no,
during
brother.
2022. Like,
My brother in Christ, that is not true.
you don't think
Allowing
there was a
people to go
labor-
back to
okay.
work is not hiring new people. And not only that, the president also imported over 20 million people.
That's not true
eroded-
either,
That
okay.
degraded, yes. Yeah, it degraded wages. It devalued the wages
not-
of working
none of
class
that
and
is
productive
true.
class Americans. That's what immigration does. And everything we
True.
know about immigration was proven to be untrue the minute President Trump became president in 2025.
Yep. Wait, based on what? What do we know about immigration that turned out to be untrue based on 2025?
That you needed to pass some goofy law to secure the border.
Yeah, that's what okay, nice one. True. Okay, so number one, I
It
don't
is
think you have
true,
good.
man.
There's no good evidence that like on net immigration is going to decrease wages, especially over the medium to long run. You don't actually have any good evidence of that, and any evidence I cite you're just going to dismiss as fake. I don't think there's anything I could show you that would change your mind in that respect. And even when I explained to you, like I just explained to you exactly how the BLS, how and why the BLS revises its numbers, and why and how they're very transparent about it. How that should update you towards them being like more trustworthy, and the difficult decisions they have to make between timeliness and accuracy in that sense. But you just don't care about that at all because you just think it's self-evidently true based on your own personal anecdotal experience that it clearly all these things must be made up. But there's no good evidence immigrants like on net decrease wages. At
They
least
devalue
not-
wages. They 100% do. They 100%
Based on what?
Dude, ask any construction worker, man. Ask any
Okay.
tradesperson.
What is
ask
the word
any
net?
handyman.
What is the word? First of all, what does the word net to you mean? When I say net, what do you think that means? Net wages,
Net wages?
like wages on net, or like average. If I say average wages, how about that?
What do you mean? You need to be specific.
I mean, you said ask a construction worker. A construction worker is one sector of the economy. It's one person in the economy.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like there's some evidence.
no,
that,
not
like,
maybe. Not maybe. They want like, dude. Just think of it like this. A construction
can I-
company
I
can
don't
hire an
think it-
illegal alien. No,
You're
let
not
me just-
even. I just want to explain to you when I say like average wages or like they decrease wages on or don't decrease wages on net. What I'm saying is maybe they decrease the wages of construction workers and workers of similar skill sets to them. There's some
No, I didn't
evidence
say
of that.
decrease. I said devalue. I said devalue wages.
I don't know what the
not
I don't know what the
decrease.
difference is, but let's say devalue or whatever, right? But like construction is a good example actually because do you think
Yes.
businesses construct more or less stuff when generally speaking when the cost of construction goes down?
Well, it stands to reason that it would happen, but at the cost of regular
so what do
working
you
class
think-
productive citizens is not a
No,
is not a long
but
term.
what do you think those businesses do when they can construct stuff like more cheaply? Like they're probably selling more shit, they're supplying more, they're producing more shit, right? Supply is shifting rightward. That's probably going to increase the wages.
It depends what it is, man.
That's probably
It
going to
depends
decrease
what
the
they're
wages
building.
Okay.
It honestly
do you think
depends what they're
generally?
building. If you
do
have a
do you-
company,
do you understand? Do you understand how that could conceivably increase the wages of other people, even if it decreases the wages of construction workers?
well, no. First off, like
No?
for example, housing. If you have a company, let's say KB Homes, and they end up building 500 homes, they can probably sell. Well, first off, we know they're going to mark up the price of those homes by a lot, regardless of how cheap those homes were to make, using illegal labor. So they're already screwing people over regardless. I don't care about their bottom line. What I care more about is ensuring that American workers, American families don't suffer, and that there's
That's what
not a
I'm-
detriment
I'm
to them
saying,
because of illegal
Can you
immigration.
conceive of, maybe you don't think it happens or anything, can you conceive of the reason why like lower construction cost might have a positive effect on other people's wages, even if it has a negative effect on construction workers' wages?
Okay, so we screw over one group over another. I mean, is that a tenable solution to the problem
Okay,
of
So
working
what do
class
you-
people being screwed out of their fair wage?
number one, where my claim was that I don't think there's good evidence that immigration like reduces average or wages on net, right? So it's if you can conceive of screwing over one person to make another better off or whatever, I think that's I disagree with the framing there, obviously, but that would could conceivably, if we make
The
rest of
American
people,
public disagrees with you.
True. Okay, great. But I'm just saying, if we screw over one person or one sector minorly, but it helps everyone else a lot, in that case, you would not expect net wages to decrease, and that would support my claim. More people are made better off than the subset of people who are made worse off. Now, it's not actually clear to me immigrants have that big of an effect on the wages of even people in relatively similar skill to them, especially over the longer run. But regardless of that, I
You
think,
really believe that? You really believe that?
yeah, but the thing is, like, I have evidence, and you're just not going to care for my evidence.
I don't know what you just mumbled. But,
I have evidence, and you're just not going to care for any of my evidence, so it's not even.
well, no,
worth-
actually, I kind of want to hear it. I would like to dispute whatever it is that you say. But
You're not
dude,
gonna
like
dispute
just
it.
simple economics. Here, I'm gonna spell it out so anybody listening can understand.
Wow.
When flat screen TV, just listen, hear me out, because this is gonna be so simple to understand. When flat screens came out, flat screen TVs, they were very, very expensive. Like for a 42-inch TV was, I don't know, $600, $700, $800 maybe, and now you can get like an 82-inch for like the same price. But what happened over time? The first flat screen TVs, they started competing with more companies. The newer TVs ended up offering more features. As a result, the price of flat screen TVs have dropped dramatically. Even during the height of inflation, these TVs went down in price because they're in abundance. Labor is the exact same way. What do you do when you go to work? You're selling yourself. You're selling your labor for money. Now, when you are competing as a contractor or a construction worker or a tradesperson, whatever you want to call it, when you're competing with literally tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of people in your field, in your expertise, that is going to devalue your wages. You are not going to be worth as much. That's
The
simple,
problem is
basic economics.
you're-
100%.
True. You're making a partial equilibrium model, and then you're assuming general equilibrium effects from it, and you're not accounting for the spillovers between sectors. So to break that down, so everyone here can understand it, okay, is you're saying, with something that I can somewhat agree with, at least, that like if let's say there was a huge surge in construction worker immigrants that came over, the labor or construction workers, or their wages might either fall or not grow as fast based on the abundant labor supply. But that has effects in other sectors. When construction gets cheaper, there's typically going to be more construction. When companies are able to construct stuff for cheaper, they have more money to spend on other things like hiring more people, right, or paying their workers more. It's the same thing for any type of consumer good, that if immigrants come over and produce some type of consumer good, and people spend less money on the good because the cost of the people making it fell, then consumers have more money to spend on other sectors. So the net effect on employment in that case is not necessarily negative because there's not a lump of labor, okay, one might say. The available pool of jobs can grow, even though more generally immigrants like shift demand out as well as pushing supply to the right. And there's like potential, especially for high school immigrants, like more general like productivity effects coming from any like innovation they do or stuff like that. So
Yeah, even if that was true, that there was a spillover effect, as you put it, even if there was, I don't think it's worth sacrificing even one American for this so-called spillover effect that you speak of. Like, I
it's
understand what you're
benefiting-
saying, but I don't agree.
the spillover is benefiting other Americans. I don't think it's worth sacrificing Americans just to keep this immigrant in his shithole country, in Trump's words.
Well, do you believe that he said that? He called them shithole countries?
I don't remember the context of that phrase. I believe that is something he literally said, but there could be some context that makes it not as bad.
The context aside, just do you believe he said that? Yes or no?
My understanding
He
is
uttered those words.
that is something that he said. I don't know for sure the context of it.
Okay. Yeah, and again, it's not even just construction. They're in hospitality. They're in the food service industry. They're obviously in construction. They're in other sorts of domestic work. They're everywhere. And again, like, I don't have any animus towards anybody from any part of the world. But I'm American, and I believe in putting American families and American people first. This is their country, not anybody else's.
My whole argument is that it's also benefiting other Americans.
No, I don't think so. If it was as beneficial as you thought it was,
Hold on. Do you recognize that is my argument? Hold on. Do you recognize that is my argument? That it is benefiting other Americans? I mean, I do also care about the benefits of the immigrants, but I'm setting that aside because I recognize that that's something that a lot of people aren't going to care about as much as me. So I'm just saying my argument is that it does have a positive effect on Americans' wages overall. At least some types of immigration over some time spans.
No, I don't concede that at all.
You don't concede that is my. No, hold on. I'm not saying whether it's true or not. You recognize that is my argument. That is the argument I'm making.
Fair enough. Yeah. I believe you believe that. Yes.
Okay, great. So my argument is not that like we should prioritize immigrants over Americans or whatever. My argument, I'm simply saying I think it benefits American wages in other sectors, even if it might hurt wages in one sector.
Yeah, I believe that you believe that.
Okay, so I don't know why we keep pivoting to this American fucking first point or whatever, because I don't think any of my arguments that I've given right in this case have been really conflicting with that.
I think they do. I think they 100% do. If you're a globalist,
but only because you dispute the factuality of them, right? Not like on principle. It'd be different if I said like I think Americans should be willing to bear some cost to like benefit a lot more immigrants, right? And that is a position, at least to some degree, I do hold because I care about the utility of immigrants as well. But I can, I recognize most people are not going to align with me there, so I'm making a much more modest claim. But
yeah, the majority of the electorate disagrees with you. The majority of the electorate, I'm just letting you know right now that they disagree with not just you but me, because I'm a little bit more lenient on the illegal immigrant question. But the majority of Americans want them all gone, every single one.
I don't know if
no
that's,
exception,
I
and that's on
don't
both
know
sides.
if I don't believe that's
public
true.
policy, dude. That's public polling. It's been done
I
ad
look up
nauseum.
the
Again, just look
polling-
at the big tell is the result of the 2024 election, where
Wow.
everybody got it wrong except for me.
True.
I
Wait.
know the
There's
electorate better than
there's
most
actually
people.
there was a model that actually predicted the election exactly right. It was made by economists using unemployment and inflation data from every state, and it correctly predicted every state. Okay, so apparently the economists know something. Okay, the economists got something right. All right, so not the
are you talking
Economist
about the
magazine,
paper,
but like the Economist too.
Are you
What?
talking
Repeat
about an economist or the Economist, the newspaper?
And it was multiple economists, but not the magazine. It was just economists working for a university.
Yeah, you don't have to be an economist to realize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to lose spectacularly in that election. It was pretty obvious. But eggheads like Ann Seltzer were in complete denial about it, and they were probably
True.
engaged in election interference as a result. I predicted the election. I do. That's what I do. Like, I understand the election, and this is what the problem with a lot of bread tubers
You're an
are, and a lot of
understander.
these pro globalists are.
Wait,
They don't understand.
Did you get the 2020 election right? Did you predict Joe Biden was going to win that?
No. President Trump clearly won that election.
I'm
He
saying
clearly won that
so,
election.
but just to be clear, for people who live in the real world, you didn't get that right. You predicted Trump was going to win.
Yeah, and he did. He won that election, and they rigged
Okay.
it 100%. And
Yep.
you're gonna have egg on your face in a very short amount of time for suggesting otherwise and being snarky about it. When
I'm
there's
sure.
tangible, concrete evidence that you're willing to accept that's presented that the election of 2020 was rigged, are you going to concede it? Yes or no? Or are you going to do mental
I
gymnastics?
don't know why.
to-
Why should I when you won't accept any of the tangible evidence I'm giving you?
Well, again, it's not going to come from me. It's going to come from the DOJ.
I'm
It's
not
gonna
giving you
come
evidence from me. I'm giving you evidence from I'm giving you evidence from a variety of sources, from economic journals, from just sort of basic economic theory, and rationalizing about that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, agree to disagree. I don't think we
Okay.
should be going into the 2020 election. We can revisit that later if you'd like, but
Wow, true. Okay.
you know.
Okay, so that, yeah, on the first of all, before we get off of immigration, where's the 20 million people number coming from?
Damn, man. Had I known, I would have brought sources, but
Yeah, I
I didn't
know.
come
Yeah, that's
prepared
great.
at all.
I
Well-
mean, my understanding from real data for people who live in the real world is that there were 10.8 million encounters, and not every encounter was someone who got into the country. Many of them were turned around. In fact, there's some double counting in those, because some people were turned around and came back later. That it's simply encounters by Border Patrol. So certainly, it's less than 10.8 million, because that's just a total number of encounters.
Yeah, it's probably a lot higher than that.
What's the evidence for that?
I live in a sanctuary city, dude.
Do you think that maybe the sanctuary city is like a bit of an outlier, and that like maybe your anecdotal experience in a sanctuary city might not be representative of the average amount of immigration?
It's possible, but
It's
I-
possible.
I
Put a
look
percentage on
around-
that. Put a percentage on how confident you are with regards to the claim that in a sanctuary city, or a sanctuary city is not going to be a representative sample of how common immigration is in the entirety of America. How confident are you in that claim being true?
okay, well the way that you put it, sure. However, I am 96% positive that over 20 million illegal aliens resided or came into the United States under Joe Biden's presidency.
But your evidence for that was that you live in a sanctuary city, which I just demonstrated that is not going to be a representative sample.
Well, I do a lot of traveling. Yeah, I live in the Southwest. We're very close to the border, and we've seen those people running all over the place, causing a lot of problems. And
How would
look,
you tell?
I'm just saying, dude.
how would you
Everyone's
tell-
seen the
ba-
video.
Based on your experience, how would you tell whether or not there's been 10 million or 20 million immigrants that entered under Joe Biden's term? How would you tell the difference between those two worlds?
Intuition. It's really that simple. I mean, dude, just like look how
So
many
what would-
people are being deported right now.
True.
Look at the hysteria surrounding illegal immigration enforcement. It's abundantly clear that it's probably, dude. First up, 10 million is fucking insane already. Like that's
That's
unbelievable.
the number of encounters. That's like a overestimate still. But
Yeah.
I'm saying that's like the clearly the.
Yeah, but you also got to
Um,
account for the people that got away. And
We have
and,
numbers
and
of
again,
that.
you can't trust the accounting.
like
from
less than
the
a
Biden
million.
administration. You can't
Yeah,
even
of
trust
course
the
you can't
accounting
trust
from the Biden administration because he neutered his own law enforcement, federal law enforcement.
True.
He neutered them. He lambasted them. He was antagonistic towards his own federal government in regards to enforcing and protecting the U.S. border. And again, they lied and pretended
Trump's
that
not
he didn't have
antagonistic
the-
to his own federal government. How many people has he fired? How many prosecutors has he gone through trying to indict fucking Eric Adams and shit? Like, what do you mean, dog?
Well, Eric Adams
Trump
is a
complains about the
homie.
deep state all the time. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, when he does it, they deserve it. But
True,
when
okay.
regular law enforcement agents are just doing their job and trying to protect the border, and then Kamala Harris comes out and she starts rebuking them, that's a problem, man. That was very demoralizing. Again, I don't know how you would be able to believe any of the stats that came from one of the least transparent, one of the most brutal administrations that we've seen in the United States in a very long time. I mean, that's just how it is, bro. Like
Yeah.
my goodness, is that a Joe Biden with the red laser eye?
hell yeah! I bought this right after Joe Biden dropped out because I knew they were going to take it off the store soon, so I knew I had to get one.
I probably should have gotten one myself, but I probably would have stolen it. I just couldn't pay for something like that. My conscience, wouldn't allow it. So I guess it must have been very difficult for you to see President Trump beat 2 general election candidates.
I don't mean by very difficult. I was upset.
I'm sorry, but actually, no, I'm not. But did you do a meltdown video? Were you streaming when that happened?
No, I wasn't streaming, and I didn't really do a video after about it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, yeah. Well, anyways, back to the immigration stuff. Yeah, man, it's just obvious to me. It's obvious to me.
Okay.
Again,
And I didn't consider. I didn't consider it was obvious. That's my. I didn't consider that. Wow, it really updated me. Okay, so I don't think there's anything I can tell you to convince you on the immigration thing. Okay, I want to get back to a point you mentioned a few times with regards to. So 2 things here. One, you said tariffs are voluntary because you can just not buy cheap Chinese crap or whatever. And then secondly, you said like the whole argument against tariffs or whatever is that consumers are gonna pay them. I think both of those things are a little silly. So, for one, what did I say? The first one was the first one. It was I already forgot it.
The tariffs being avoidable.
Oh yeah, so that for one is not. I think the way you should analyze policy is like whether or not it's a net benefit or not, right? I think that like whether or not something is avoidable is not going to play a big role into whether or not the policy itself is a net benefit. If something is economically inefficient, but it is like it's still technically avoidable by making decisions that make the economy more inefficient, which is what a tariff does. That doesn't change my analysis of whether something or not is a net benefit. But also, obviously domestic goods, which rely on, or domestically manufactured goods still rely on like imported materials. So there's going to be a lot of companies that, make products in America, but that rely on imported materials. That's like roughly 50 to 60% of trade is in like related party trade where that is the case. And that is going to raise prices for consumers, even of domestically, manufactured goods. And then secondly, you're going to there's probably some effect in prices just due to lower competition from companies overseas. That is I don't know how big that effect is. It probably depends, but there is that effect is probably there. Do you think that most of those things are probably somewhat true at least?
Yeah, no, I agree with it. I agree with what you said. That makes sense.
Okay, so in that case, it's not really that voluntary then.
I mean, to a degree, it is, and it isn't. Like, I mean, if you really want to boil it down to the way that you just did, sure. I guess it is somewhat unavoidable. However, it's still a net benefit to the American worker, and it's important to place a lot of emphasis on producing and manufacturing and gathering materials that aren't globally sourced to avoid these high costs, if you will. And the thing is, it's like, dude, like all these other countries do it. Mexico was tariffing the United States like fucking crazy. Canada was doing it. Like everybody was doing it.
What do you think the effective average rate was for Mexico tariffs on U.S. exports?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I recall
it's
for
like
certain
below
food-related
5%.
products. I'm going to look it up later. But for Canada, there were certain produces.
I know. Nice meme. Nice
so
one,
when
nice
they do
one.
it, it's okay. When everybody wants to do it, it's okay.
First of all, the Canadian tariffs that I know you're citing, which I know you also probably got from some dipshit on Twitter, that refers to a quota system. If U.S. exports or the amount Canada was importing reached beyond a certain level, then the tariff would be applied. It has never reached that level. That tariff has never been applied, right? So that's number one. Number two.
And are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that?
I am.
Because it sounds like a way to squash
sure.
competition. It sounds like a way to chill competition with a neighbor when trade is supposed to be fair and free. That was a lie that we were sold.
That's
like
my understanding of why that's there is some combination of national security concerns and probably, I don't know for sure about this one, but probably some concern from farmers or some lobbying on behalf of farmers, right?
Absolutely. Why would they want to compete with foreign products? That's why
Well,
that
that brings me to
tariff is
my
there.
second point, which is that I've never claimed that the other tariffs countries place on us are okay. I would say two things in that respect. One, they hurt the country imposing the tariffs too, right? I think the tariffs that Canada has on our dairy, or like I said, those never really go into effect. So whatever tariffs Canada has on us are also hurting Canada, and raising prices there and making the overall economy less efficient there. And secondly, the reasons for imposing them are not because they are economically efficient or a net benefit to the country. I think what you just said is a good example where there are potentially, or, you know, what you agreed with me on is that there are, you know, probably farmers who don't want to compete against other people. And because trade has sort of concentrated losses in that if they were to compete against foreign producers, you know, there'd be a few farmers who would lose out in Canada, right? Maybe a few thousand farmers who would lose some revenue. Potentially some of them would have to close their farm or whatever. But the benefits of it are very diffuse in that each consumer in Canada would only benefit a little bit from the slightly cheaper produce they now get. But spread over the, you know, this is every consumer spread over the entire country. So, you know, 30 million consumers benefit, but they all benefit a very little amount. So there's no like lobbying on behalf of their side, because for each individual consumer, it's just like too much struggle. Many of them probably don't even know about it, to like lobby to put this tariff in place or to protect this tariff, or to like not vote for someone based on their support for the tariff, because it's such a little minor effect on each individual. Even if for the whole it is more important or like more economically efficient and outweighs the loss to their producers. So because of the concentrated benefits there, you know, that's kind of why you see a lot of tariffs in place in other countries and in the US as well. Prior to, you know, the Trump doing tariffs and everything, a lot of the tariffs we had were like, we have the US sugar program. A lot of tariffs result from the fact that there are concentrated, you know, corporate interest protecting these things, and consumers are sort of rationally ignorant and they don't vote against it enough. And you recognize
I'm
that
not
doesn't-
against what Canada did. I'm not against what Canada was doing.
Okay.
I think every nation should be enacting policy that benefits their own citizenry, and I think that President
Great.
Trump was doing just that.
Wait, do you, so
And
just
you're
on
against it,
please,
and I'm
just
not.
on what I just said. Do you recognize the evidence that you provided for tariffs being good was poor, because I just explained to you a million different reasons why tariffs being in place don't necessarily point to them being actually productive for the country. On net, it just points to you know, some failing of I don't want to say some failing of public choice theory, but it just points to the fact that there are potentially concentrated interest protecting this. Well, the diffuse benefits don't have the same organization to prevent it from happening.
No, I don't agree with that.
Why not?
I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
You're making it a lot more complicated than it needs to be, I think.
Mhm.
And Jesus Christ. How do I put this? There's like, I feel like you're kind of muddying the waters a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, trying to think how I can put this eloquently. Oh man. We'll have to get back to it. So let's
Okay.
move on for a minute. I want to think about that for a minute. But
Yeah. So there are some other issues. I don't think you're ever going to come up with a good response to that. But regardless, for one, I think, you know, it's debatable how much trade actually, you know, quote unquote, hollowed out American manufacturing or whatever, right? So if you just look at like, you know, you can look at a trend line of the manufacturing share of employment, you know, in the U.S. and from like 1960 to 1980, and just extrapolate it out to today, and it like almost exactly predicts like where we are today, despite like all these free trade deals we signed with NAFTA and, you know, trading more of China and stuff or whatever. Because I think there's, you know, reasons that kind of more fundamental forces are behind that decline in the manufacturing share of employment. Like, for example, the fact that manufacturing productivity has gone up quite a bit. So, you know, output has not fallen during this entire free trade, you know, period. Industrial production has gone up. It's below its 2008 peak. It's been relatively stagnant since 2008, but you know, we haven't signed many free trade deals since 2008. So that's that. Production has been up. Value added as a percent of GDP has been up. It's simply the share of employment has fallen, largely because manufacturing productivity has increased, and essentially, how do I use words that aren't going to make your brain explode? The demand for all manufactured goods is relatively inelastic. Remember when we were talking about that before, elasticity, meaning when the price of manufactured goods fall because of productivity increases, people don't necessarily continue buying, or they don't necessarily continue, spending the same amount on manufactured goods. Their like percent of income spent in manufactured goods falls. They might buy more manufactured goods when the price falls, but not enough to make up for the productivity effect, reducing the price. So that's the driver, the manufacturing and employment share falling. I don't think much of it is attributable to trade. And even like,
Are you serious? You really believe that?
Yeah. So just one last point. I think. Well, no. Actually, let me ask you this: like, if you were to say, what percent of the decline in manufacturing employment would you say is like attributable to like the China shock from like 1990 to like 2003 or something, or 2007?
I would probably say the bulk of it.
Okay.
Percentage wise, I don't know. I don't want to fucking nerd out over that shit. Kind of meaningless. But to suggest
Well, I think it is meaningful
overall
in this
that
context
trade
because
was not the catalyst for the erosion of manufacturing and factory work in the United States is just patently untrue.
true. So I just want to be clear.
It's obvious.
The
It's
highest.
obvious why that a lot of these jobs have been offshored, and it's not even just like manufacturing. Now we're seeing it with tech. With
Based.
the advent of work from home, they can just offshore jobs to for tech. It's India.
Wow. So
For
you recognize
manufacturing,
what
it's
you're saying?
Mexico.
You're saying that these companies are offshoring jobs. Do you recognize that I just gave you examples or reasons why the manufacturing share of employment would fall without offshoring, right? There are other reasons that could be behind it, and I provided you several of them. And I'll say, there's a paper, Arthur Dorn Hansen, 2013, about the China shock. I have many objections to the paper, but it's the highest estimate that you're going to find for the share of manufacturing employment lost due to the China shock. They estimate at most 25%. So I don't think you have any evidence for it being the bulk of it.
Well, you can ask anybody in the Rust Belt how they feel about it, and if it's 25%, because I imagine that it is significantly worse.
Why would they
than
have
how you
access
see
to
it.
better evidence than the stuff I just cited?
Oh, because they lived through it, for one.
How would they
why.
tell between like offshoring and just productivity increases and shifts in consumer spending? How would they have?
Yeah, this is what I mean by like you muddying the waters and shit. Because
I'm not muddying the waters. I'm just saying that there's going to be a lot of data that's going to override how some person feels about it.
Dude, really?
Yeah.
No, just bare
Okay.
bones. Just bare bones. Just stripping this down to the bare bone argument. Is trade adversely impacting significantly the amount of factory or manufacturing jobs in America? Yes, and that also includes tech as of fairly recently. To suggest otherwise is just not true.
You can just
Now,
repeat
you can dress
yourself,
up
but I
your
provided a lot of evidence.
rebuttal with like data and productivity figures and this.
Wait,
and this
okay,
thing
wait.
versus
So
that thing,
just
but
to
it's
be,
just- you're- you're wrong.
I don't think I'm gonna be. I shouldn't even say this because you're not gonna care. But I don't think this is sufficient on its own, right? I don't think it's sufficient on its own. Not that you would catch it if I have a rebuttal if I didn't preface this with it. But do you think it's more consistent with my theory that industrial production went up all the way until 2008, and that manufacturing's value added as a share of GDP is still going up to today? Do you think that is more consistent with my theory or your theory?
Probably mine. But I
Why?
don't really care about the GDP, by the way. I don't.
I'm not
care
saying I'm
about
not
it
saying
at all.
GDP. If manufacturers were offshoring a ton, don't you think industrial production in the U.S. would it'd be likely to fall?
It depends what industrial production you're talking of, because I don't have the figures in front of me right now. Again, I'm just talking about jobs in general, just bare bone jobs. And like I said, there's nothing, dude. This is why the Democrats lost, by the way, because of the
True.
sneaky maneuvering you guys do in regards to the grave suffering of American citizens who have lost their. And it's not even just like factory workers, like I said, it's tech workers, it's
Okay,
accountants,
I just
people in
want okay.
finance.
can you explain what like I just said, like the last question I asked you? Just explain what you understood from what I said, and then I want you to explain why you think that data is more consistent with your view than my view.
Dude, repeat what you said again. So,
Yeah. Okay.
dude, repeat what you said again, because it was kind of verbose, and you're expecting me to like remember everything
Okay.
word for word.
Do you think the fact that industrial production, I'm not expecting you to repeat it word for word, but that industrial production has gone up, right? So that just output, this is output, right? And it's not jobs, it's output of like
Output of
manufactured
what?
products.
Output of what? What are we talking about though? What are we
Of
talking about exactly?
industrial industries. So like
Like what?
mining is in there, many manufacturing firms are in there.
Okay, well, you obviously can't outsource like a mining operation in the United States to China because that's here. So, I mean, do you have
First
other
of all,
examples besides?
You can't
you have
like,
any other
so
examples?
you can't there are resources in other countries. China exports like a
Yeah,
lot of
no,
coal,
sure.
for example. So you
Yeah.
absolutely can
But so do
outsource
we.
those jobs.
So do we.
I don't think we export that much. I don't think we export that much coal, but we might.
No, but we produce it though. We use it.
We do produce some amount of coal, but like, so here's a so let's use coal as an example. Actually, I don't know this for sure, but I would think that coal production in the U.S., you know, it's probably gone down since like 2000 maybe, because we're woke environmentalists now, but it's probably trending upward for some time while employment was trending downward. Okay, do you understand how that is evidence of increasing productivity in the coal industry because less workers are able to make or, you know, extract more coal?
That's possible, but I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Not at the top of my head, no.
I'm not asking whether you think it's like this has actually happened. Oh wait, by the way,
It might be possible. Look, I get what you're trying to say. It might be possible even across different industrial production sectors. However, that still does not undercut the core claim that globalization has eroded and hollowed out a lot of these manufacturing jobs.
So you're making a big claim there, and we're discussing the evidence for it. So one point again I brought up, which by the way I looked it up, industrial production for petroleum and coal products went up all the way until 2019, but I don't know if there's one for just coal, because I bet petroleum might be doing the heavy lifting there. I don't know, but regardless, what I'm saying is when output of something goes up and employment in that goes down, that is more consistent with a increase in productivity than it is with offshoring. Now, I don't think that alone is sufficient to say very much, because there'd have to be more causal inference involved to make like robust conclusions from it. But I think it's nonetheless, you know, evidence in favor of the view that a lot of this is just productivity increase in manufacturing, representing that less employees are making more things rather than offshoring, which you would kind of expect production to either go down or deviate from trend from, even if it was still going up.
I don't agree with it. I
Why
just
not?
don't agree with that at all.
Why?
Because it's pretty self-evident as to why.
Okay. Why do you think like South Korea and Germany would both have trade surpluses, and like every developed country has followed a pretty similar path with regards to the manufacturing share of employment?
I don't know. I'm not German.
I didn't consider you could only make things based off of anecdotes. Okay, but like, you know, there's a lot of countries that have strong industrial bases, South Korea, Germany, which have trade surpluses in manufacturing. Nonetheless, they experience the same decline in manufacturing employment. More broadly, it follows a inverted U-shaped path. It usually increases at first and then reaches a peak. We peaked at about in 1954. Manufacturing share of employment peaked, and then it's a slow, steady decline. And almost every country, regardless of whether they have trade deficits or trade surplus, or regardless of how big their, where the peak was in a manufacturing share of employment, they follow this like same general pattern. Even China is experiencing that. Like, why do you think that is? Do you think maybe offshoring is not a particularly good explanation for that?
I wouldn't know because I don't know anything about South Korea or Germany. I don't know about their industrial sector, if you
Okay.
will. I can only speak to
Right.
matters pertaining to America.
Okay.
And you speak very confidently on those topics. I mean, you tell me why is that the case since you looked it up?
Because there's more general structural, since I looked it up, Drew, there's more general structural trends like the things I cited, that point to the manufacturing share of employment being determined not substantially by trade, but by shifts in consumer spendings and productivity between sectors and the spillovers between them.
And this is how you try to dress down the globalist policies that have harmed American workers is by saying that there's.
So what I'm saying is, if the goal of tariffs is to bring back this industrial base, I don't think that's going to be well. There's a number of reasons I don't think they'd be accomplish its goals. One of which is that it doesn't seem to be the case that a major driver or like the primary driver of the decline in manufacturing employment was due to trade, but more fundamental factors.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory. I've never
Okay,
heard
true.
a leftist put it that way. Usually they don't
Wow.
like to talk about this topic because their globalist policies are generally responsible for a lot of the turmoil and chaos in American citizenry's life, the average
Okay, great.
American worker's life.
Let's talk about another reason why I think it's likely to not work. So, like I said before, do you understand many goods that are being tariffed right now, many imports the U.S. has, roughly, it's hard to know the exact number, but, somewhere between 40 and 60%, probably closer to the higher end, are inputs for other goods and services. Do you think that is true?
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure.
Okay. What would it, if I send you data on how much trade is between related parties, would that affect you at all?
Well, what exactly would you send me, per se?
So there's data from the BEA about how much trade is between related parties. It's, roughly half of U.S. imports are between related parties, meaning companies that are either subsidiaries of each other or have some legal relationship to each other. Now, to be fair, not all of those are necessarily going to be intermediate goods. Some of those are probably final goods that but I don't know for sure if Walmart does this, but if Walmart is importing a final good from its Chinese subsidiary to the U.S. company, right? Those could be related parties. It's not necessarily an input, but there are other data. I have data somewhere else. I forget where it's from about the percentage of imports that are inputs for other products, but I don't think any of this stuff would ever convince you.
Yeah, none of that is interesting to me. None of that is interesting
Okay.
to me at all. And
Wait,
to
but-
the
but- so
majority of
here's the-
American, I'm just curious. What do you think is the ideal way to structure trade? Because obviously you're against how President Trump
I
is
didn't even
doing
get to.
it.
I didn't
How
even
would
get
you do
to
it?
my point. See, there's an issue when you are retarded. Okay, there's an issue when you're retarded. So I can never get to my point without first making sure that you concede on the very fundamental basics of things. So the point here is going to be, because many tariffs are put on inputs, right? That it's not just going to protect whatever industry you put the tariff on, right? In this case, it's everything, but it's going to harm industries, a lot of which are manufacturing industries that produce stuff as well. So we have literal example of this in Trump's first term when we put a tariff on steel. That probably had some effect in protecting the steel industry. But there are a lot of companies, manufacturing companies, that rely on steel to make their domestically manufactured goods, right? So when you raise the cost of steel for them, you harm them. You hurt employment in those sectors. So there's one study from 2023 by Lydia Cox, that estimates maybe 1,000 jobs protected in the steel industry, but roughly 70 to 75,000 jobs lost in downstream industries. Similar things for the tariffs on washing machines and such. Can you conceivably see how that could be the case? How you could boost employment in one sector?
I can see how that could be the case, but I don't know what data you're citing, and again,
the issue
I'm generally
is I can
ambivalent
send
about
you.
listening to
First of
these
all,
economists.
Yeah, that's great. I was just going to say, I can send you the paper, which I cited. I said it's Lydia Cox, 2023. You could look that up and find it. It's a very pretty famous paper of hers. But, I can send you that, but you're just not going to care at all.
No, not really. I want
Yeah.
high tariffs, plain and simple. I think
But the
globalization is
reason
bad, and it should be reversed totally. And again, the electorate agrees with me, not you. This is what you have to dive into.
The tariffs are pretty unpopular by now. I don't know if they were ever above 50%. They might have been, but they were. I don't think most Americans were even voting necessarily on the tariffs. I think they were
Well,
voting.
most people were very excited about the tariffs, I believe.
What's the evidence for that? Are you going to trust any poll, or are you trusting your anecdotal experience again?
Well, I buy my own groceries, and they have gone down in price. I
Okay.
pay for gas.
What
It's
did I
gone down
just
in
ask
price.
you for?
I don't know, for me to cite some egghead economist paper or something or other.
I asked you for evidence that most Americans supported tariffs.
Well, the fact that they voted for President Trump, that should be the big tell. And it was just not even barely a year ago.
Do you think that people can vote for a president that they don't support one policy of, or aren't even aware of that policy?
Yeah, sure.
And do you agree that there are
but
many
it was
other
like one of the
explanations
most-
for why Trump won?
It was one of the most watched political contests in American history, and one of the most consequential ones. I think everybody kind of knew what President Trump was about and what he was going to do. Nothing that is happening right now is a surprise. And again, you guys just want to harm the president and his agenda and make it look stupid, and you muddy the
True.
waters by diving into this study or that study. Again, I don't
muddying
think
the
any of that is
waters.
interesting at all. Dude, like everything that he does, you're antagonistic against. Like again, you're antagonistic against the USAID thing. Like I don't know why you would be against dismantling this organization. You're a Democrat, and by the way, I'm a registered Democrat. I believe the will of the people should be respected. The people don't want their money being senselessly wasted, going towards I don't know, as you were attacking Asmongold, the African children or something or other. It's fine by me, but you're a globalist, so we just disagree on these fundamentally.
True. I think there is some fundamental disagreement with regards to an aspect there about whether to value the utility people in other countries or not. And I think I have arguments for my position on that. But so I just want, because I think you're the one muddying the waters here. Okay. Do you think it is likely, do you think it is more likely than not that if you put tariffs on intermediate goods, that is goods used to produce other goods, it is likely that the net effect on manufacturing will be negative because you're forcing a lot of manufacturers to pay higher cost for the materials?
It's possible, but if the people want it, they'll pay it, and if they don't, they won't. It's easily avoidable if you don't want to go down that route. By the way, I'm
can you-
anti-consumption, so this
Repeat,
is
repeat the question I just asked.
is it a net negative downstream for these manufacturers for tariffs to be increased when the cost of materials used to make their manufactured products go up? Is that a bad thing? Somebody just
So do you think what you just said, which is if people want to pay for it, they will, that is at all responsive to my claim that downstream industries can be hurt by putting tariffs on intermediate goods?
Yeah, it's possible, but if they don't like it, they should just manufacture here in the United States.
What was the question you were just asked? Are you
Jessica,
capable of
everybody- ask an answer,
understanding
bro. Ask an
English
answer.
sentences? Are you
Ask an
capable of
answer.
speaking the English language? Are you capable of having conversations where you respond to the things other people say? Like this, I've been watching the conversation. You're genuinely not like biologically capable of having conversations. Like you'll just reassert your view, right? So Anfon will make a sort of, honestly, not a very complicated argument. It's very simple, right? Like if the cost of intermediate goods goes up, then it's going to be more expensive to do manufacturing in the US. And that's going to have a negative effect on manufacturing. And your response to this is just to reassert, but I like
Yeah, I said
tariffs. now."
okay. I did answer it, by the way. I said okay. So yeah, it's
Okay, wait,
possible.
sorry.
Wow.
We agree then. So this is a concession that tariffs don't actually help boost manufacturing?
Just because the cost of some goods go up does not mean that it's not going to, overall promote the stated goal of bringing some manufacturing or all manufacturing back to the United States. Again, if you're against it, that's fine. It's a agree to disagree. I believe that
No, it's not an agree to
God.
disagree. Unless like there's a fact of the matter and you're not interested in the fact of the matter. You're interested in just repeating the beliefs you have, right? Like this is why you have this like little soy rage moment every time Non-Fawn tries to bring empirical evidence in. And it's because you
Soy
understand
now,
that you're soy raging. You're the one who is soy raging.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Glad to clear that up. So this is why you have those moments, is because you understand that you're not actually interested in having true beliefs. What you're interested in is this sort of vibes-based analysis that lets you get mad at left-wingers.
Well, I'm not mad at left wingers at all. I mean, now you're just making shit up.
True.
I mean, I think that when you say that like left-wingers want to destroy the country, I think most people
They
would
do.
interpret that as you being mad at them.
They
Do
do.
you
Well, I'm
agree?
not mad. I understand why they're doing what they're doing.
So
They,
do you think that most people, if somebody said, this group wants to destroy my country, do you think most people who say that would be mad at that group?
well, it depends who you're speaking to.
Do you know what the word most people
Most
means?
people, dog.
Again, this is why I couldn't not come in here and be a little bit mean to you, is because you're just not capable of responding to
Yeah,
things other
but
people
no,
say.
you guys are
Because
really
you can't
capable of
reason.
debate.
You're
No, no,
biologically
no, no, no,
incapable
shut
of
up,
reasoning.
shut up, boy,
You're an
shut up.
animal.
Shut up. Oh, I'm an animal?
Yes.
Really? Yeah.
You're not
maybe
capable
I
of
am.
reasoning. You are like
Neither are you, dude.
pre-human.
You guys are, dude. Here's a problem with both of you. You guys are debate me bros. You can't
True.
just
By debate me, bro, you
talk
mean person who
normally
wants to
about
have
any
true
of this
beliefs. Like
topic.
Non-Fun and I, to be clear, have like radical disagreements. Non-Fun and
Yeah.
I are very politically far from one another, right? The problem is we just both have a desire to have true beliefs, and that means that we are
So
worlds
you don't
away
believe
from
I'm
you will
sincere
ever
in my
be, right?
beliefs? You don't believe I'm sincere in my beliefs?
I believe
I
you're
don't think
sincere in your
I think
beliefs.
you're
I
knowledgeable
believe you have
enough to
zero.
have sincere beliefs.
True. I don't know that you have like I don't think you can form propositional attitudes. Like I don't know if I'm a conditional eliminativist about you. You don't have mental states, right? You're a machine. Like I said this in chat earlier, but I could code a bot that could predict every one of your beliefs with a week-long Python course because you're pre-ChatGPT level sentient. You're pre-ChatGPT 1. Like you don't have an ability to respond to the things other people say in any depth or at all, really. Like you just what you can do is reassert your opinions and then whine.
Okay,
Cool, great.
that's
Well,
what you do.
Okay.
That's fine. Very
Another-
insightful,
further-
Charles.
Thank you. I do my best. To sort of, call balls and strikes. And right now, what I'm calling is biological incapability to reason. But yeah. So in the future, I'd really appreciate it if you could respond to the things other people say. Maybe try to listen, right? Like Non-Fun has now asked you like several times to repeat the question you're trying to answer in the process of you answering it, and you've been unable to. So if you don't know the question you're answering, it's going to be really difficult to answer the question. So maybe try to pay a little bit more attention. But I'll hop out. This is just like my priors for conservatives being subhuman have gone up so high. It's going to be
I'm not
impossible.
conservative. I'm not conservative
I'm
at all.
sure.
Yeah, no, nobody ever is, right? Everybody's just a disaffected liberal all the time, forever. But
Yeah, he used to be
So
a Democrat.
now
I
you're
know.
just mind reading. See, you're not honest yourself.
no, I'm not. Again, you don't have
You're a
mental states, so
liar.
I can't mind read
You're
you,
a liar.
right?
It's okay, dude.
What have I
I
said
got
that's
you.
false? What have I said that's false?
You know what you said. I mean, again, you're just doing the debate me bro shit right now. Like, you know
Sorry,
exactly-
when you call
you're
somebody a
not as
liar
sneaky
and they
as you
ask
think you are.
what
None of you guys are
they've
as sneaky
said
as you think you are. I'm just
as
letting you know that right
sneaky,
now.
I don't think I'm sneaky at all. What I've said
Yeah,
here is
you
very clear. It's maybe sneaky because you don't understand it because again, you're an animal, right? Because you're not capable of reasoning, right? But
okay.
it's not at all sneaky to somebody who has an IQ above 75.
Okay.
Cool.
And do you or do you not believe that I'm a conservative? I'm just curious.
I think your politics are more consistent with conservatism than any other label, right? You're a nationalist, right?
Yeah, I think
You're
anyone looking at your Twitter would consider you conservative. Or
Yeah.
like
you can maybe
populist
have this sort of
conservative, maybe.
proprietary understanding of what these terms mean, but on everyone else's semantics, you're going to be a conservative.
All right, that's what you want to believe, dude. Knock yourself out.
That's crazy.
just immediate concession, right? Yeah, goated.
No,
Okay.
not at all. Not at all.
Okay,
But
wait, sorry.
before
Do
we
you
go
think that on
back-
most people's semantics, your views are more consistent with conservatism or liberalism?
Yeah, I don't really care too much about the labels. People are entitled to be incorrect and wrong or whatever. That's totally fine
Do you
by
think that
me.
answers my question?
No.
You know what I'm going to ask you right now? I'm going to ask you what my question was, and you're not going to be able to reproduce it because, again, you're not able to have conversations. Like, you're doing violence to Non-Fun right now. You are being cruel
True.
to non-fun.
I thought I've been very, very friendly. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is very
Well,
cruel
you've been, like,
to.
interpersonally friendly. You've been very intellectually like unfriendly. Okay, so
Yeah, I would rather have
mean,
somebody call
intellectually
me
unfriendly,
every slur
what?
in the book if they responded to the things I said, than have them just have this sort of like non-conversation where they just repeat their views when I try to give them. Like, non-fun is being very charitable to you, is explaining these sort of basic concepts you don't understand, and then you're responding by not listening and just reasserting your views.
First off, what concept did he utter that I don't understand?
every single one.
Every argument
No,
non-fun has made. Could
can you
you
give me
actually?
one
Yeah.
example?
Here's
Name
an
one.
idea.
The lump
Could you
of
reproduce a
flavor.
single argument non-fun has given? Could you repeat back to us a single argument given in the course of this
No, what did I
conversation?
misunderstand? No, I asked you a question.
Yeah, this
for
is going to
everything.
demonstrate that you didn't understand any of them, but you can't reproduce a single one.
No, you're the one that made the claim.
You're stuttering right now because you understand
No,
that you've gotten
I'm
blown the
not.
fuck out.
What did I not understand? Where's
You
the
didn't
fundamental-
understand.
Can
You didn't
you-
understand non-fun's point. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, you recognize there are concepts that we are claiming that you didn't understand, right?
Name one.
I'm just saying you recognize that. Do you agree that there were concepts that I said
No,
that you
also,
think you
non-fun had to
understood?
non-fun had
Name
to
one?
explain the concept of a net
Yeah.
effect to you.
You didn't.
Can
I don't
you
think
name
you
one?
understood you didn't understand my point about the like lump of labor stuff and the net effect of immigrants on wages.
Or the sort of
Um,
diffuse costs point.
Yeah, you didn't understand my point on like the public choice theory stuff. You didn't understand my point with regards to intermediate goods, the cost of them, and the effects on downstream industries. Like, I don't think you understood almost
a
anything.
single
I said.
point.
I believe I addressed those things adequately.
Okay,
I
can
don't
you
think
can
you're
you repeat a
satisfied
single one
with
of
it
them?
because you're trying to
If
do
you
the
understand
debate me
them,
bro
you'd be able to
thing,
repeat
and
them, but you know
it's
you
a
don't
pile of
understand them.
shit.
You're not trying to repeat them.
Well,
Can you
you
repeat a
can't-
single one of the arguments?
No, I forget. How about that?
Incredible. Also, just to be clear, like the last tweet you made, it was a reply that said, "Let's go, Brandon." Like 2 after that. I don't care if some morons
Brandon
exhaust
thinks
costs
he's
more because
conservative.
of Trump. We got a country to save. Like, I think
Yep, I
anyone
said all
looking
that.
at this stuff would be, would think you're a conservative. Or if they don't want to use
So
conservative,
you-
it'd be because
Oh,
they'd be.
because I care
more
about the
harsh.
American worker, that makes me a conservative? Like, what the hell,
Yeah,
man?
that's what I said, buddy. Good
I mean,
understanding.
that's what you're insinuating. I mean, it's
No,
not
what's being
exactly
insinuated is
what
that you
said.
said. Do you think that in general liberals are the sort of people who say "Let's go, Brandon"? Is that like a phrase common among libs?
It can be depending on the
Oh,
You
lib.
just again.
Libs.
This
There's
is.
been plenty
I
of
said in
libs,
general.
there's
I
been
said
plenty
in
of libs that
general.
said that
You don't know what the
unironically.
words "in" and "general" mean, and it's crazy.
Or what about the phrase 100 million must be deported?
just a genuinely like.
Illegal aliens are literally buying homes, are entitled for whatever reason to loan to buy homes, get government money to live literally rent free. The last
Nice.
administration
All that
was
is true.
staffed with the most disgusting freaks.
Not true, but if it was, it'd be based.
It was true. So wait, this guy's claiming to be a conservative, but thinks Joe Brandon's or
I
Joe
said I was a
Biden's,
conservative. That's another tracking
ideas-
failure on your part.
You said you're. Did you not insinuate that you were a?
Yeah, I'm very far
conservative?
from non-fun because non-fun loves markets and I hate them.
Oh,
True.
so how would you describe yourself then? Just
I'm a
so-
communist with a capital
Oh.
C.
Oh,
100%
great. So-
golden center.
So you don't have a job. That's great. Okay.
I've worked more hours in the past month than you have in the past 3. I would bet my life on it.
I doubt it.
What do you do for you have soft hands, I can tell. In fact, speaking of, you were talking about construction earlier. I worked construction during the Joseph Robinette Brandon administration, and my real wages went up. So I think we're on a similar footing here, anecdotally.
I doubt you worked construction. That doesn't sound accurate to
Okay.
me at all.
I
I just
I don't believe you. What did you
okay.
do? What did you do then?
I did roofing.
You did roofing.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
You sure?
I'm, maybe I hallucinated it. That's
I mean, you can join
that's
the
possible, I guess.
Discord new method, but I don't really
A communist
know you. I
that
don't really.
works with their hands sounds
Yeah,
unlikely.
Sorry,
I'm
I trust you to
stronger,
jump
smarter,
in.
faster, and
There's other
taller
people
than you.
here.
By the
You
way,
can talk one-on-one.
How tall are
Um,
you?
I'm
How would
6'5".
Turn on camera. Turn on camera.
I'm 6'5". My background right now would dox me pretty hard, but
What are your parents home? It's okay.
no, I live with my girlfriend. Luckily, but we don't have to do the personal stuff. but I was.
You
I was
brought it
just-
up, dude. You said my hands were soft, man. Now you're crying
You're
about
the one
it.
who asked what I did for work, moron. You,
Yeah, but
I
that's not
responded
an
to you.
insult.
Wait.
I
I
was just
responded by
curious.
you saying that I was unemployed by telling you my job and then saying you look like you have soft hands.
Okay.
So who do you think there? This is another tracking failure on your part because you're again incapable of having conversations.
I don't think so.
I
You
didn't
guys are
consider that.
heavily
I didn't
invested
consider
in
he
the
didn't think
Amiibo
so.
stuff, and it's not it's not.
Does it not make you uncomfortable that your only ability to respond to arguments is nah? Like what? Like nah? No, I don't think so. Like if that was my only response when somebody gave me a sound argument or a valid argument at least against my view, I would be very worried. Does that not worry you at all?
No.
Okay.
You don't, dude.
That's
look,
that's
I don't-
further evidence of my
I don't
hypothesis that you
expand,
don't care
That's
about having
expected.
true
I don't
belief.
think he has emotional state.
I don't waste a lot of energy on on stupid shit that I hear. And
Stupid shit like responding to arguments or even understanding them. I
yeah,
agree
there's
you
just some
don't spend
things that
much
aren't
time
worth
doing that.
really, there's just some things that aren't really worth like giving a lot of.
Yeah,
energy
I
to.
agree you think having true beliefs isn't worth your effort. Yeah. That's
Well, I do have
that's
true
my
beliefs.
characterization of you.
I do have true beliefs for one. That's
Well, that's just not true,
fair
right?
Well,
Your beliefs
okay.
are entirely based on vibes. Like throughout this conversation, you have presented zero non-vibes based arguments. It's just been
Okay.
it's obvious or it's my experience. Like you
But
sound
Nonfrom
woke,
hasn't
dude. You
presented
sound
any
woke.
evidence
Talking-
either. He's
Yeah.
citing whatever the hell he's citing, but I don't really know.
Wait, what
I'm
I'm
taking-
citing? Whatever the hell I'm citing? Do you think what I'm citing is evidence? Even regardless of whether or not you think it's good evidence, I don't think you can say I'm just citing stuff that's it's just straight up not evidence.
I mean, if we want to get like super duper technical, I don't know where you're getting those figures from. I'm kind of just.
I
taking your word
literally, multiple times I verbally said the name of the study, and several times I also sent them in a general chat in my server.
I didn't get the notifications for such things, so I don't see anything.
They're in. I said general in my server. That you're not going to
Again, more evidence that you're not able to listen to the things other people say when you conversate with them.
Yeah, he didn't tell me he was posting anything in there.
I think I said. I don't know if I said
You
I
mean the
sent it in
general-
general, but I said I'm sending it.
Oh, I thought you were DMing it to me, so I guess.
Well, maybe
that's
if you
my
listened
fault.
to the
my
things
God.
that were being
so
said.
I just said I sent it in general. Then you said I don't get the notifications. I don't know. So at the time when I first sent it, I don't know if I specified in general. I don't think I did, but I did say I was sending it, or like I might have said I can send it to you. But yeah, I sent several things in general. One of which is a graph that we're
Well, that's my bad. I
Yeah,
apologize about that.
It's like showing like a formal argument to a fish. It's just not like you're just not going to be doing anything, unfortunately. Like I genuinely think that you could have a more substantive conversation with like a first gen LLM.
Probably.
What's an LM? What did you say?
You know what? You can find out. That'll be a fun journey for you.
Okay, it's probably some communist nonsense, I'm sure.
That's true.
True.
So I guess the election was a lot more harder on Charsky than Nomfom.
I voted
Um,
for Trump, dude.
I don't know if I believe that.
No, I'm playing. I didn't vote.
Yeah, you
Wow.
seem a little too angry. You seem a little too angry to.
I am angry at people who hate the truth and human beauty and justice and those sorts of things. I am a passionate warrior for virtue.
Communism is a perversion of beauty and everything that is good in the world. So I
That's
don't know where you
true.
get that a crazy idea
Wow.
from.
True. You are an
But
enemy,
still-
genuinely. Like a subhuman like creature.
Look how dehumanizing Charsky is. I'm trying to have a
It's not again.
spirited
Is it
conversation with our
dehumanizing to
boy
call a
Nomfom,
cow a
and
cow?
then you
Like is
call
it
me an
dehumanizing
animal,
when I describe a
you
pig
call
as a
me
pig?
cattle.
It's not dehumanizing. You're just not a person.
You're dehumanizing me, dude. You're not.
I can't
recognizing
dehumanize
anything.
non-persons, moron.
No, he doesn't even see me as a person, a sentient being.
Yeah. Generally, people are able to respond to the things other people say. That's one of the sort of.
This is core
Actually,
of
on
the
Fun's
communist
view,
ethos.
there are a lot of people.
If it was up to him, he would eradicate people like me. He would squish me.
No,
like
I would give you a lovely. I would give
Bro.
you a lovely life where you're able to learn how to have conversations. How to sort of respond to evidence presented by people you disagree with without just responding, "Nah." I've derailed a fair bit though, so I'll dip. But like, just please God, try to listen to the things other people say. I mean, this is
I
again,
don't
it's
think
just not
he's
worth saying it to
gonna.
something
You don't
like
believe
you.
in
But
God. You don't believe in
I
God.
do believe in God.
Oh,
I
damn.
know more about God than you do.
I don't believe you.
theism is true. Fine-tuning argument is sound.
Wow.
As is the anthropic argument.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah,
What
I'll
do you
do.
think of the self-identification argument?
That's the anthropic argument. That's
Oh,
my
I'm
actually
familiar with it.
I it's tricky. It's tricky, but yeah, have a good one, non-fawn. To this other person, to please try to listen to the things other people say. Try
I'm
to
listening.
respond to them.
I'm here to listen
Okay.
and learn, dude. I don't know why you're so upset.
I'm upset because my good friend non-fawn has been being tortured by explaining simple concepts to somebody who doesn't have the ability to comprehend them. That's
Okay.
called empathy, chud. But
That's very rich coming from a communist. I appreciate it though. You brought color to my night.
I will discuss the virtues of communism with you anytime.
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
we'll put it on the calendar sometime.
Sure. All right. Yeah. Just try to like
Don't do it.
again.
Don't torture yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have to make the same mistakes, Charsky.
All right. Y'all have a good one. Well, non-fawn have a good one. The other person
I
might
appreciate it.
need to suffer in order to change, but we'll see.
I'll pray for you,
Okay.
Charsky.
Thanks, Charsky.
Well, he seems
Okay.
nice.
Charsky
Seems
is
very friendly.
Charsky's a cool dude. Yeah, I like Charsky. We're buddies. We're pals. Well-known non-fun
Yeah, I mean, I don't-
arbiter.
Talking with communists, like I talked with a member of Antifa once upon a time. She
Yeah.
was pretty cool.
Crazy.
She didn't seem as violent and as angry as Charsky though. Charsky has a lot of that animus built up inside of him. I noticed that a lot in leftists.
He's not even a member of Antifa. He's a member of Trans Tifa, specifically the trans forceful transition wing of Antifa. Okay, he's going to forcefully
really?
transition you. Yep, verifiably true.
Well, I will resist to the best of my abilities, but
I'm sure.
he seems to have 5 inches above me, so I guess I'm
Wow.
doomed.
Well, to be fair, I'm not even sure your mind is complex enough to have a gender identity. So there's one. So
Whoa.
just I don't think you're ever going to understand this Inhumane Goods point, but just so you know, I sent it in general. It's a graph. It's pulling data from it's pulling data from surveys from all the regional Federal Reserve manufacturers. It's I think it's by the way, it's the not the latest link I sent, but the link above that. It's essentially
What?
showing.
Mr.
This is-
Nofo, is this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this graph, the Regional Fed Manufacturing Survey.
Mm-hmm. So what this is showing you is I hope your brain doesn't explode when I say this. It is the average Z-score of the diffusion indexes about capital expenditure plans over the next 6 months that manufacturing firms have, and the input cost, current prices paid for raw materials that they have. So essentially, just brief, just so you understand it a little bit. Basically, the regional Federal Reserves, like all survey manufacturers, and the diffusion index is kind of a way of looking at sort of the net picture of how manufacturers overall are feeling. And what this is doing is it's taking so it's making Z-scores of them. Z-scores is essentially how much Z-scores is how much it's different from the standard deviation. Do you know what a standard deviation is? Just think of it how much like of what it was like historically, right? Because one region essentially, maybe it has like sort of naturally lower growth or whatever, so it wouldn't really be fair to like just put that directly into an average. Instead, we're comparing it to historically in that region how much this has changed, rather than just comparing it like the absolute number how much it's changed, right? So it's making Z-scores for all of the regional Fed banks that do the survey. It's averaging them, and I just have graphed here the change in Z-scores for these things. You'll notice that they usually
Wait, you made this? You made this thing?
So I didn't come up with the idea. This is a extension of a chart. I can send you the
Well,
original
I'm not talking about the idea.
from-
Did you make this chart? Yes or no?
Yeah, essentially, kind of. Yeah.
Dude, either you made it or you didn't, bro. Why is this so
Well,
confusing?
I made this specific chart. The data is from the Fed banks, and the reason I made this chart is it is a extension of a chart made by Matt that I saw by Matthew C. Klein. He's an economist, and he made this. well, the same chart. I just updated it with like more recent data. But I can send you the original Matthew C. Klein chart if you want that too. So you'll notice they usually move together, but post 2025, you'll see input cost has gone up historically compared to the historical, right? The Z-scores for it have been trending upwards. Well, CapEx cost or plan, sorry, have gone down. What that is indicative of, or what that is sort of more consistent with, is manufacturers have to pay more for raw materials, and they therefore are planning less to do less investment in the future because it's going to cost more to do it.
So what's your point? What are you trying to get at?
My
bro?
point is that if tariffs raise the cost of intermediate goods, it might positively affect some firms, but it can affect the overall manufacturing sector negatively because firms have to pay more for raw materials.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think that is evidence that maybe tariffs are not having their intended effect of protecting manufacturing?
Well, I think it's a little too soon to say. Again, like the president has only been president for a little over, like slightly over a year, and I think it's just way too premature.
Based
man.
on so, first of all,
Way
I
too
cited
premature.
historical data as well. But first of all, do you think the data we've seen so far that I just showed you, do you think that is more consistent with my theory that tariffs are probably in aggregate negatively affecting like manufacturing, or your theory that presumably they're positively affecting it?
You made the chart, so it's obviously going to be favoring your theory.
Yeah,
so I'll
true.
just have to go ahead and give that one to you, man. I mean, you did
Incredible.
good. It's a really nice looking chart. I'll give you that.
Okay. That's great. This is also like just from the Dallas Fed itself. They just asked a special question on their survey. They're asked manufacturers if they expected tariffs to have a positive or negative impact on their business. 71.6% said they were going to have a negative impact, or that they've had one so far. 17.3% said no impact. 7.4% didn't know. Only 3.7% said they have a positive impact. And then also, I should have brought this up earlier, but interesting bullet point, 94.5% also reported they plan on passing through some or all of the extra costs that they were paying to consumers.
I completely understand that, and I think it's totally fine if that is the case.
What do you mean you think it's totally? You told me that the whole point of these tariffs was to make production at home again.
Yeah, but obviously, these tariffs are relatively recent, and for the intended purpose of them to come to fruition, you gotta wait, man. I mean, obviously, there's turmoil. Obviously, there's chaos in the markets. Obviously, things aren't going the way some people would expect.
I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying again. So this is not like a short-term gain for a long-term pain thing. This is, you are permanently, essentially, like there could be conceivably, I shouldn't even grant you this. I can imagine a hypothetical where the tariffs spark some amount of investment in the U.S. and we make some incredible innovation that we otherwise wouldn't have that would actually lower the cost. But I think if that were likely to happen, a private investor would have already done something similar. And the fact that private investors aren't willing to take that bet is evidence that it's not a very good bet to take. So, but this is what I'm saying is you're raising the cost of raw materials for these manufacturing firms, and there's no, and that's permanent. They're either going to have to buy materials from overseas that have the tariff on them, as long as the tariff sticks around, or they're going to have to buy more expensive domestic alternatives, which is also, again, more expensive. And that mechanism is not just going to like go away all of a sudden. Maybe there are other mechanisms by which tariffs help manufacturing employment, but that is going to have a negative effect that maybe you can say potentially in the long term is outweighed by some other positive effect. But that mechanism I described is always going to kind of be negative, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. I just want to be clear. This is not the only evidence I have. I've cited historical evidence. In fact, historical evidence that I think is kind of even better because it uses more causal inference, right? Like I think, the data we have so far in this is like consistent with my view and like broadly supports my view, and like at the very least shows that tariffs are not living up to Trump's claims or whatever. But I think the data we have historically, I think I cited like Lydia Cox's paper. You can look at, there's papers by Alberto Carvalho as well, and Justin Pierce, I think, is or I think it might not be Justin Pierce. Fucking Pierce Flannan, I think is the paper I'm thinking of. You know, those all show probably the same thing of like Trump's steel tariffs negatively affected manufacturing employment in aggregate. And they have like causal inference mechanisms. I don't know if you know what causal inference even is, but you said all that is possible.
What point are you trying to make, dude? Like, I feel like I've already like addressed this.
I'm saying
it,
so.
And you just keep like hammering the same thing over and over again.
Because you like refuse to understand any of this. So what
dude,
I'm
I
saying
said
is,
sure, bro. Like I get what you're saying.
Usually you say sure, but then you just repeat your position, or you say that's possible, which is like not particularly meaningful. So the point I'm trying to get at, hold on, what do you think I'm trying to prove when I say like tariffs are having negative effects on downstream industries? What do you think my point is there? I'm just curious.
What you just
What do you
said?
think it is? So
What
that is
you just
evidence.
said.
That is evidence in support of a point, right? There's a proposition I'm supporting, and I'm giving that as evidence. What is the proposition that like I'm supporting, or the premise? I think it's proposition.
Orange Man bad and his tariffs are bad because of these scientific authorities that you keep referring to.
So yep, that's true. That's what I did.
And you're suggesting these things are like dead in the water or a complete failure when they're relatively recent, and you know you're not even giving it a fair shot.
To this? Yeah, I'm not giving them a fair
well,
shot.
Okay, now you brought up all your historical data, but I just think we're in a completely different time and place in America.
Crazy.
I mean, we're really living through the times, man. So I think a lot of the historical data is just kind of worthless, but that's just my opinion. Again, I don't really think any of this is interesting. Maybe to you it is, because I know a lot of people on the left like
to be clear is if your claim is that tariffs are going to revitalize manufacturing or whatever, as Trump repeatedly reiterated, right? And that you also said that was one of your goals, is that, you know, at the very least, the way Trump is going about it is far from optimal, in that putting tariffs on intermediate goods probably has a negative effect on overall manufacturing employment because companies have to pay more for their raw materials.
Yeah, it's possible.
But what do you mean by possible? Put a percentage on that being the case.
Dude, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Do you think it's more likely than not that what I said was true?
I think it's possible. I mean,
you want me to put a number on it, dude?
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put a number on it.
Do you think it's more likely? I'm just asking, do you think it's more likely than not?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Do you recognize you saying it's possible is meaningless? Because, like, I don't know what you're trying to communicate by possible. Because possible, I'm going to pull a Pisco, okay? Possible could mean mere possibility, right? I think it is possible that you're actually, you know, like I'm actually hallucinating right now and not actually talking to you, right? That's logically possible. I think it's possible that you're a bunch of rats in a suit of human skin that have somehow learned the ability to communicate very poorly. But I don't think that's more likely than not, right? I think there's a very low probability that is true. So you saying it's possible is meaningless to me.
It's not my problem that your debate me bro tactics makes you incapable of understanding a very simple response. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, you said what you said, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably true. That's possible. And like, that's not good enough for you. Like, you want to put me in a box, and you want to corner me.
It's not good enough for me
by making a definitive statement.
I'm not asking you to make a definitive. I'm asking you, what do you think is more likely than not? That's a pretty broad question.
Yeah, and I said probably. Like,
you did not say that until now, but okay, probably.
It's not my
so
fault
wait,
that
just
you're
to be clear,
not satisfied with the response.
You would agree it is more likely than not that tariffs placed on intermediate goods do not benefit manufacturing employment in aggregate.
I don't think it's entirely obvious at this point. You know, well, first off, there's obviously headaches involved, and there are financial detriments involved for certain parties with tariffs. But you know, fuck it. I think it's totally fine the way that it's going, and I say to the president, full steam ahead. We need more tariffs, more aggressively, and never let up. I think it's just better that way, man.
What did you just say was probably true like 10 seconds ago?
that you might be correct that there might be some negative impacts on these manufacturers because of the tariffs on their raw materials needed to manufacture. But even then, I don't care. I don't care if it's.
Do you recognize? But just to be, how do you not care when you said one of the points of these was to bring manufacturing back? But I just demonstrated to you that at least the tariffs placed on intermediate goods are negatively affecting manufacturing.
Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know how to respond to you right now.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell, buddy.
Well, dude, like I've already explained. Like, I don't care. Like,
What was the
how?
Okay, what was the question I just asked?
Dude, are you seriously want to do that all night, bro?
Yes.
Seriously?
Because you just told me you don't care. My question was, how can you not care when it contradicts your stated position earlier to not care?
Because I don't believe it's going to, dude.
You just told me
I
it
don't
was
believe it's gonna
probably
have that-
true.
I don't. Even if so, oh my god, dude. Man, even if there is some immediate negative consequences as a result of the tariffs, I think in the long term it will be beneficial. That's just plain and simple.
Do you
That
think
is what
that
I
was
believe.
like responsive to my question?
No, you're never going to be satisfied with anything that I say.
Yeah, that's true, buddy. You just
this is
almost
a you
straight up
problem.
did not answer. So to be clear, I'm going to repeat the question: is why do you not care that there are some negative effects on downstream industries from putting tariffs on intermediate goods, when your stated position earlier was that the reason we need to do a ton of tariffs was because we needed to revitalize manufacturing? And I've demonstrated to you, you conceded that it is probably true, that many of these tariffs at the very least are having a negative effect on manufacturing.
Because overall, I think it'll work. I think his plan will work.
Okay.
President Trump is right on the money, I think. And regardless of what the Supreme Court says or does, he's going to do what he thinks is right. And I agree with him. And he should continue to do it.
That's great.
And there isn't any, dude, like all the research and whatnot that you have access to, obviously the President Trump's government has access to that as well. And they're deciding to move forward ahead with the tariff surge, if you will.
Wow.
And I think that's the right thing to do.
Actually, well, first of all, there's actually quite a divide in Trump's cabinet between how far they should go with the tariffs. There's a reason Trump could only find a very few specific people to support him on that front. Peter Navarro. The entire reason we got that 90-day pause and Liberation Day tariffs was because Peter Navarro was gone on a foreign trip, and his other advisors had to convince Trump to do a 90-day pause. So, even most of Trump's advisors don't want to go as far as he's gone. But, I think
Probably not going far enough.
that's not what anyone thinks. Not in Trump's cabinet.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, maybe
or not.
Navarro. Well, maybe I don't know for sure. Maybe Navarro, but
I'm not convinced that's true.
okay.
What
would it take
ultimately
to-
matters is
wait,
President
what's
Trump
true?
doing it. The claim that there's this friction between President Trump and his other cabinet members on this matter.
What would it take to
we can
demonstrate
we
to you
can
that
speculate all
that's-
we want to, but it's probably meaningless because
What would it
again
take
we
to
don't
demonstrate
work.
to you that it's true? Would reporting by the Wall Street Journal demonstrate that to you at all? Or
I don't know. Depends what they're saying.
know?
Is it another unnamed source?
If they said that to, I don't know for certain whether the sources were anonymous or not, but
Well, there you go. Well, it depends. My
it
answer
depends
was
on
it
whether the
depends.
sources are not. First of all, even if they aren't anonymous, I don't think you're going to actually take my. I don't think you're going to concede
Well,
anyway.
let's just say Howard Lutnick. You're like, well, he's against it, and he told Trump this, and that, and then of course, there's proof of it. I mean, that's one thing, but if it's just another one of these anonymous sources, it's probably bullshit and meaningless.
True.
I mean, President Trump is another one of these figures where he's one of the most lied about people in all of human history. And it's really hard to take a lot of this, my firsthand, my news sources seriously. It's it's just bullshit, man. This is how do I put this? The way that people like you and Pisco and Destiny debate,
Mhm.
like you just have a fundamental misunderstanding about the world and how the future is going to play out, which is why nearly every single bread tuber got the 2024 election wrong. And it's pretty bad, man. Like it's concerning that this style of debate and argument is so prevalent, and it's largely why I don't like to do it, because a lot of it is kind of meaningless. Like you want to dive into the minutia of how these trade policies work or what's going to be negatively impacted or not, when we can be having a more fruitful discussion about the philosophy as to what drives us to believe what we believe. Like that's way more interesting than to be like,
Half
oh,
this
well, look at this
conversation has
chart that I
been
made.
bogged down in meta shit about me trying to understand, me trying to like ask you to repeat my questions and trying to understand how the fuck your brain is working. Half the conversation has been that meta shit, bro. Like the philosophy of why we believe what we believe.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Again, like you
Yeah,
kind of
why-
muddy
wait, why
things up a
don't-
little
why don't-
bit.
Why don't you think so?
muddy
What's the
things-
evidence?
You muddy things up a little bit, and I want to like steer it back towards again like ideas, because you're not really talking about ideas. You're just talking about these figures and these these so-called expert economist dudes, and
True.
again these people aren't reliable, man. Like they lie. Like almost every single one of them are liars, and they don't even understand how the
Didn't
economy
we
works.
literally
I don't
started
think
on this,
anyone
and
really does.
do you remember everything I said about that? You gave two examples from my memory of them quote unquote lying. The first was the changing the definition of recession under Biden or whatever. I demonstrated to you that's not really what happened, and also we did not
it kind of was though.
Even under that definition, we did not have a recession because GDP was revised upward. And the second example you gave was the data revisions that the BLS does, and I told you exactly how and why they did those revisions.
Yeah, and even then, just because you understand how like those eggheads work and how they function, like it doesn't mean what they are publishing or producing is true. Like you just want to believe them because it's convenient for you.
You said they were lying. You said they were lying.
Yeah,
and your
I'm
evidence
almost
for that was
positive
your
they're
evidence
lying.
for that.
I'm willing to
Your
wager
evidence for
my
that.
life that they are liars, and that
And
they
your evidence
lied
for that,
about
the evidence that you provided for that claim was the revisions,
my
correct?
mind.
That was one of
This
the
is
points of evidence that you provided, correct?
my intuition. That's my evidence.
You said that as well. You said that as well, but you said what another part of the evidence that you cited for them lying was the data revisions that the BLS does, correct?
Yeah, they're constantly revising it down.
Okay.
When they were drastically overinflated, and then they had to be drastically reduced.
And
Like,
then
is
I
that-
told
did
you
that not
exactly
happen,
how
or
and
am I
why. I told you
imagining that?
exactly
Yes or
how
no?
and why they did.
Am I imagining that they did that? Am I imagining?
Well, actually, so how much? Here's an interesting question. How much do you think like Biden's job numbers were? Like, how much was the If I say benchmark revision, you're not gonna know.
I don't know it off the top of my head, dude.
How much was what's the big? Do you remember the big headline number that you guys will like to cite for the negative revisions?
No, I don't know. Dude, I don't know why you keep saying you guys. Like I'm a part of like some subculture.
You're
like,
part of the
Maggie
retard
Club.
subculture. A lot of people. There actually
No,
are a
dude,
lot of
and
people
again,
who.
you guys can call me.
so-
You guys can call guys like me retards all you want, but
That's true.
dude, there are endless meltdown videos of people like yourself.
Yeah, I
on
didn't consider that.
2024
Okay,
general
so
election
there actually are a lot
wrong.
of people who like way overstate the amount of jobs that Biden the negative revisions were. People still cite that negative like 818,000 preliminary benchmark revision because they
I'm
don't
gonna be
know.
honest. I don't even remember the numbers, dude. I don't
Yeah,
remember
that's
the
great
numbers. I
because
just
the
remember
final
economy was
benchmark
really
revision was like 500,000. So they did actually revise. They revised the preliminary benchmark revision up. So people they still cite that number though. I still see a lot of people citing that number. But regardless, my point was the evidence that you provided for the fact that these economists are liars or whatever was these revisions. So I demonstrated to you that the reason they do these revisions and have done these revisions since 1973, I believe, is because they want to release data that is both timely and accurate, and there's trade-offs between those. So the balance that they take is releasing their first estimate the next month, revising it with added survey data that they get the later 2 months, and then they use eventually the highest quality data we have is the tax data that is provided. They make a benchmark revision to their initial estimates, and then with the available tax data they have at that time, and then once all the tax data finally gets in, they make a final benchmark revision. So how is any of that conducive to lying? And by lying, I don't just mean making their best estimate in good faith that turns out to be wrong because they didn't have the most accurate data at the time that
No,
they
they
made
didn't
the
do that at
estimate.
all. Everybody knows they didn't do that at all.
Do what?
You know, go through this elaborate good faith process that you're discussing. Look, it's
Wait,
cute that
just
you know
because-
what
just
that
the
process
thing-
is.
So what I was
It's kind
saying,
of
so
impressive that you
the
remember
thing
what it
the thing I was
But it
preempting
doesn't
there.
matter, dude, because they're liars. And
True.
they
The
made
thing,
it up.
hold on. There used to be the thing I was preempting there was that some people say they were lying just because the initial estimate doesn't align with the final estimate. What I'm telling you is what I and what everyone else means by lying does not encompass a initial estimate not aligning with the final estimate, so long as the initial estimate was made with the best available data of the good methodology in good faith. You would agree that most people agree that does not encompass lying, right?
Dude, no, I don't agree with you.
Okay,
dude,
great.
look, you can believe them. Look,
So what's the
plain and
evidence? So
simple,
wait,
you
wait,
can
wait,
believe
just
them.
what's
You
the
can
evidence
believe
they're
those
lying?
figures.
What's the evidence they're lying?
You can
What's the evidence
recite
they're
the
lying?
process. It's kind of impressive, but again, like it's meaningless to me because, like, you obviously are going to go out and shill for Joe Biden.
True.
I don't shill for any politician.
I'm sure.
No, I really don't. I know for a fact.
You're so intelligent
It is,
for not
it
shilling
is
for any politician.
self-evident that it was just a bullshit economy, man, and it was all lies. It was
What's
all
the evidence
bullshit.
for that?
Living in the real world, you know, dealing with the consequences of this failing, capitalistic system
What was
under
my
Joe
response
Biden.
to that last time?
You were defending it. You were being snarky about it.
What was
that
my
was your
response? So you provided evidence for your claim, supposedly, that living in the real world refutes this data or whatever. What was my
Yes.
response?
No, just to you responded with telling me the process of this elaborate scheme.
That was
to get those
when you brought
numbers
up the
correct.
revision specifically. But my evidence to
Okay.
your anecdote was saying it was an anecdote, and your experience is not going to be representative.
I think it is representative, man. A lot of people were hurting
Why?
economically. Do you just why? Because because the policy sucked. That's why.
What's
and
the
people,
what, that's not responsive to? Oh my God, you can say the policy sucked, and you think the policy sucked is what caused the bad economy, or whatever. But that's not what we're
Yes.
discussing right now. You'd also have to clarify what policy and everything, obviously. But what we're discussing is whether or not your anecdotal experience is enough to refute the data that I'm bringing up about, the labor market figures, for example.
Yeah, you know what? I think it is enough.
Why?
do. Why not?
Because
mean-
your experience is not going to be representative of the entire country. It's going to miss a lot of things that is more robust survey data, and we have other data too. Most of the employment data comes from surveys, but we have data just that we collect from like people literally going out and like looking at the prices of things, right? That's how CPI calculates some of their prices.
Sure.
Those are like that data has a larger sample size. It is more reliable, right? It's not as influenced by potential just cognitive biases that we all have. So I think those are the reasons why it's probably more reliable.
You don't think the stats that you've been citing are chock full of biases?
So no, but also that's not really responsive to what I said, which is that data in this sense is not going to have the same cognitive biases that humans are susceptible to. So if you living in the real world, see a lot of people or it's conceivable that you could see the same amount of homeless people, but because we all have our own cognitive biases or whatever, you might notice the homeless people more when a president you don't like is in office, as opposed to when a president you do like is in office, right? Everyone is susceptible to those type of thought patterns that they don't even internal bias that they don't even realize. But a survey that just surveys how many homeless people there are is not going to be susceptible to that same type of bias.
Yeah, I have a fundamental distrust of a lot of the people who conduct those surveys and studies and whatnot.
But you have no good reason to.
I have plenty of good reason to, brother.
The only
I have
reason,
plenty of good reason to. So
No,
now you're
you-
discounting the.
yes,
my-
I'm discounting
you're
your.
discounting my skepticism.
I am discounting your anecdote about being a good reason to distrust the data or whatever.
I think many of us have earned the right to be skeptical.
That's not
and
responsive to
not
what I
trusting.
said. What do you mean they've earned the
Well-
right to? Like what?
Well, dude, why is everything I say confusing to you? I'm not
'Cause
like speaking another language,
It's
bro.
not really that. Well, some of the things are confusing because they're so stupid. I don't understand how someone could believe them, or they're just like almost incoherent. But I'm just upset that you like are not capable of like answering my questions, or like even it doesn't even feel like you're comprehending stuff I've said.
No, I do. I just I'm not going to believe those figures in those studies and those stats.
You've repeated that multiple times. I understand that's your position, which you have repeated 100 times to me. I'm asking you why. The only evidence you provide is essentially that your anecdote or whatever about I think people have earned the right, or I think I have eyes. I see what's going on or whatever. You've repeated that a few times, but then I give you an argument for why your anecdote is A, not going to be representative of everything that's happening, and B, susceptible to your own internal biases that we all have.
Well, I never
that
suggest.
the survey data is not necessarily going to have.
Yeah, I never suggested my anecdote is representative of everybody in the country. I know you're just
You're using your
misrepresenting me.
anecdote to discount the data that we have on the entire country. And also, you
Well,
literally...
didn't you say that it wasn't the entire country,
you
though?
literally, by the way, you literally said that you think your experience in a sanctuary city is representative. You literally said that at one point.
Well, at least in regards to most sanctuary states or cities, I believe that is a fair assumption. Yes.
That's not what you
I
said.
do.
You said...
Well,
we were talking
well,
about
my
the whole country at
apologies
the
for
time.
not expanding. I guess. So
I
that's my bad.
literally asked you, do you think it's representative of like the whole country? And you
Okay,
said
buddy.
yes.
I'll concede to your point.
Great. So do we think that your experience is going to capture as many things, is going to be a representative sample of how the labor market is doing in the entire country?
Yeah, maybe. I'll go with a
Maybe?
week, maybe. Yeah.
So like, what is I would, you're going to crash out again. I don't know what maybe means. Is maybe there's a 10% chance that what I'm saying is right? Is maybe there's a 90% chance that what I'm saying is right? Is it more or less than 50%?
I'll give you the 90, bro. I'll give you the 90%. How about that?
There's a 90% chance that your experience is not representative of the rest of the country. That's what you're telling me right now.
Sure. why
Okay.
not?
I agree with that. There is a 90% chance that your experience is not representative of the entire country. Do you recognize then it is not, you cannot dismiss data about what's happening in the entire country based on your unrepresentative experience of the area around you?
Sure, why not?
I think you're not even listening to me at this point.
I am listening to you, dude. But we've done this already. Like, do you want to move on to a different topic? Because we're just never gonna agree. We're never gonna agree on this. And I just can't see myself in a position to
It's
where
not even-
you can say something that's gonna convince me to see it through your point
Yeah, I
of
can't
view.
say anything that convinces you because you don't have any way of analyzing evidence.
Well, to be honest, I don't have any evidence to examine, dude. I'm in an office. And I told you, like, I didn't
Okay,
come prepared.
maybe I shouldn't have used the word evidence there. I see why that could be confusing to someone with as low IQ as you. You don't have any way of analyzing the arguments that I am providing, or any, also any of the evidence that I've sent you. You don't have any way of like, you don't.
Look,
you
dude,
don't
you brought
have-
me a chart that you made, and again, it's very in favor
But
of
you
what
can't
you
even
were saying,
understand
so
the
that's
arguments
cool.
I'm making now, which, to be clear, like when I provide these arguments, like they are in the technical sense, I think evidence for certain things. They're not like hard data, but they are like evidence in the like philosophical sense. What I say, like, your experience is not going to be representative of the entire country. You don't even seem to be able to like comprehend that and then understand why in that
Dude,
context.
obviously, an individual's experience is not going to be representative of everybody in the
Okay.
country. This
Then
is
why
why
do you think?
people
Then
think
why do you think an
bros are
individual?
fucking
Why do you think an
dorks,
individual's
dude.
experience? Why do you think an individual's experience is sufficient to write off the data about how well the entire country is doing?
Because the people that you are citing or the organizations that you cite have reliably lied to the American public.
What's
The
the evidence
things
for that?
they are not true. They're just not, dude.
What's the
Like, yeah,
evidence?
go out into the real
What's
world.
the
and it
evidence?
just
You
doesn't make
do you
sense.
see what you just did?
Yes, I understand, but like again, I'm trying to get back.
Tell me
You
why
can't look
why
through-
no. Tell me why what you just did there was so ungodly retarded.
You tell me, dude. You're the one chimping out.
Then why'd
the
you say you
problem?
know what you did? Because you don't.
Dude, just get to the point.
To be clear, you made a claim. These agencies are all bullshit liars. Okay, and
For the most
then
part, yes.
and then I asked, what's the evidence for that? You said the real world, my own experience, my anecdotal experience, okay? Then I said, that's not going to be representative. Do you understand why that's not representative? And you said, yes, non-fun, you know what? I agree. One person's experience is not going to be representative, okay? And then you just repeated the claim that these people are all bullshit liars. And then, guess what? I said, what's the
Yeah,
evidence?
both those
And
claims can be
guess
true,
what you
dude.
said? Guess what you said was the evidence? Guess what you said was the evidence? You said the real world again. You just went in a loop. You conceded that your point of evidence is bullshit and then cited the same point of evidence again within 5 seconds.
Brother, I'm not going to change my opinion as to why I don't trust those sources. Like, I'm trying to get us to move on so the chat is happy. And like, you won't accept it, dude. You won't accept it that I'm not happy with that stuff. You won't accept
Do
the
you
reason
recognize
why
what? Hold on.
I believe what I
care,
believe.
I don't even care about convincing you on this point. Okay. I just want you to understand that you
Dude, I
just
repeated
went
myself
in a-
because you asked me again. Like, you keep asking me the same questions, dude.
because either your responses are
No,
just
you
totally
don't
non-
understand, dude. Like, you're not
That's true.
understanding because you're stuck in
either
this
either
debate
your
and broke
responses to my
framework.
questions are just totally non-responsive and like meaningless, or you did what you just did, which I'm just trying to get you to understand. What you just did was like just go in a loop where I made a claim, or sorry, you made a claim. I asked what's the evidence. I debunked the evidence, and you conceded that I debunked the evidence. And then you made the claim again and cited the same evidence that you just conceded was wrong 5 seconds earlier.
I don't believe that's correct. But dude,
Okay.
I'm ready to move on from this.
Okay. Yeah. What do you want to talk about even?
You did mention, I think, USAID. So now that we're done with the tariff stuff,
Oh, you said,
Asmongold. You made a comment about Asmongold. What is your problem with Asmongold's comment?
Okay. So
So now I'm
Well,
asking you
first-
for your personal feelings and beliefs. I think that's more interesting instead of you citing all this stuff, because that's not interesting. That's not who you are. I want to know who you are and what you believe,
Yeah,
what
that's
you
great.
have right here in your heart and soul. What
so
do you mean that's great? I'm talking about your
Number
soul
one.
and you're dismissive about it.
true. Number one, I just want to. What's the because your claim initially was you're against tariffs, but are totally fine with trillions going towards Africa. Why? I think that's insinuating there's some contradiction between those two claims, and I just don't see why that's the case.
Well, the core argument from the, modern Democratic left is that the tariffs are onerous financially on the citizenry. And that's bad, right? That's bad. That's your claim. The tariffs are costing us money, and that is bad. But supposedly, according to the administration, that tariff money is meant for the country. It's actually it's meant for us in a roundabout way. Regardless, we're not going to get into whether that's true or not, but that's the core claim. USAID, on the other hand, it extracts money. Again, which is what you claim the tariffs are doing. It's just taking money out of our pocket. So
Oh,
USAID is taking money
AID
and
does
it's
not
throwing it
extract money.
away. It's throwing it away on these jackass endeavors. And
Okay. Do you think there's any contradiction between supporting like some type of tax that funds some type of program that you think is good, or versus supporting, a tax that you think is bad that does something that you also think is bad?
Yeah, I can see that there's a difference. I can see that there might be a difference.
There's obviously no contradiction between Democrats, and I don't even fully agree with Democrats on this. Like Democrats being in favor of a wealth tax, but Democrats being against tariffs because they think the effects of tariffs are bad in that they are regressive and harm economic efficiency, but the effects of wealth taxes are good because they are progressive and they might have some positive effect on our political system by getting rid of billionaires' wealth, and some of them think it's economically efficient at the very least. There's no contradiction there. That just comes down to a dispute over the you know, how efficient these taxes are and what the effects of the programs that they're funding are.
No, I totally get that, and I just want to be clear. Like, I don't want to misrepresent what you were trying to say, because I know people can be kind of limited in their tweets. So you're probably right. When we kind of break it down, there probably isn't an inherent contradiction between, you know, wanting to, I guess, prevent tariff taxation versus approving of taxation for U.S. aid. So I can kind of see that. I think that's a little bit more fair. But I mean, we were kind of just, you know, drive-by tweeting at each other. So that could probably be a misunderstanding on my part.
So what do you think, just for context for people, there was a clip of Asmongold basically, he was watching the Don Mockler interview, and he said, you know, basically, if a bunch of people die from USAID, that's good. Fuck them. Who cares? That's their problem, not mine. Someone tweeted out this clip. Asmongold responded saying, correct. I don't want my money sent to Africa or any of the other PvP shitholes of the world. It is unethical through threat of force to take people's tax money and give it away to foreigners. Cheap emotional blackmail. And then I quote tweeted it and said, I quoted the at the beginning so people had context, cheap emotional blackmail. And I said, pointing out your position finds the deaths of millions of innocent people to be ethical is evidence against your position, actually. What do you think my point in making that tweet was?
Can you link me to the tweet? I need to read it. I need to see it in front of me.
Sure, I'll send it in general on my server.
Thanks. Okay. So what do I think you meant?
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a hint. I think there's like there's a fundamental like point that I like laid out, and then I think there is like an implied position, but technically I don't think the second point is like a necessary reading of it, but I think it's the most reasonable reading of it.
Wait, so are you suggesting that he thinks that's ethical for the deaths of innocent people to occur? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
He
man.
literally.
just asked.
So technically, it's not what, kind of. So
it's either yes or no.
Literally, he literally said, "Fuck him. Who cares? Not my problem." Do you think that implies that he thinks it's unethical to cut USAID? He literally said, "Like, good. We should have done that."
I don't think he is saying what you said that he claimed to have said.
Do we want to listen to what he said?
Yeah, let's go. Hold on, let me hop back into Discord. Okay. Yeah, can you play the clip?
Yeah, let me start sharing the screen.
All right, I'm watching it.
The difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a JD Vance, or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for JD Vance to win, is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would...
Which we should have done, by the way. It's too bad. If they die due to the cuts, that's just too bad. It's not our problem. Like, if we're cutting USAID cuts and people in Africa die, too bad. Like, we don't have any obligation to keep people in Africa alive. It's ridiculous. It's a waste of our money. Like, I mean, again, like, and so this is the problem, right? Is that Hassan doesn't argue these things in good faith. He doesn't talk about what he really thinks about this. And so he has to play these games. Suicidal empathy? Yeah, fuck him. Who cares?
Restore. It's a
So you would agree?
Yeah.
He's absolutely saying that USAID funding is, or it was ethical to cut USAID funding. And he even said, we don't, and I
he didn't use the word ethical. He didn't use the word ethical. He's obviously indifferent to the suffering of the African people, and it's not even entirely obvious if it's the result of U.S. aid. And I do largely agree.
He literally said, like, they were talking about USAID. He said, we should have cut it. It was good that we cut it. We don't have an obligation to keep these people alive.
Well, the United States doesn't. The United States government doesn't have an obligation.
I'm just trying to get you to understand what he said does imply, or does like literally mean what I said, which is that his position is that it is ethical to, if you don't want to say cut, to bring about the death of millions of innocent people.
No, I don't agree with your framing at all. Because that's, I mean, you're mind reading, and you're not being charitable.
How
to
am I mind
Asmongold.
reading? He said, "Fuck him,
Because
who
you're
cares?"
you're
He
because
said
you're
we should have
implying
done
that
it.
he said it's ethical to allow this thing to happen. That's not what he was saying at all. Like,
What the fuck was he
the video's
saying?
right there. It's not our problem. That's what he was. Dude, he said what he
Not
said.
our
Like,
problem
why
in what
is,
sense?
why are
Do you
you
think he means
confused
not
by-
our problem in not a moral or ethical sense?
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Do you think he means in what other sense other than a moral and or ethical sense could he mean it's not our problem?
It could even be in a technical sense. That's not the function of the United States
technical
government.
sense? What the fuck does that mean? Technical sense how?
Well, he didn't say ethical either. I mean, I think my
He
interpretation
didn't say
is more
ethical,
correct
but
than
what I
yours.
take from him saying we should have done it is that we ought to have done it. Like it was a good thing to have done it. What I take from him saying we don't have an obligation to keep these people alive is not we don't have a legal obligation to, because especially in the context of him saying fuck them, who cares? What I take from that is that he doesn't think we have any moral obligation to do anything in that respect. He's like he doesn't value their well-being essentially at all.
Yeah, it's pretty self-evident that he doesn't really care for the African people. That's probably true.
And then to be clear, like in the tweet, in his reply, he said it is unethical to, through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it away to foreigners. That is him saying it is unethical to spend tax money on foreigners.
Well, I mean, it's more the threat of force against us. You're more than welcome to donate your money to the cause of
Yeah, that's crazy.
African starvation or whatever. But
Do you agree?
what the
Asmongold
government
is
is
saying.
doing is
Do you agree?
unethical.
Asmongold is saying it is unethical. He's saying one that it was ethical to cut USAID. In fact, presumably under his view, it's like some obligation. We ought to have done it. We should have done it. And that two,
Yes, I agree.
this means that his position finds I don't want to say, I know people take objection to the word cause. I think the word cause is fine here, but to in some way bring about the deaths of millions of innocent people.
I don't think he would wish for that or want something like that.
What
Again,
does we should have done it mean? And what does fuck 'em who cares mean?
Well, dude, it means that we should have prevented the U.S. government from stealing money from the American electorate and then funneling it to these little pet projects of the Democratic Party. I think that's
True.
I think that's what he was trying to say.
Was
Like, you're making it
Asmongold
seem like
talking
it's
about the
ethical-
pet project of the Democratic Party? Like what do you think? He was talking about money specifically that like saves
By
lives. He was not
USAID,
like
by
he was not like
USAID,
making
right?
he was not making any allegation that like people make allegations that like, oh, USAID was like funding all these like fucking NGOs that all supported Democrats. Asmongold did not make any of those allegations in the clip or in the reply that he made.
Okay.
Correct. He was just saying it is unethical to spend tax money on foreigners.
Well, it's not just that. It's that the government, via violent force,
Oh my
takes
god!
our
But
money
that's a
and
question
then
of
gives
whether
it to them.
tax money itself is ethical, right? And like I think that the fundamental point that we're going to disagree on is I think that depends on like a theory of what people are entitled to that I don't think is I don't think is fair, but or I don't think is like valid. Well, it's valid. It's not sound. I don't think it's sound. But and we can have that conversation if you really want to. But what Asmongold is saying is that it finds, and to be clear, so I don't want to reveal the point of my tweet exactly because I want to see if you have enough comprehension skills to guess it. This is Asmongold's position that he's laying out, right? It is unethical to use tax money to save a bunch of foreigners' lives. You agree that that is what Asmongold said?
No.
Okay.
He
Well,
says
how
it's
did he not say
unethical
that?
through the threat of force, which is literally what
Oh my
that type of
God.
taxation is. Well,
If
you're
you
trying to
agree that's
dress it
what-
up.
If you agree
dude.
that's what taxation is, then why does it matter if I say through threat of force? Again, I think that I don't like the threat of force thing. I think it depends on like a deeper theory of entitlement. So like it's weird. Like the issue there is deeper, or whatever. But here, you know what? It doesn't matter. Asmongold said you agree that it's unethical to, through threat of force, use tax money to give it away to foreigners.
Yeah.
You would agree that an entailment of that position is that the deaths of millions of innocent people are morally acceptable, if not morally obligatory.
Damn. I don't know how to answer that.
How do you not know how to answer that? You agree Asmongold
Are
said
you
he
trying to
doesn't care,
insinuate
right?
that? Are you trying to insinuate that he wants that to happen?
I not necessarily. I don't want to. I'm not trying to insinuate that. I think, like, okay. What do you mean by want to happen? I don't think, like, Asmongold wants to or like that is necessarily the desired effect itself is necessarily the deaths of innocent people. I think the desired effect is to stop, or like I think he doesn't value their like well-being at all, essentially. So it's weird to say like that he thinks we should have cut USAID. He said he thinks it's good and it is unethical to use to do USAID. So I think it is an entailment from that position that it is morally acceptable, if not obligatory, to. In fact, I would say under his view it's obligatory, considering he said it's unethical to, through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it to foreigners. So not only would it be acceptable to cut USAID, but I think he finds it obligatory to have done so. Further evidence by the fact that we should have done it. That is an entailment to that position is millions of innocent people's deaths are acceptable if not obligatory. Innocent people's deaths comes before any cuts.
Well, I mean, sometimes inaction of that sort will result in a negative consequence.
I'm just asking you to, sure, I'm just asking, you agree that that is an entailment to Asmongold's position?
Well, no, well, dude, like, am I not allowed to like elaborate and explain stuff? Like, you want to like.
What you said was not responsible. What you said was moving. I'm asking you about Asmongold's position, right? So you agree that is an entailment of his position.
I'm not. I don't like the way you're characterizing it, man, because it's not very charitable and fair to him, and you're not thinking about it. You know, you're looking at the words, and you're doing the debate me bro thing, and like you don't want to like expand on it and like really think about what is being said, and even like read between the lines, bro. Like you don't want to do any of that.
There's
like,
no reading between the lines necessary because he said everything I need him to say.
No, dude.
It's obviously an entailment from his position. It's evidenced by the fact that he said it's unethical to do, and he said that he said fuck him, who cares with regards to the people who would die because of the USAID cuts. That he finds the deaths of these people from foreign aid cuts to be morally, ethically like acceptable if not obligatory. That's obviously true. I don't see why anyone can disagree with that.
Dude, like, so based on what he said, you genuinely believe he is saying or implying in some roundabout way that the deaths of these individuals is obligatory, is ethical? You're saying you're suggesting that based on what he said in that tweet, you're assuming that his statement reads as,
what am I assuming?
The deaths are ethical. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
He at the very best finds it to be morally acceptable, if not morally obligatory. So what I take from him saying it is unethical to is that it is not ethical to do this thing. This thing that he is describing is through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it away to foreigners. That is to him describing what his view, at least, of what USAID did. And in the video, he said, "Fuck him, who cares?" with regards to the people who would die. And he said, we should have done it, as in we should have cut USAID. What I take, I mean, I think really any of those would be like sufficient. But what I take those three together, especially to mean, is that there's it is unethical, it is immoral to do what USAID was doing in that using tax money to give it to foreigners to save lives.
Yeah, that's 100% fair and true. I agree with that part.
Okay, so you agree
it's the interpretation of the latter part, which is what to me it sounds like you're trying to insinuate that he's basically saying it is ethical that these people are dying or that they're going to die.
That is like literally, again, he finds it at the very least morally acceptable, if not morally obligatory. I don't know how else to read. It is unethical through to threat of force, take people's tax money, and then give it away to foreigners. And I don't know how else to read or how else to interpret we should have done it with regards to Mockler saying, the USAID cuts happened. Like,
do you agree or disagree with what Asmongold said?
I disagree, but I just want to focus on, you agree an entailment of his claim is that these deaths of these millions of innocent people from the foreign aid cuts is acceptable if not obligatory.
Not the acceptable part. No.
Then the obligatory part, that's worse, but okay, I'll take it, buddy.
Okay. Then if it's worse, you didn't
Okay.
you wouldn't have needed
So-
to.
What I said here, so I quoted Asmongold saying cheap emotional blackmail. And I said, pointing out that your position finds the deaths of millions of innocent people to be ethical is evidence against your position exactly. So there's a like fundamental point here and there's a implied point. So the fundamental point is that I think it is very silly to dismiss something as cheap emotional blackmail when really what you're saying is I don't like, you know, my position has a crazy unintuitive, like, his ethical position has a crazy unintuitive, like, a conclusion to it, entailment from it, which is that it was good to kill all these people. And I think that is a, you know, I don't want to say kill again because that loads it. But I mean, I do think it was killing, but I understand why people might not. So his view has this entailment. Most people find that entailment to be pretty disgusting, right? That is something people do not support. Most people do not support the USAID cuts. Most people find that to be pretty unintuitive. I think that is evidence against his position. This is me essentially saying a very obvious point that a reductio ad absurdum is like a valid way to test and argue about philosophical views and ethical views. That's the fundamental point that I spelled out. I think the implied point is that his position here is wrong.
Fair enough. But I disagree that the majority of people want USAID. I think most people were
Well-
very much in favor of Doge cuts. The best pollsters in the country, the very few that were able to predict the election, unlike everybody else, made it very clear that Doge is very popular. Doge policies or Doge cuts are more popular than President Trump and Elon Musk themselves. Richard Barris stated otherwise with his polling firm, and so did Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen. USAID is not popular, and
So
I'm going to be honest.
I don't know.
Like
I don't know about Doge in particular, but I do know that the majority of Americans did not, like, if you poll them, do not support the actual cuts to USAID. I can find the poll for that, but I don't know how well it I don't know how well Doge polled.
Well, Doge cuts
all in
is
all.
USAID. USAID was cut because of Doge.
I
That's-
agree. Do you think that people might have a positive opinion on an agency, but still be able to have a negative opinion on one of the actions the agency took?
I don't think most people really understood the nature of USAID. And again, it's been gone for a very long time. Everything is fine and awesome and working exactly
Wait,
as
to be
it
clear,
should.
by everything is fine and awesome, you mean like probably roughly 500 children have died from it so far, at least.
Well, I don't even know if that's true. Again, that could be emotional blackmail. You know, and,
Yep.
and again, like, dude, there
True.
are a lot of really horrible things going on in the world. And
And
I
this
don't
was
think
a
it's
horrible
fair.
thing that this was like a, you know, really horrible thing that Doge did, right? Like this is a pretty horrible thing that Trump brought about and that Doge brought about.
If that is to be believed. But dude, what's even worse is the working class and the productive class being gutted, being robbed blind, and having this money extracted from their wallets, from their bank accounts, and given to these other foreign
Do you
countries.
think it'd be worth?
When
Do you think?
again, you're a Democrat. You were probably screaming, you know, my democracy, you know, democracy dies in darkness, all that shit. The people did not vote for USAID. The people did not consent to this at all.
It
Nobody
literally
wanted
like
this.
passed
Nobody
through
asked for any of this.
Congress. So like,
Well, no, dude. If any congressperson or U.S. senator or even a U.S. president candidate were to say, "Here's my proposal for how the government should function," I want to take your money and give it to people in Africa or in the Middle East or some other fucking country, everybody would say, "Fuck no, that is retarded." Full stop. It is a losing issue.
I just want you can see
It is such a losing issue. I can't remember the last time anybody ran on doing something like that. Can you name me a time somebody ran on such a policy? Because I can't think of a single one.
I don't know if Bush might have ran on PEPFAR before he was president, but he might have only done it or support it after he was president. I don't know for sure, but I just want to be okay. I just want to be clear that USAID was made in a bill, or like codified officially in a bill. It was technically an executive agency before, like internal to another agency, in a bill that passed through Congress, right?
I don't recall the exact history of it, but regardless, like the
Okay,
people
could
did
I
not
if I could
consent
I
to it or
demonstrate?
wanted it.
What do you mean? That's as much consent as the people get on with regards to almost every bill as it is passed through Congress.
Are you sure that USAID was passed through Congress? Here, you know what?
So so you can. It was initially, I think, by like JFK, an agency just within the like executive branch that was like internal to some other agency, but there was a bill that went through Congress that made it like a official permanent agency.
Yeah, so it seems to have only been codified until fairly recently by President Clinton.
You agree there was a bill passed through Congress that codified the existence of USAID as an organization that gets appropriations every year?
Yeah, sure.
And that Congress
Yeah.
has the discretion, to be clear, to change what programs USAID can do and change how much they get to do those programs?
Sure. And it was the right thing to do to get rid of it. Because
Okay,
it seems
not
like an
relevant
evil
to what
program.
not relevant to what I just said. So you agree that the American people consented to USAID as much as they consent to most other bills and agencies?
Oh, did the
being
people vote on
created?
it? No, the people didn't consent to it. We didn't vote for that.
So did I say that they voted on it, or did I say they consented to it in the same way that they consent to other similar programs and agencies being created, which is that the bill passes through Congress and it's approved by the president?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't believe.
How do you not agree with that? You agree it was made in a bill that passed through Congress, right?
Yeah.
And you agree that
And
every
it-
year
and it
they also
seems
have
like
to...
it was a self-serving
Oh my
type
God.
of bill, kind of like the omnibus bills pass, or they're kind of self-serving for the millionaires and billionaires that like to rip off American people reliably. Dude, like there's nothing good about USAID. Like there's literally nothing good about it.
Do you agree
It's
that
done
it
nothing good for
saved
the American
probably
people.
roughly 20 million lives in, like, I think since 2000, and then like probably roughly somewhere between like 3 and 14 million, depending on which estimate you look at, people are going to die like over the next 10 years from...
Yeah,
the
that's
cuts.
emotional blackmail, and to the detriment of the American people. I'm
Wait,
not
how's that
interested in
emotional?
seeing
How's that
American people
emotional
suffer.
blackmail?
Well, it's like, oh, well, look at these people dying. Look at all this suffering that's happening all around the world. If we
You
don't
agree
take
that
money
if a
from
position,
you,
do you think that if an ethical view entails that it's going to a position that most people find really unintuitive, and that it is something that causes a lot of suffering, that is maybe not sufficient, but evidence against that view?
rephrase that. Rephrase that for me.
Okay. Do you think if a view is susceptible to a reductio, do you know? Can you like? Do you know what a reductio is?
Yeah, I think so. It's like reductive reasoning
Oh
and
my
shit.
God. No, a reductio.
Well, what the fuck do you
AKA
mean? Speak normal.
I mean a reductio ad absurdum, which is a
Okay.
entailment from a position that is absurd. That's why it's like Latin or Greek for reduced to absurdity. So in philosophical arguments, a lot of times what people do is they use counterexamples and reductios to try to argue about certain views. So just as an example, like utilitarianism is susceptible to like the organ harvesting reductio, where people say, you know, if you are a utilitarian, then you must agree that it would be ethical for a doctor to kill one person to save 5 other people. That is a reductio to utilitarianism. Many people do not have the intuition that that would be acceptable to do, so it is tough for the utilitarian to defend that the utilitarian view there, because it's unintuitive conclusion, right? That is evidence against utilitarianism. I don't think it's sufficient by any means, but similarly, I think if you hold the view that like it's just fundamentally unethical to take tax money and give it to foreigners, if that view entails all this suffering that you're talking about, you can't just dismiss that as cheap emotional blackmail. No, that is good evidence against your view that it causes a lot of horrible things to happen.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But also, on the other hand, it really isn't the problem of the American working class, and it's not their prerogative to be, stripped
How
of
much
their
money
money.
do you think is spent on like foreign aid every year? And how much money do you think is the USAID
Uh,
specifically?
Shit, I don't remember off the top of my head. It was
Okay,
a lot. It was a lot. It was in the billions.
It was in the billions, but just to put this in context, okay? In 2024, it was 0.3% of federal government spending. All foreign aid in 2024 was 1.2% of federal spending. So
Yeah, it's still way too much. That's still way too
Okay.
much.
do you think it would be worth spending like 0.3% of the budget to prevent the Holocaust? Like, let's say hypothetically, we were in World War II and we could spend money, 0.3% of our budget to prevent the Holocaust from happening. And just suppose it would not really give us any military advantage, right? We're just doing this to save the Jewish people from dying in the Holocaust. Do you think it probably would have been good to do?
If I was president in the 1940s, if I was Roosevelt, I would not send any Americans to die in a foreign war.
Okay. I
I
don't
think
find that
the-
responsive to my question. Do you think that answered my question?
I don't think it's a fair question, man. That's Godwin's rule, bro. As
So
soon as
you
gotta
agree? So
invoke
you
Hitler
agree it
and
didn't
shit,
answer my
it's silly.
question. You agree it didn't answer my question.
I'm gonna have to refuse to answer that question. I don't think that's a fair question.
Okay, great,
But my
wonderful.
my view on these world wars is that they were a fool's errand.
I'm not asking about
They
the
are-
World Wars. I'm
well-
asking. Oh my God!
Well,
I don't. I
dude,
don't
what
understand
happened?
anything.
Well, dude, what? Come on, man. Come on. Can we just read between the lines and dude, what you're talking about is World War II era stuff. I'm a non-interventionalist. I
Do-
don't think any of that was useful. I don't think any of that was good.
I'm not asking about
that
anything that
also
did
sounds
happen.
like
I'm not asking
emotional
about anything
blackmail.
that did happen. I'm not asking your view about anything that did happen. Okay. I'm asking in this hypothetical where, you have the option to prevent the Holocaust from happening, or at least save a large number of people from the Holocaust for 0.3% of our spending. I think like 0.7% of our total GDP was USAID. That would have been maybe not an obligation even. Maybe it wasn't a moral obligation, okay? But just like a good thing to do.
Yeah, I would think it would be a good thing to do to prevent ethnic cleansing of innocent people,
Mhm.
like the Jewish
Okay.
people.
Do you also think that we have an obligation not to just kill people in foreign countries for essentially no reason?
Say that one more time.
Do you think that we have a like negative obligation to not kill people in foreign countries?
What do you mean negative obligation?
I mean, not a so what I mean is like a positive obligation would be like me kind of going out of my way to like do something. Like I'm obligated to feed my baby, right? I'm obligated to
Okay.
go out of my way to like feed my baby. A negative obligation is just like what I ought not do to someone, right? I ought not punch someone in the face. That's like a negative obligation. I don't kind of have to go out of my way to do that. It's just a result from inaction. I have an obligation to not do inaction. So like, do you think we kind of do we have an obligation to not kill people in Africa for essentially no reason?
Yeah, it's good for the government not to harm people in Africa. Yeah, I agree with that.
Good for the government? Is that the only thing that matters? What do you mean by good
Well,
for the
no, I'm not
government?
saying it's good. No. I'm just saying it's a good idea, or it's good that the government doesn't cause harm to people deliberately
Okay.
through action.
So I agree. What those two positions tell me is that, one, you don't agree with Half Gold because you think that the utility people overseas, that, it does matter. Their well-being does matter to some extent. You are willing to spend money to prevent the people from dying in the Holocaust, and you also hold that we have some obligation to not kill people, right? So clearly, these people's well-being matters at least somewhat, and especially with the Holocaust example, I think your view is telling me that you think it is worth spending some amount of money to prevent large amounts of suffering. Relatively low amount of money to prevent large amounts of suffering. I think this is exactly what USAID did. It is spending a small amount of our money to save millions of people every year, and that is a good thing to do.
If that was happening, sure. Most people are not convinced.
Wait,
that the
so if
government was
I can
actually
demonstrate
doing
to you that was happening, would you concede that it was bad to cut USAID?
that. Hold that thought.
Okay.
The thing with USAID is that okay, so first off, the Holocaust and what's happening in Africa are completely different. Not even the apples.
That's
and
why I said
oranges. So
analogous.
we're gonna
Oh,
shelve.
God.
We're gonna shelve the Holocaust stuff now. Okay.
Wait, what do you think I was
So-
trying to prove? What do you think? What was the principle? I literally told you the principle that I think that
Yeah,
point
no, I
proves.
get
Can
it.
you, can
That
you
I- that-
repeat? No,
yeah.
can you repeat me the principle that I think that the view you expressed is telling me?
that I find the lives of these people somewhat valuable.
That is one thing.
That's
Yeah.
essentially what you were. Yeah. So
What
again,
was the other thing? What was the other
we're
thing?
not gonna
What-
backtrack.
there-
We're
there
not
was
gonna
one other
backtrack,
thing.
dude.
Yes, we are
we're
gonna
not
backtrack because you just said it was completely like not analogous or whatever. When I used it, first of all, I do think it's at least somewhat analogous. Second of all, my point was just to repeat it for you because I guess you just forgot or whatever. Is that I think that is you telling me that at least in some cases you find it acceptable to use tax dollars to save the lives of foreigners. At least in some cases.
Yeah, but like ethnic cleansing of Jewish people is very different than African people being uncomfortable or whatever the hell is going on.
What
with them.
what is bad about ethnic cleansing?
Are you fucking serious?
I want you
Are
to
you seriously
demonstrate
asking
to me
that
why
question?
it's bad. Yeah, because I think your answer is going to. I don't want to tell you because I think you're too stupid to give me an answer. But
Wow, that like I didn't think you've been like I didn't feel insulted at all, throughout our
okay,
entire
can you?
talk.
What do
but
you
now
think?
I
What do you think?
do.
What do you think are the bad things about ethnic cleansing?
I'm not gonna
Like,
answer that question because it's fucking retarded. Like, dude, you're
Mhm.
dude, you debate me bros are fucking insufferable. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, you're seriously gonna ask me that? You're gonna ask me that question?
Notice how
like,
you're not like
unironically?
answering the question, and
You know what?
you're just
No, well, first off, I did answer it. It's self-evident, but like
self-evident.
behind
Okay.
the snark and the fucking this goofy attitude this front that you put up,
Okay.
the irony shit that you do, like
Here-
behind
yeah,
it.
that's true.
You're
Here is
just
the
like
here. So
angry and
I think
resentful.
ethnic cleansing is very bad because it usually causes a lot of suffering. Now, I also think
Okay, yeah,
that
that's
it's
self-evident,
reasonable.
dude. Is that really worth repeating? Is that really worth stating? Like,
So-
I believe that you believe ethnic cleansing is terrible. I would never ask you
Yeah.
something so fucking stupid.
So
But
what
you
I think
asked it
that
to
should.
me
So what you
unironically.
just told me, correct me if I'm wrong, is you think that it is self-evident that like suffering is bad. Generally.
No, I meant ethnic cleansing. I'm talking about ethnic cleansing.
Okay,
not
and I
suffering.
asked why was it bad. You refused to answer, and I said it is usually bad because it causes a lot of suffering. I also think
Yeah, because
there might
killing
be-
people is bad, dude. That's why. Like, I don't
Okay.
understand why it's so fucking hard for you
Wait,
to
if ethnic
understand.
cleansing it like only let people die, would it be good then? If it only tortured people, like would it be if it just castrated people, would ethnic cleansing be good? Or
Well,
at least not not bad?
No, like there's no
so it's not
circumstance where I think any of that is
so it's not only bad because it kills people, right? There's a deeper fundamental thing there that's bad.
Yeah, that goes without saying, sure.
And I think that thing
Like,
is suffering.
I don't understand why
I
you're
think there
you're
might also be.
confused.
I think there might also be. I'm of the opinion that like suffering is kind of the only thing that intrinsically matters. I think it's also not totally unreasonable to say that like maybe relationships intrinsically matter. Maybe some amount of like culture or something intrinsically matters morally. So maybe ethnic cleansing is also bad because it affects those things as well. I think that's not unreasonable to say, even though I think at bottom what matters like intrinsically is suffering. But so I think you seem to agree that the thing that makes this stuff bad is it causes suffering and maybe some other cultural elements or whatever as well that I mentioned. I think that is evidence that suffering that happens as a result of foreign aid cuts is also bad. And it is worth spending some money to prevent large amounts of suffering, just as it would be worth spending some amount of money to prevent large amounts of suffering in a Holocaust. His internet's crapping out, I don't know. Running, can't answer. I might, I think it's his problem because the stream seems to be fine, but I'm gonna control R.
It's kind of lame. All right, there you go. Are you back?
Oh, what's up? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, your internet
Either
cut
my
out, I
or
think.
your Wi-Fi is crapped out, so
I'm
left
not on
and rejoined.
Wi-Fi. I'm hardwired connected.
Well, I'm on Ethernet too, but I think you could interpret the point I was saying. But all right, repeat what you were saying. I didn't really hear any of it. It was sounded very robotic.
Where we left off at. You were repeating why you think ethnic cleansing is bad, which is kind of silly. You don't have to, because I think it's kind of obvious why ethnic cleansing is a bad thing. So I don't understand why you're getting caught up in like this like silly shit when
Silly shit.
there's
So
there's
to be
more, like,
clear, as I repeat myself, I like to have time. I think it is bad because it causes lots of suffering. I think potentially it's bad because there are other things that matter too, like culture and relationships and stuff that would also be harmed by ethnic cleansing, right? And I think the fact that the ethnic cleansing in other countries is bad, and we should use some money to prevent it if we can, is evidence that, it's also evidence that like suffering is bad, and we should use small amounts of money to prevent large amounts of suffering as well. I think that is evidence for that position, and USAID I think does that as well.
Yeah. No, I'm not really concerned with, again, like if there was like another, Jewish type Holocaust. And by the way, there was one in South Africa where the innocent Afrikaners were being, genocided, and the prevailing political party was literally calling for the deaths of the Afrikaners, and that was a horrible thing. And I'm obviously against that sort of violence, and I think it was worth helping them. But just willy-nilly giving money to random African nations just seems very silly to me. It seems very wasteful, especially like to your point, suffering equal bad, right? So there's a lot of Americans that are suffering gravely, and they have been forgotten by the prevailing political parties. They've been forgotten by the legacy media, the lying press. And it's more important that those individuals receive all the attention of the federal government and its resources versus these Africans or Middle Eastern people, or these foreigners, right, in these foreign countries. Granted, there's extreme situations like the Afrikaners dealing with ethnic cleansing in South Africa. I think that's important to save those people, and we should open them with big ol' arms, with our arms wide open. Who just joined us? What's up? Lucas? Holly?
Yeah, so I have one question. Is
What's
eugenics
up, bro?
bad? Explain why. Please why.
Is eugenics bad?
Yeah, like a basic moral reason.
I don't have an opinion about eugenics. I don't really like to talk about eugenics. Usually like the weird side of the internet really gets into that kind of stuff. I just believe in treating people with love and respect.
Oh my god.
And I mean, yeah, I think that's really about it, man. Like I don't know, what do you want me to say? Like,
Okay, so let's say it's hypothetical. So let's say we can increase the average IQ by doing eugenics, right? We can boost IQ, right? Should we do eugenics? Just like you're a policymaker, for example. Should we do it?
No,
it's
I
not
don't
harmful.
like the idea of the government meddling in the affairs of regular people in that way. Especially again, like I'm a libertine, so I don't really believe in, trying to force that type of thing onto people. And like I've heard the crazy stuff from eugenicists before, and like I heard their claims, like they talk about the bell curve and whatnot, and I'm just like, look, even if what they're saying is true, and again, I don't know, I don't talk about that stuff. Even if it was true, it's like, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do to these people that you think are intellectually inferior? Like, what do you want to harm them or something? You want to kick them out of the country? Like, I don't really know. I think that those types of conversations, they drift into very scary. It drifts into very scary territory, and it's not something I think about, to be honest, and it's not something I would even want to opine on openly.
Okay, so you don't like a solid moral reason, right? Like the standard reason why eugenics is bad because eugenics causes suffering, right? Like eugenics violates autonomy or something like that, right?
I don't know.
It might, I don't
Didn't you
know.
hear him say he wants to treat people with love and respect? Is that not a sound, fundamental moral reason? What do you mean?
Well, you do not believe I believe that, or what?
I think you believe that. I think that's a horrible answer to like what is the fundamental reason eugenics is bad. In fact, I don't think that's really
Well,
an answer.
I don't think I said it's bad.
Oh, sorry, you said you don't
like
have an opinion, but He's gonna
Yeah,
provide
like,
a.
look, if an individual wants to have like wants to have children with certain traits, if that's something they personally want to seek out, I say knock yourself out, do whatever you think is best for your life.
Wow.
But from a policy standpoint, or just to make disparaging remarks against like an entire group of people, that's just not something I'm comfortable doing, and that's not something I'd want to do anyways.
Is that I don't know. I don't
Anything
know
else,
exactly where you
Lucas?
wanna where Lucas is trying to go with it.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what
you can
point
go
he's
on.
trying
You
to.
can go on. You can go on. I just wanted to see if you had like a fundamental moral reason you'd apply to eugenics too, because I think it's a bit less obvious than ethnic cleansing, where like your moral reasoning would come from.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I don't think he thought about
Especially-
this very much.
Especially if it's like what you call like new eugenics, like you're doing like CRISPR or something that's less intensive. But yeah.
Well, the type of stuff that we talked about tonight was the horrific incident over in World War II, and obviously what's happening in South Africa. If somebody who knows more about it wants to make the case that it's like about race or whatever, maybe it is. There's obviously animus towards the Jewish people, and we're seeing that more today than ever before. And there's obviously a lot of animus against the Afrikaners. I mean, is this a genetic
sure.
thing? I don't want to make that case, but it's obviously a racial thing. So I mean, I'll leave that up to the audience if they want to, feel that way. But
Okay, I'm
Do you
just
think
curious.
that-
Real quick. Okay, so let's say let's compare like African children and like Afrikaners, right? Which do you think dies at a higher rate in the current moment? So, let's say like children in the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, versus Afrikaners. Which do you think?
probably the Dominicans or
You can join
what were
mine.
you say the
I don't know
Democratic
how much more this
the
dude's gonna
Congo.
tolerate, but we'll
Okay.
see.
So what's like the core harm in South Africa that you think is more important than what's going on like the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example?
Well, because it seems like a self-inflicted civil war, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe that the president addressed that conflict with the leaders of the region, and it's largely tamped down. So you can correct for the problems that are going on in that part of the world, without extracting massive amounts of wealth from the American public, as opposed to the Afrikaners. There's nowhere that they can go. They can't go anywhere in Africa and be safe. They're going to be hunted down and killed.
Oh.
So bringing them to the United States and helping these people makes a lot of sense to me.
By the way, just out of curiosity, who do you think is currently in government in South Africa? Do you think that there is like a party which represents generally represents white people in South Africa? Do you think they're in government? Just curious.
I don't believe that there's really any white people in government in South Africa. I think
Okay,
those people
so-
have been expelled.
So do you know what the Democratic Alliance is in South Africa? I'm just very curious. Do you know who like John Steelheason is? That's
Who?
You can look them up. It's currently like one of the most powerful people in South African government is white. Pretty sure he's actually Afrikaner. Do you know that?
Who is this individual?
Okay. I can send them in chat if you want.
Yeah, send it in chat. I want to see this. Even if what you're saying is true, there's still ethnic or racial violence aimed directly at at the minority group in this country. So I mean, you can. Or did you post it in general chat?
Yeah, I
Okay,
posted
yeah, you
general
did.
chat. Look, right.
Yeah, so this doesn't necessarily dispute, the core claim that these people are being targeted for political purposes, or that they're being targeted with political violence for racial reasons.
Yeah, but that's great. But like, I'm trying to get like, what's the core moral reason these people are more important? Like what is the core reason they're more important? And let's say like the other causes we could spend our marginal dollar on, for example, right?
Yeah, again, like I'm not trying to suggest. I'm not trying to suggest that
real
the.
quick. What does the word marginal mean in this context, at least?
What do you mean?
You mean
He just used the word marginal dollar. What does he mean by like marginal in that context?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Lucas?
Oh my God.
Like if you're gonna spend like another dollar, like what would be like the best use of it, for example?
Well, it going on U.S. citizenry over foreigners, that's for sure.
Comparing South Africans, right? Because you think South Africans are like the Afrikaner are being oppressed, and we should help them, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah, because
okay,
of the ethnic cleansing thing that I mentioned earlier, which is obviously happening.
Okay, then I think I've tried to demonstrate, right, that this supposed ethnic cleansing is causing less harm than things going on in the rest of Africa, right? The death rates are lower. The Afrikaner actually generally live pretty good lives in South Africa. They have higher incomes than native South Africans, right? Do you agree with that?
Even if
or not?
even if that's true, dude, they're still being targeted with horrific violence, like the worst kind of violence imaginable, the kind of stuff that went on in World War II. Like it's like, again, dude, they're on video,
Would you
literally
like?
calling for
Would
these
you really?
people's
Would you
death.
rather be an Afrikaner, or would you rather be like a mother in Kenya who doesn't have food for her child and like has?
Okay, and also,
like-
to be clear here, he's the person he's citing for like to be killed is not in government. That is Julius Malema. He's not in government, and he's nowhere near government. Actually, I should say.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if he's in government or not. The government is helping to facilitate horrific political violence against white individuals in South Africa.
Okay, but your example was Julius Malema, who's not in government. Do you have another example?
Well, I didn't say Julius Malema at all.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
no,
I didn't utter
no,
that at all.
okay. Well, to be clear, I know more about South African politics than you do, and I know who you're referring to. That's why I said his name.
Yeah, but I didn't. You just assumed that I said it, and I didn't.
Well, yes, but that's because that's the person who was newsworthy for saying those comments.
Yeah, and that worldview appears to have been fully endorsed by the South African government. And if it wasn't, we wouldn't be seeing all this horrific violence against the South Afrikaners.
Great, and,
Like
I asked you for another example.
What other example do you need, man? And by the way, I wanted to address another thing that you said earlier. I'm not saying one life is more valuable than the other. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. In any way, shape, or form. I'm just merely stating the fact that, like, situations are different. Like, preventing ethnic cleansing or stopping it is like a good thing. But needlessly giving money out to people for whatever reason with very little oversight is just insane to me and irresponsible. That's also a point of view that is held by the American electorate. The majority of people do not like USAID, and they absolutely love the Doge cuts. And I agree with the Doge cuts. I don't even think they went far enough. That's my problem with them. But again, the violence against these people it's obvious. I didn't mention a specific name.
Great, but you,
So
but
I
you
don't know
mentioned an
what else you
event,
want
and
from
that
me.
event is your sole example of the violence. So I would hope that you'd have other events if this is a strongly held viewpoint, which it seems to be.
What do you mean another example? An example of what? What example do you want?
Like an example of like violence against Afrikaner, right? That is your claim is that there's ethnic cleansing, right? There's ethnic cleansing. We should have plenty of examples of violence, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Well, Jared Taylor goes in great detail about a lot of the horrific violence that the South Afrikaners endure. Lauren Southern did a really decent documentary about it that was actually shouted out by President Trump. The Anderson Cooper of CNN, I don't know if he still works there or not, doesn't matter, but he interviewed one of the farmers who ended up erecting the little crosses on the side of the road that represented a Afrikaner that was ruthlessly murdered for political purposes, for racial grievances, for financial grievances, of whatever. I do believe that the South African government kind of tilts towards like this weird African communist nonsense. So there's a lot of animus towards the African farmer, and they blame a lot of the problems on these people. Hence why they are targeting them with violence, and there's very little being done to prevent it or curtail it in any meaningful way. The president of South Africa, sitting next to the president, was in denial that these things were happening. He was in denial that a prevailing political party was calling for the deaths of these people. I mean, it's happening. I don't have the names of individuals that were killed or anything like that. We're just speaking. I mean, if you want, I can look it up, but I mean, do you dispute that these people are enduring horrific violence for political
Yeah.
purpose or racial purposes?
I mean,
Okay.
I totally do dispute that because, like,
Okay.
Like the South Africa has like a rule of law, a constitution, like ethnic cleansing is not happening. If it was happening, we'd see far more news about it. We'd see, thousands of people dying. In fact, that does not happen. There are racial tensions in South Africa. However, these are not on a government level, right? People are occasionally killed, just as people are killed in many countries in the world, right? And you have not given sufficient evidence, and you've shown that you do not know anything about South Africa, given your citing of a Malema speech, right? So I think this is pretty much done.
Oh no, it's not done. And I mean, by the way, your point of view is not one held by the United States government that is admitting these
Wow.
Afrikaners into the U.S.
I didn't
Okay,
consider
I
that
disagree
Donald
with the
Trump
United States
disagrees with me.
But anyways, back to what we were initially talking about regarding
Oh
USAID.
my god. Wait, hold on. Just real quick. Like,
Yeah.
did what Lucas just tell you, like, update you at all? Like, if you were, like, let's say you were 90% confident that there was an ethnic cleansing in South Africa, or are you maybe now, like, 70% confident? Did what he say?
I don't deny ethnic cleansing claims that are that serious. I
Okay,
don't-
do you think
know,
that
it's
at
almost
all
as
answered
insane
my
as denying
question?
the Holocaust. Like, those
Do you
people
think
are
that answered
crazy,
my
bro.
question? Do you think that answered my question at all?
Am I going to back off of the claim that the Afrikaners
That's
are being
not what I
genocided?
asked.
No, I don't. No, I
You
disagree
don't have to
with him.
back off of the claim.
disagree with his
I
assessment.
asked, like, how if what he said updated you in any way. You don't necessarily have to deny it. I've had plenty of conversations where people have updated me, as in, like, maybe I was 90% confident in a belief, but now I'm only 70% confident. I didn't back off the position. I still hold a position. I'm just less confident in it. Did anything he say at least make you less confident in your position, initial position?
No, I remain steadfast in my position that the Afrikaners deserve our love and support.
Okay, intelligent person right there. Let's go.
You also still have to substantiate if Afrikaners are dying at a lower rate than those in other countries in Africa, and if there's, like, let's say, for example, like let's say they are being slightly persecuted, right? Let's say, like, they're
Slightly,
killed
yeah, I'm
slightly
sure.
more. Let's say they're being killed slightly more than the average, white South African, right? You still have to say why the marginal dollar towards Afrikaners is more important than the marginal dollar towards, let's say, people in the Central African Republic, right? That's still something to justify.
Well, I don't have to justify anything. First off, again,
Bro.
like dude, the dysfunction of African countries is honestly not the problem of the American electorate.
Then why
However,
the fuck do you care
America
about Africa? Shouldn't we just say South Africa's not a problem then?
well, it isn't, and you know what?
Then why did you say you
but-
supported funding to save the Afrikaners?
Well, because they're being brought over here. They're not.
That's not
they're
a
just
problem.
giving
Who
it-
gives a fuck? What do you mean? That's not a problem. The dysfunction of South African government is not a problem. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, but those people are being, like, ethnically cleansed.
So
though.
fuck them. Who
That's
cares? What do you
fundamental
mean?
That's fine, dude. If you don't care, yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, I believe that you believe that. I
don't. Wait. To be
genuinely
clear,
do.
I don't know how you're this dumb. I don't believe that. Okay. I mean, I also don't believe they're being ethnically cleansed. Obviously. So I don't believe that. But I'm
I don't
saying
believe you. I don't believe
this
you're
is
lying.
I'm
You're lying.
this is a internal critique. I'm saying you expressed that. In a bunch of other situations, we should say fuck them. Who cares? This is not a problem. You literally said, like, the dysfunctioning of the government is not, of African governments is not a problem. But
Correct.
now we have a case of you alleging there's, like, a dysfunctioning government and that, like, the government's, like, persecuting fucking Afrikaners or whatever.
Afrikaners, yeah.
Ethnic cleansing, yeah. But in this case, you are in favor of rectifying what you perceive as a dysfunctioning African government.
Yeah, I don't want to see those people ethnically cleansed. I think they're wonderful people with a beautiful culture, and they should be saved and preserved.
Okay.
Full stop.
Then why do
I
you
don't-
think that the other spending that we do that also helps people not necessarily in ethnic cleansing, but also helps dysfunctional African governments or whatever, or people living under dysfunctional African governments, right? I think there are a lot of people in Kenya and Ethiopia and the Democratic Republic of Congo who have culture and good lives. Why is spending to save their lives not good?
Because the people didn't ask to do that. The government didn't have our consent.
And you think
to
we
raise-
asked to save the Afrikaners any more than we asked for the USAID stuff? In fact, I think probably we asked to save the Afrikaners less, because that was just an action taken by the executive. USAID at least went through
Yeah, for
Congress.
whatever reason, the lying press had no interest in covering the ethnic cleansing in South Africa. For whatever reason,
Yeah,
they were
true.
very, very upset that President Trump brought attention to this matter and embarrassed the president of South
Okay,
Africa.
so to be
on
clear,
live
the claim
TV.
that you made is that we asked for saving the Afrikaners, but we didn't do so.
Yeah,
with
because I
regards
think
to
ethnic cleansing is
USAID.
horrible, dude.
And that-
Full stop. I
Oh
think
my
it's
God.
horrible. to do that.
Okay, these things to, like, justify why it is bad. Like, a term does not have meaning on its own, right? Like, the outcomes. Ethnic cleansing is bad because of XYZ outcome, right? It's like a thing you have to say.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, so why is it bad? You said sure.
Dude, do I seriously have to explain every single fucking time this is brought up why ethnic cleansing is terrible? Like,
Yeah, you do have
You
to
only have to do
explain.
it
guys
once if
serious?
you could understand it and did a good job at it.
What, dude? Everybody knows what that means. Like, are you fucking serious? You guys are seriously caught up in this? Unbelievable.
We're not
man.
even. Oh my god. I can't.
Unbelievable, dude.
True.
Like,
I
I
agree.
don't
Unbelievable.
understand. I don't
understand
understand.
either.
Dude, why are you debate me bros all like this? Like, it's like seriously, like
Maybe
what is wrong with
you
you guys?
like feel this uncomfortable in conversations because like you just are bad. You just are like dumb and like low IQ and just like can never defend your position properly and don't understand what people are saying.
Yeah, dude,
maybe
like
it's
wasting
maybe the
time
common
saying
denominator is
or
you.
defining something that is pretty obvious is like extremely retarded and a waste of time.
Yep. True.
Like, I don't know what you want me to say, man.
Wait, just
I
quickly, what are you
personally
saying
think
has
it's
an
very useful
obvious?
to understand your moral reasoning, right? Like, you kind of need to understand a person's moral reasoning. To,
What
like,
what
get
more
rid of them.
reasoning exists other than like people are dying and getting hurt? Like, what other reason exists for like being against ethnic cleansing?
Okay,
dude?
people are dying.
Can you
getting
enlighten
hurt.
me, man? Enlighten
It is
me.
bad because people are suffering, right? Do you agree that suffering is bad? People are dying, getting hurt. So that's suffering. Do you agree that suffering is bad? Is suffering inherently bad to you? Let's go here.
Well, it depends. Do people suffer in different ways? Like right now, I'm suffering
Oh
through the
my
stupidity
God.
of these bread tubers. Like that's bad for me, but obviously good for your fans or whatever. Sometimes people don't get to have the things they want. They suffer because of wanting. It depends. Like I'm not talking about suffering necessarily. I'm talking about ethnic cleansing. I'm talking about actions of brutal governments and they're inflicting their evil onto innocent people for racial or political purposes. I am fully against that. Full stop. I'm not gonna fucking elaborate further. Like what else is there to discuss? Like why are you guys so confused about this?
I mean,
Like
we
I
almost got
honestly
to a
don't
point
understand.
because you cited dying and getting hurt. So I asked you if suffering is something which you care about, and you kind of just deflected from
Well,
like
it depends,
well,
dude.
what
It
innocent people
depends
get benefit from
what
that
we're
suffering.
talking about. It depends what we're talking about. If it's like a violent criminal suffering in prison, good. A person that is homeless on the street suffering because they're hungry and thirsty, that's not good. Plain
What
and
about
simple.
like an African baby that like has to live with AIDS or dies young because they had AIDS once they were born, and there's
Yeah,
not
that's a
medication?
horrible situation, but
Do you
like
think it's
but holding the entire country like hostage and just like taking their money at gunpoint is fucking insane to me. Like if you live
True.
in like a sanctuary city and you're driving around, there are homeless people, running around on drugs, totally fucked up, no hope in their lives, and many of us maybe can do something to help them, but we don't. And it isn't because we don't care or that we're not sympathetic, but like it is insanely disruptive to our lives if we just drop everything and just start fucking helping like random people that are suffering literally in the street. It would be nice if the government picked up that slack, but they don't. For the longest time, for decades, they've been wasting, precious resources on these jackass foreign endeavors. And again,
how
like
much
it sucks
money do
what
you
is
think we spend on
happening.
foreign aid compared to like domestic
Well,
welfare?
you said, dude, even if it's 1%, dude, it's too much. It's way
How
too
much?
much.
I'm asking, how much money do you think we spend on like income security programs and like welfare programs for the domestic population?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
Do
I
you
don't know
think
off the
it
top
might
of my
be a little bit more than 1% of GDP?
I don't know, man. You tell me.
It's like, I believe it's almost 20% if you combine income security programs. I think that's 8%. Or it might be out of the federal budget and not just GDP. And then like Social Security is like 30%, and like Medicaid's another like 30%.
Yeah, maybe. And what's your point?
That it's kind of silly to say that we've spent all this time wasting all these money on foreigners when we spend infinitely more on our own domestic population.
Yeah, foreign aid is still bullshit, dude. Like I don't really care how much more
Okay, I
the
don't
domestic
really think
population
how
receives.
I don't understand how you think that was responsive to what I just said, but okay. So just quickly, 24% of the budget goes to health insurance. That's for old people and poor people. 21% is Social Security. 13% is defense. 13% is interest on the debt. 8% is benefits for veterans and federal retirees. 7% is economic security programs, which is mostly more aid to poor people.
And somehow it's still not enough.
True.
it's still not enough.
That's crazy.
Okay, so do you think that, like, let's say we reallocated all of foreign aid to this, do you think it would substantially decrease, like, let's say, homelessness, for example?
It's hard to answer because it really depends on how they approach, let's say, the homelessness problem, or and not even just that, but to your guys' point, like reduce suffering. Like it would be cool, like if the government, provided healthcare in a more meaningful, expeditious way. It would be better if maybe it gave financial relief in some meaningful way. It really just depends. Again, like the homeless thing is kind of like a touchy subject because a lot of people have tried, or at least they claim to have tried, and it just hasn't worked. Like in California, California is a disaster, and so is my state, the state of Nevada. We have an army of homeless people, and their numbers appear to be growing, and so does our population. It's kind of upsetting, but yeah, I think it would make a difference. I think it would make some sort of difference, and I think it would be worth trying, as opposed to just throwing tens of billions of dollars at these foreign countries. It just seems like a fool's errand to me. And overall, I don't disagree with Asmongold's general assessment. And
Thanks
I
for
think
repeating your position. I didn't know your
Yeah.
position until now. Now that you repeat it for the 10th time without providing any evidence, I might be convinced.
Oh, I was just saying how I feel, man. Like I'm not trying to
Yeah, I'm aware.
provide evidence.
Yeah, okay, thanks for
Right.
saying it. Yep.
Well, Lucas, do you have any other questions at all?
Wait, do I have any other questions? No,
Yeah.
I didn't have any other questions.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask Nanvon why it does not support tariffs, because the tariff incident, technically, at least when the tariff is first implemented, it is mainly absorbed by importers. Why does he not support this, as in fact reduces the incidence on American consumers compared to some other types of taxes? Why does he not
That's
support
true.
this great tax policy?
I
What's
think,
up, Tylenol backshots?
Obviously, you know my answer, but it has many other inefficiencies associated with it that I think are bad. I don't think tariffs are bad necessarily because they raise prices for consumers. The bad outcomes are the losses and the gains from trade and the uncertainty surrounding it. And obviously, I think, tariffs on like intermediate goods that firms absorb are just going to be pretty similar to the effects of corporate taxes, which I think are also, suboptimal. They probably reduce investment and reduce workers' wages. So.
Yeah, I think the steel man argument would essentially be like that, let's say that Trump imposed the tariffs when he did more of like the golden share thing in Intel or whatever, and it was like a tariffs as a form of like industrial policy, which still might not be optimal, but it would be part of like a coherent plan of some sorts where you're protecting an industry that is of strategic national importance. Or you could try to argue that I think there's optimal tariff literature where the optimal tariff is greater than 0% technically,
Yeah.
because of the monopsony model of trade.
Yeah, technically is such a thing as an optimal tariff. It's just I doubt the government's ability to identify it, and then it depends also on what assumptions you make about retaliation and such. And oftentimes, I bet it would just lead to rent seeking in the longer term, especially with Trump. That's going to be a concern. But I agree.
What about you, Tylenol backshots? What do you think? Or what do
I
you-
think I'm just gonna wait until the conversation sort of shifts to where I was planning to go with it, because I don't want to derail it entirely away from the conversation that's already being
It's
had. with
been
the
it's
current
so
caller.
there's no.
I think it's
coherent-
ran its course, bro. So if you want to just say something,
Just yeah, I'm gonna get off at least within the next 30 minutes at the very latest. So just ask whatever, bro.
yeah,
Just
I got maybe 10 minutes, and I got to get water.
All right, fair enough. So, I had some issues with some of the things that were being brought up in regards to interventionalist policies, as well as other things like nationalist policies that we have within the United States. Because despite the fact that I am on the opposite side of the political spectrum from you, it would seem, I am someone who is still a classical liberal and advocates for a sort of what you would call America First policy, but not necessarily to the extent of which we have seen from the current administration. Problems that I have is I believe that we should advocate in the best interest domestically of Americans before we go and use government outreach or funding to help other countries. And I'm sure you probably agree with that notion. But this
I
is
do.
one of the biggest problems that I have with the current administration under Donald Trump, is that he voted to increase the funding to the Israeli state from 52.8 million to 56.1, or sorry, billion to 56.1 billion. He advocated increasing the budget that we were sending to Argentina by 20 billion as a government bailout for their infrastructure. He advocated for sending $2 billion to Nigeria to help protecting Christians and Catholics against Islamic terrorism, as he described it in the region, now that the Muslims are the predominant religion of the region. These are things that I all would necessarily disagree with, especially in the circumstance of thinking about how this money could be reallocated towards domestic helping of American people. Like, if we used that money, which is almost $100 billion in total, in which the federal budget has been expanded by taxpayer dollars just this year alone, we could pay off almost half of the medical debt in the United States, or we could use that money to reducing inflation by 3% per year, up to a point in which we could achieve a net positive in terms of our total deficit spending in less than 60 years.
I agree 100% with you. As somebody who voted for President Trump 3 times, I am incredibly disappointed in a handful of his political maneuverings, if you will. And, yeah, I agree. I think the emphasis needs to be placed on the American people first. While I don't like what is happening to the Christians and Catholics in Nigeria, to your point, like, look, Americans are suffering all over the place, and the common working man has been forgotten. And, President Trump said he was going to do something about it, and he kind of is. But again, to your point, he's making a lot of moves that runs counter to the promises made on the campaign. What about you, non-fawn? What do you think about what Tylenol Bagshaw just said?
I just think it's crazy that you said you're not a conservative, and then you just told me you voted for Trump 3 times. I think, we were pretty right in assuming that almost anyone would consider you a conservative. If they wouldn't consider you a conservative, it would be because we're like too far right or like too populist, right? Like a Trump person might not consider you a conservative, but to most people you'd be considered conservative if you voted for Trump 3 times.
Dude, prior to 2016, I worked for Bernie Sanders. I was a precinct captain, and I worked on his campaign, and I knew his communications director.
Wow.
I stumped for Bernie, bro. I was a Bernie bro. And after we got our butts kicked in Nevada, I'm like, you know what? Democrats don't deserve my vote. And I was closed-minded. I was arrogant. And I met conservatives. I met Christians. And I was an atheist. And I'm no longer an atheist. And, I saw the error of my ways. And I liked, Trump was the only one who was nice to Bernie. Everybody else was beating up on him. And that resonated with me. And I don't regret my vote. And I don't think that makes me a conservative per se, just because I voted for the guy. There's plenty of people who are libertarians, who are classical liberals, who are, blue dog Democrats who enthusiastically supported President Trump 3 times, or just recently came around in 2024. Self-evident by the massive electoral miracle that occurred. So,
well, can I ask you a question?
Can you address
about
what he
that?
was saying though, instead of a?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Don Fawn.
I mean, at a very fundamental level, I care about utility equally. I think instrumentally there's reasons for the U.S. government to prioritize its own citizens just because of the politics of it or whatever. But I don't see at a very fundamental level, I don't see why the utility of an American is more important than the utility of someone else. But instrumentally, it's going to make sense to prioritize to at least some degree the welfare of U.S. citizens. So that's going to include not doing spending that is substantially negative, or not taxing and using a bunch of our potential spending that we could do on citizens for foreign citizens.
Well, if Tyler, you got something to say, I'll let you respond to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because there was another thing that was talked about previously, right? It was you were talking about the Afrikaners and a series of things that were happening there, whether they be systemic or just stochastic, that are happening to certain demographics or groups of people. I was wondering how you would place prioritization of that, because we see a couple major disputes on the world stage right now. You have the Israel-Palestine dispute, and then you have the Ukraine-Russia dispute, in which significantly more people are dying in both or either war. And then there are lesser talked about disputes where there are still a significant number of people dying, like the North and South Sudan dispute. which is relatively recent and includes to some degree ethnic cleansing on either side, because the people of North Sudan believe that the country is entitled to that of the Arabic Muslims in the north, while the people in the south believe that the Catholic Africans should take control. So, like, I was wondering where you would prioritize putting those other disputes in comparison to the larger ones.
Me or I'm assuming you mean
That was
Either.
to you, I think. That was to you.
No, either of you.
I'll let you
No, I
answer
mean,
first.
I would put it pretty low, obviously, because I don't think I don't see evidence of any like wide scale ethnic cleansing or anything in South Africa. So I'm sure there's like some, like, obviously there's going to be racial tensions in South Africa, and I've seen some amount of evidence of that effect, but I don't think it's something that the U.S. government is going to even be particularly good at helping. So I would obviously prioritize other conflicts and other even just more mundane types of suffering like malaria and stuff than as opposed to South Africa. So
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like all the general suffering of the African continent, I think a lot of that is kind of like self-imposed due to corruption and just silliness of dysfunctional African governments. Just my personal opinion about what's happening with the Afrikaners is that it's important to just to not see the mistakes made in the 1940s repeated once again, and we are seeing rumblings of that. And I think, you know, putting a light on it, which President Trump did, in bringing some of those people here, and they're incredibly grateful. They're beautiful people, and I think we're lucky to have them. And it's just horrible. It's really horrible, and it's horrible if it happens to anybody, really.
okay, but he asked you like, how would you prioritize it relative to like Ukraine and Gaza
Oh,
and
well,
other African conflicts?
How you would prioritize it? If Trump was more masterful, he would probably. I think he's not being strong enough in ending the Ukraine conflict. I think that could have been solved last year. That could have been over and done with last year. And I think that's, you know, that's a phone call, that's a meeting, that's whatever. And prioritizing something like the Afrikaners, I think it was addressed adequately. How you prioritize it? Oh, that's a good question. I think you just got to do like 5 things at once. You know, he's got people who go out and, you know, delegate on his behalf, and, you know, they negotiate on his behalf, and, you know, he's just got to do all these things at once. But generally speaking, the American people should be prioritized. Full stop.
Okay, so like I want to run with that, right? So you said that you believe that it could just be a phone call to be able to end the war in regards to like Ukraine, Russia for Donald Trump if he really was dedicated to doing so. But
Correct.
it seems like as of right now, there's a conflict of interest because Donald Trump wants to be associated with or close with the people who have institutional powers in the larger countries of the world, like Vladimir Putin. So wouldn't you suggest that people
You
like
have no
Benjamin
clue how bad
Netanyahu or
things are,
Vladimir
Isaac.
Putin
You
are
have no
actually
clue. You have
compromising
no
the
clue.
integrity
You
of the
have no
United
clue.
States from the inside by
you
getting
don't
close
know.
to the
You don't
United States
understand.
president, someone who you said that you actively voted for 3 times and are endorsing currently? Wouldn't that
Uh,
be a conflict of interest if it's not in the interest of the American people?
there certainly is a conflict of interest.
This is
Certainly
quite possibly
from
the dumbest
the
person I've
Israeli
ever
side.
spoken to.
I think that's pretty
He might
obvious
only be
by
the
now,
second dumbest.
and that's unfortunate. I think the influence that the Russian government has over United States affairs is overstated and overblown for political purposes. It's just a boogeyman. People don't really
He's
understand
way
Russia
dumber than
or the Russian
Minar.
people. And I really do.
You should go back and watch. Don't subject yourself to all of it, but like quite a bit of it. Minar would ignore some of the points you were making, but this guy like can't understand anything and will just ignore everything completely. And all he does is just repeat his position, and he doesn't understand anything. Like this guy he has to have brain damage. I don't get it. I don't know. Minar would, like I said, ignore points and then do that thing where like he will you'll convince him of something. And then, which one, Cam guy? Yeah. And then, like, next time you talk to him, he'll just completely reverse any progress you made. This guy does that within a span of, like, 3 seconds. He's like that guy that, like, has a, like, 7-second memory. That's, like, him for, like, just resetting his claims. It's like you, like, convince him of something. You make him concede. You spend, like, 2 hours trying to convince him to concede, okay, one thing. And then, like, 7 seconds later, he's just, like, he's a clean slate. It's just, like, here's how I feel again. And you just repeat it. It's horrible.
It's not like... Right, like Russia has actively like rejected several peace agreements, right? So maybe we should blame Moscow, not Brussels.
I think the way that the Russian people have been treated is it's brutal. I mean, there was discrimination and bigotry that's been promoted against the Russian people. They discriminated against the Russian cat. Like the anti-Russian sentiment is so out of control and stupid. And just the ethos around it is silly to me. Like the whole Russia interfered in our elections. By the way, the narrative about the 2016 election kept changing. It's like, oh, they hacked the machines. Then it was Russian influence. It kept changing and changing, and it's stupid. It's silly. Trump won the election fair and square, and that's it. And people are just sour grapes about it. So they made up this fantasy about, this Jason Bourne-esque movie where like the Russians were interfering in the election and doing all this spooky shit. And none of it is true. I don't believe it's
None of
their
it.
fault. I think the Europeans are decadent and lazy and uppity, and they're causing a lot of these problems for who knows what reason.
Do you
Okay.
not acknowledge that a lot of U.S. negotiations have been directly with Russia, and Russia has not been able to, right? Like, we tried to get Russia to come to the table, and they do not agree to our terms. Do you not agree with that statement?
No, I agree. I agree with that. I don't entirely know what all the details are about those negotiations. I do believe what you're saying. I think that's accurate.
Listen,
Well,
if
just
we
out
want
of
to,
curiosity. Oh, go ahead.
well, finish what you're saying. You can.
Yeah, I was going to say, just out of curiosity, like, do you think that there is any sort of what I would say contrasting views that came out of the Trump administration? Because when you had the Russian collusion being discussed by the Clinton administration and the Democrats of the time, shortly after that, during the loss of the 2020 election from Donald Trump to Joe Biden, he was accusing the Venezuelan government of influencing the election by changing the Dominion voting machines, which resulted in the largest defamation lawsuit in American history, coming as a part of Fox News, who was being a megaphone for this narrative, which was ultimately proven wrong.
Yeah. I believe the election of 2020 was rigged. I'm not entirely convinced it was the machines, though. The problem with the machines is that, like, it's not that it's difficult to do what they're asserting. It just isn't necessary to rig or cheat in the 2020 election. It's possible. However, President Trump and his people have insinuated that there's some substantial evidence that exists to support that claim. Again, I don't know why they would do that. It's again like that weird Venezuela claim doesn't really have anything to do with the corruption that we're seeing in Fulton County over in Georgia, in the great state of Georgia. But I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know why Trump. Well, I don't even necessarily think Trump ran with that. It was mostly his lawyer, Sidney Powell, and these dorks that claim to be QAnon. I don't know why anybody would believe that shit. But it did a lot of harm to people who care about election integrity.
You don't think? I'm pretty sure Trump did lie about the voting machines. Maybe I'm making this up, but
well, it's possible that the machines are, that there's problems with the machines. But the thing with that,
don't believe that that even happened. I'm fairly certain. I could be wrong. I'm fairly certain Trump made.
Yeah, I said I don't.
Here's
I
a
don't
question.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
Yeah, go
no,
ahead.
please. Oh, yeah.
Well, what could change your mind, I guess. Okay, my bad.
What could change
how
your mind?
much of
That's
this
a good
conversation
question.
have you seen, Sample? Nothing can change about anything.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really great question. So what can change my mind about the nature of the 2020 election? Election departments are supposed to retain the records, like the voting material. You know how they ended up getting the total. If there's like a genuine, transparent audit of the election, and I was always advocating for this, and I think every Democrat should have advocated for it as well, because if you genuinely believe Orange Man got his butt kicked as badly as he did, you want that audit. So you can say, screw you, Orange Man. You didn't just lose once, you lost twice. Everybody was afraid to go near those ballots. Nobody wanted to recanvass the ballots. Nobody wanted to, because the way that the voting machines work, for those who don't know, if you go into
Well, what do you mean you lost
voting-
twice?
Okay, so if Trump contests the election, the results of the 2020 election, and there was a genuine audit, like a genuine audit done, not just like recounting the ballots, but like going through all the paperwork and making sure everything is cool, he would lose twice. I mean, if the regime approved narrative is to be believed. But the way to really get to the bottom of who actually won that election, you need to look at the voter data from the voting machines. You need to compare and contrast that with the paper roll, because an input is made by a person, by a voter, and it's recorded on paper and it's recorded by machine. So we need to be able
Right.
to look at that. We also need to be able to look at these so-called mail-in ballots, these phony baloney ballots, and we need to compare
Right.
and contrast that with the
Bro.
voter rolls as well, and compare and
Okay.
contrast the signatures. And if we were to
Okay,
be able
I
to
gotta
see that,
go in like a minute, so I'll just ask two things. One, what do you make of Bill Barr? You know, his own sword and shield, his own guy, right? Saying it was the safest election ever, right? Like his own guy, the guy who has like every incentive to follow Trump's lunacy, him saying that. And why does Trump suddenly ignore him all of a sudden, right? He is the guy who said, I trust him to be in this position, but when he disagrees with me, I ignore him. That's strong evidence that he's lying. Two, have you read any media that debunks your claims about Fulton County or like the mail-in ballots, like for example the document Lost Not Stolen, written by conservatives, by the way, card-carrying Republicans for decades, who wrote a lengthy document debunking the idea that the election was stolen. Did you read any of that, or do you just follow Trump?
yeah, no, I do. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's like there are
Definitely
a
not
lot of
read it.
Republicans who hate Trump, and they have no interest in populism taking over the party. And yeah, so there's a struggle there. Also, Bill Barr is antagonistic and hostile towards President Trump. He doesn't like President Trump. He wasn't Trump's boy. He was George Bush's boy. And it's kind of obvious by now that there were a lot of members of his administration, his former administration, that were antagonistic and hostile towards his own agenda, towards the will of the people. And they subverted him. Of course, they kind of derailed his agenda, and they hurt him. They hurt him quite badly, actually. Bill Barr's a bad dude and he belongs in prison. That's what I believe. Well, he had to go.
Incredible. When he said he had to leave, he just doesn't want to deal with your bullshit right now. I don't think he saw the history of the conversation, so I don't know if he knows how crazy you are, how retarded you are. Just one. I got it. I gotta get to bed at some point, but I'll give you the last words. One thing before last words. Do you think what Trump asked Mike Pence to do was legal?
Yeah, 100%. If it wasn't, Mitch McConnell wouldn't have had to change the rules after President Trump was no longer in office.
Okay, that's not true. Obviously, you recognize something can be illegal, and in the context, after there was an attempt to do something illegal, why people might want to update a law that was passed in 1864, I think the Electoral Count Act was passed. So you recognize that's not sufficient for it to be legal?
I think what he requested Pence to do was totally legal.
Okay,
normal.
I love how that
necessary.
was completely responsive to my question. You really answered my question. Do you recognize that just because they update a law, an old law, after someone had broken it or attempted to break it, committed a conspiracy to break it, I should say, that why they might feel that law is in need of updating?
I don't believe the law needed to be updated. I think
can you hear me? Hello? So what I asked was, do you recognize, in the context of what I just said, that just because they updated the law after someone committed a conspiracy to break it, why that is not sufficient on its own for you to conclude that what Pence was asked to do was legal?
I don't see anything wrong with what Trump did.
That really answered my question. I didn't know your position before, but now I know your position. Thanks for answering my question. That's really, do you think you answered my question? I feel like, I've asked that a lot, but
I don't think you like the answer. And you debate me bros like to do this thing where it's like, oh, you didn't answer me, and I did.
True.
You're not happy. I don't think you'll ever be happy, and that's really upsetting.
So
you seem like a nice guy.
What was my question?
God, dude.
Yeah, that's
I don't remember what you said verbatim, but it was like,
doesn't have to be verbatim.
they're updating a law, blah blah blah. It's like, dude, you really want to go around and do that again? I don't want to get caught up in that, bro. Don't do that to me.
Okay, so
be fair.
I'm just gonna read. There's a lot of other stuff I could show you, but this is just this is nice. It's a memo from Mike Pence's legal counsel on January 5th. He talks about what Mike Pence was asked to do, and this is Mike Pence's legal counsel. giving advice on what for Pence to do, which is, not follow what Trump said, which Pence was never planning to do. Pence never thought it was legal. I'm assuming you're broadly familiar with the Eastman plan and what he was asked to do. He was asked to skip opening and reading the electoral certificates for states that had the alternate but not certified slate of electors, Trump's, fake electors. He was going to save the debate over it until the end of the joint session. And then at the end of the joint session, he would direct that the electoral certificates for these states will not be counted until each state legislator certifies which of the competing slates of electors is true and correct. So I would hope that you would concede that, at least in a layman's reading of the law, if Eastman wanted Pence to declare that, Arizona had 2 slates of electors and to not debate it immediately, but to skip over that and wait till the end, that would be in violation of the section of the Electoral Count Act that says electoral vote certificates must be open, presented, and acted upon in the alphabetical order of the states, beginning with the letter A, and that no votes from or papers from any other state shall be acted upon until any objections to the votes or papers from any state shall have been finally disposed of. I think that's probably the most minor violation, by the way, but you can see that is like a violation.
No, I don't believe what he was doing was wrong. I'm gonna just have
Okay,
to
did that
disagree and
answer my
disagree.
question?
I know you didn't like the answer.
That didn't
But
answer
no,
I didn't ask what he was doing was wrong. You can break the law and be in the right. I asked, do you think it was against the law?
No,
Why not?
because it wasn't illegal.
Okay, so I
don't
just
believe it
quoted
was
you
illegal.
a section
Yeah,
of
you.
the
Yeah,
electoral...
dude. Mike Pence had every motivation to fuck over Trump. Like Pence
Okay,
sucks.
that's not substantive
Pence is
to
a
what I
bad
said.
dude. You were
So I
reading
just
that memo,
quoted
weren't you? You were reading the memo from Pence's legal team, were you not?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't really care what former Vice President Mike Pence says or thinks, or what his counsel thinks.
Okay,
He
but
is
you
wrong.
recognize this memo quoted a section of the law, correct?
Okay, and
Okay, what did that section of the law say? Do you remember?
I don't care. I think it's wrong.
Do you think it could quote... Do you think the quote is wrong?
I think their interpretation of it is incorrect. I don't think the president did anything illegal.
What other interpretation could... First of all, I'm not even asking whether anything was done illegally by the president. I'm asking if what Pence was asked to do was
You said he broke the
illegal.
law. Did you not say that he broke the law?
I think so. I'm not sure I ever claimed that. I do think President Trump broke the law in several ways. I think he committed conspiracy
yeah,
to
you did.
obstruct
You
an
did say
official
that numerous
proceeding, and I
times.
think he committed a conspiracy to deprive deprivation of rights or whatever the charge is.
Okay.
I think I don't think Pence broke the law. I think Pence was asked to break the law. I think part of the conspiracy Trump had was talking to Pence and asking him to break the law. But the claim I'm interested in right now is whether or not what Pence was asked to do was in violation of the Electoral Count Act.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what evidence could I show you that would change your mind on that?
I believe that John Eastman had it correct. I think
Okay,
he's a
so
bright legal
you
mind.
concede part of Eastman's plan was to skip debating Arizona's ballots and the other ballots with alternate slates of electors until after the joint session ended, right?
Yeah, I think they had every right to do that, and I think they had a
Okay.
moral obligation to
But
do that as well.
wait. They had every right to do that, yet the Electoral Count Act says that ballots must be open and acted upon in alphabetical order, and no votes from any other state shall be counted until objections to votes and papers from any state have been finally disposed of.
And is that really the contentious issue here? Like, I'm pretty sure
I don't think that's the biggest
wasn't-
issue. I'm just hoping that you'll concede that is a violation of the Electoral Count Act.
Sure, if that's what you're reading, because I don't have it in front of me, then yes, I agree.
Okay. I mean, there are other issues that I think are bigger with regards to, obviously, the vice president does not have the unilateral ability to determine which votes are valid or to send it back to the states even. That is in violation of the Electoral Count Act and probably in just a deeper violation of the Constitution as well. But I think it's obvious the framers didn't know that.
Well, I have a final question for you. If there is widespread voter fraud exposed, as we're seeing in Fulton County, and we're seeing in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and elsewhere. And there's some interesting things happening in Arizona. If there's definitive proof, in this hypothetical that the 2020 election was rigged, are you going to change your tune?
With regards to what?
How you feel about the 2020 election?
If there was definitive proof that the election was stolen, I would change how I feel about it. With regards to, I would think it would have been stolen if there was definitive proof that came out.
Oh, okay.
But that's almost a tautology. That's trivial. You're just saying if there was definitive proof it was stolen, would you agree it's stolen? Yeah.
Well, there's people that are like, well, it wasn't stolen, and then they will say, oh, well, it was stolen, but it's a good thing. Would you say that it's a good thing, or no?
No.
Okay. I'm just wondering because, it's gonna happen.
That wouldn't change my view. I'm sure that wouldn't change my view with respect to whether or not what Mike Pence was asked to do was illegal or not. That wouldn't change my view with regards to the claim that Trump conspired to overturn the election.
If President Trump had foreknowledge that they rigged it, I think they had an obligation to do whatever it takes.
It might
to
change.
prevent
So
Joe
if
Biden
you
from
could,
ever-
so first of all, if you just proved it was stolen, that wouldn't necessarily change my view on Trump's actions, because in order for it to be just, in my opinion, he would have had to have good reason to believe it was stolen. And so not only would you have to, if you were able to prove that it was stolen and that he had good reason to believe it was stolen, right? Not any of the verifiable lies that he said. In that case, then I would still think it was illegal. But I think it would be not necessarily immoral.
Fair enough. Well, it is late, and I think we should just end it there.
Okay. Well, you want to tell people who you are, or any other last words?
Yeah, you guys can. Here, I'll just say hi in the chat, and you guys can go head over and subscribe to my, I guess, YouTube channel. I just go by Froggy. I'm the host of the Watch Frogs podcast show, and yeah, I'm just a dissident populist, I guess. I don't really like to put labels on myself. I'm not a conservative, as I've been falsely called tonight. But Nobfom, I think you're a nice dude. I don't know if you have your heart in the right place, but I don't think you're a bad guy at all. I just hope that you don't become angry and resentful like a lot of the bread tubers and a lot of these debate me bros. I think, if you're doing as much research as like it appears that you are, you really shouldn't be doing the debate me bro stuff. I think you're better than that. I mean, you just
True.
seem too young to fall into that kind of nonsense. You don't want to be the next Destiny, dude.
True.
You don't want to be the next Bisco. Like that's not a good thing.
Wow.
I have
Okay,
faith in
well,
you, brother.
I guess I somewhat appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I know you didn't really like my answers, but I don't really like diving into like my science and my stats or anything like that. I think the philosophy and people kind of revealing why they believe what they believe is a lot more interesting than looking up bullshit studies, most of which are fabricated, and then people kind of use them to their own benefit to promote a political ideology or a political party like the Democrats.
Yeah, true. Okay, well, see you later, buddy.
Peace out, guys.
I'm not sure we'll talk again.
Okay. Charsky was right about everything. Yeah.
That's true.
Good night.
Good night. Appreciate it, Lucas.
Yeah.
It
was really
last
fucking
words?
annoying considering he did not know anything about South Africa. That was really fucking annoying.
You didn't know anything about anything, bro. Any last words from you, Maida?
I'm sad.
I agree. All right. Well, I appreciate both of you. I'll see both of y'all later.
Okay.
But
Okay, next time you need to debate Charsky on communism, by the way.
That's true.
He needs
That's
to convince
true.
you.
Yeah. Okay. See ya. God fucking damn it. I don't know what to say. I'm out of words. I see why that guy retired from debating. Head over to Tomfoolery on YouTube. Make sure to smash the like. Make sure to subscribe. Love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. Means a lot to me. You guys all come around and watch me. It helps me fuel my caffeine habit, and it helps me be cool and chill. On Twitch, you guys can head over to Irrelevant. And on Kick, I don't know if I have enough viewers on Kick to be worth rating. Look at a list of people running in the GOP primary for TX23. Oh, Texas. Is this the great replacement? I don't care to do that right now. I'm crazy. To the Dominion stuff earlier, Mariota, can't speak, County had a run back a third party with no oversight scanning ballots, meaning no chain of custody. I'm so true, City Dispatch. I hate everything. Funny, I ask you one question on Discord about the election thing and this happens. Yeah, apparently, dude. Okay. Love you guys. I'll see you guys later. I don't know for sure if I'll stream tomorrow. Oh fuck, I messed up the Twitch raid. Oh my god. Incredible. The only other thing I think I have scheduled is the debate in like 2 weeks from now with that Jubilee like economics Trump supporting guy, so the Andrew guy. Anyway, love you guys. See you later. Appreciate it. Yeah, subscribe.